Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take charge, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Crucial first hour.
Yeah, guerrilla cricket.
Crucial first hour.
This ain't no TMS. Batsmen nervous, bowlers with the tails up. Is it a tornado or a storm in a teacup? Momentum, which way will it swing? Either way, gorillas are gonna bring
Crucial first hour.
Crucial first hour. Welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket. It's day 3 for this match, but day 8 for the pitch, of course. And it was late afternoon yesterday when the pitch finally got the PCB memo about how it was supposed to behave. England had been cruising, Ducket got a ton, but suddenly 4 wickets fell for 14. And we are looking at quite a different game. England start today, 239 for 6, 127 runs behind still, and that looks a fair old way to parity. Now, apparently the oldest building in Perth, Australia is the old courthouse. And an institution holding court for us from Perth is...
Oh, that's tenuous.
is Messi Jez.
Well, I gotta say, I have to admire your research, Tony. It's always thorough.
Do you know where it is, the old courthouse, Messrs? Do you know where it is?
Yeah,
it's in Stirling Gardens.
That's right.
Stirling Gardens. There you go. There's a link.
Stirling.
Stirling
Gardens is very nice. It's where the Supreme Court hangs out.
Well, there you are. Presumably in the old courthouse. Right. So, and of course...
I can tell you too that India are 13 for 3 against New Zealand.
Wow,
so
there we go.
An interesting day.
And remind us where that is? Bengaluru. Well done, New Zealand. Right.
It's the first day of cricket that New Zealand been able to play in the last 7.
Crikey.
It didn't actually rain today.
Well, you've already heard the voice. And sat next to me in corporeal form is the one and only Bear. Hello,
Well,
Bear.
I've been here for every fucking single hour of this test, haven't I? Stuck in this little room on my own yesterday.
Yes.
It's been
okay.
a while since I've done that, actually.
I know.
It's quite boring.
I just had other commitments. Right, there's plenty to talk about. Where should we start? Shall we start, Bear, with Ben Ducket?
Oh, well, he batted
Fabulous
really well.
shot, right?
You always kind of knew he'd get himself out and wasn't going to get a big one because that's the way Ben Ducket plays. It was just a bit unfortunate. Or maybe finally the wicket decided to wake up on day 7 of the second test. That the wicket started doing stuff. I thought the ball. I mean, me and Gary will disagree on this. I thought the ball that got Brook yesterday was completely flummoxed him. He was playing. He was expecting some spin, but he wasn't expecting that much. I mean, it ripped. It positively ripped, and took out his stumps. You had a bat pad, which we haven't seen in the entire series so far, but that you kind of expect when you got spinners in the game. The one that got Stokes. Poor shots in between maybe, but the wicket is certainly doing something, and Pakistan got on a roll for the first time they've been able to get on a roll for the entire series, and they were up for it. I guess if England can get within 30-40 runs of this total, and that's maybe quite a big if really, then game on, I reckon.
Well, I think you're being generous there, especially as England have to bat last on this pitch. Messers, what have you made of the pitch? Scary, full of vipers now, or just takes technique? Where do you stand on it? Well, you don't stand on it.
Well,
You're sitting down in
technique.
Perth.
I mean, I hope I don't stand on it. I actually found it quite exciting that suddenly we've got something going on that's not predictable, and I think that if it continues to turn like that, this is going to be an absolute shit show. And I'm really looking forward to it. People like Ducket getting back in and playing spin like that. I think Pakistan will struggle dreadfully in the second innings unless they change their approach.
You still feel that England need a lead, though, and that 127 is a
Well,
long
this is
haul.
it. Not necessarily. If they collapse in a heap and England has set 170, England could get 170. They might not get 170, but certainly that's a score they'd expect to get. And they would be happy chasing that in the fourth. And we've got to remember they haven't won the toss in either of these two sets. So Pakistan have had the box seat, lost the first one. Wow. They've got the box seat in this one. I didn't think 360 was enough, but it turns out it may well be. They got themselves into position finally, having doctored the pitch. Oh look.
Well, I don't think they doctored the pitch, but
in senses they have, because I don't mind. They're at home, and not doctored as in doctored and scrubbed it up, but the fact that we're having to use the same test track, that's the first time in history for a second test, so they could possibly get a result.
You say they haven't doctored the pitch. It looks to me as though, rather interestingly, the heavy roller broke down whilst on the pitch, which means you therefore have got it being pushed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different people, all of whom, of course, are happily plodding up and down the side of the pitch.
They're only in flat soles, though. They're not running.
Right. Well, everyone is out and in place in the the new Multan. So the eighth test. Test cricket has a new pantomime villain in the shape of Sajid Khan.
Did we ever find out culturally whether he's from around about the same tribal area, probably across the border from Ravin Jadeja? He did the same celebration with a slap the inside thigh and all that.
I will have a look. Maybe if I tell you where he's from, Messers can quickly look up where.
I seem to remember reading in Mark Atherton's article that he's somewhere in the northern.
He's from. I have to. It's not easy to pronounce. Patunkawa, in the Khyber.
Yeah.
And he's delivered the first ball, which has been calmly, very calmly indeed, played by Jamie Smith out towards point. And there's no
jiggles.
Run. Please do.
Bowler.
Sajid Khan, the very best model of a modern match cricketer. Sajid Khan.
Leg slip, forward short leg, and that is eased by Smith down to mid-on for the first run of the morning. An easy single. England move on to 240 for 6.
Bolt batsman 1.
Stick your hopes of victory up, Carse. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half-mast. When the driving comes a-calling, all your crews will be hauling. Stick it all right up your Brighton Carse.
Yep. One of the Durham trio.
Missed
Of
out
England's
there.
pace attack. Yeah, that was thrown up a bit by Sajid, who hasn't yet quite found the menace and range. He was talking last night, Bear, which I'm sure would have interested you. He said the line to bowl as we spins this up, and he's done that, and it's thumped back over his head, but he gets an arm up to it. I think it was on the bounce. I don't think it was a chance.
That was a drop. That was a caught and bowled.
Was
chance.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
he
in that
nailed
case,
it, but
it's
he
a
didn't get
single
it.
for Carse, and possibly therefore a fortuitous one. I thought that went into the ground. We'll have a look. Down the track comes Carse. No, you're absolutely right. Sajid got both hands to it as well, but it was
Managed to get his head out of the way of it.
Gaffers, poor old Gaffers, who I'm sure is as a Kiwi from Otago. Gaffers will have a weather eye on Bengaluru, or at least probably in his earpiece he's getting some updates, who knows. In comes Sajid. Those three men around the bat. That's nicely defended, coming forward by Smith. He's going to get 2 for that. He's just eased that out towards cover. They'll come back for 2. Don't think they'll take 3. No, right, so Sajid there, I thought was very revealing in a way. He said, what we found out was it's on about 6 stump line on a length. That's the place. We were bowling at the stumps and we were bowling too quick, and it wasn't working. But the danger zone, or the place to aim at, having said that, he bowls that one right on the stumps and he just gets flicked away towards mid-wicket, and it'll be another single to end the over, take England on to 244 for 6. But he said it was on about a 6 stump line on a length, and that was the place to aim. And if you take the pace off, they were taking about 10 kilometres off the pace of the ball, as well as finding that 6 stump line. And it was at the point they did that where they were finding all the turn.
Interesting. Well, that'll be the footmarks then, one presumes.
Well, yeah. And in some ways you go, well, duh, yeah, that's
Obvious.
kind of obvious. But less obvious perhaps was the sort of the taking off the pace.
Yeah, well, I guess that gives it more time to drop and bite.
We have a very important super chat.
Yes.
Thank you, Masters.
It is from a Mr. Kelk.
Morning,
who's
Mr. Kelk.
Sent us €2 and says, I like it when Tony calls me Mr. Kelk.
Mr. Kelk, you for super chats like that, you can be Mr. Kelk. We might even award you, a title or 2 if the super chats get bigger. You could be Lord Kelk. You could be Lord.
You can be
Lord Kelk.
You can buy an honorary lordship from us.
You could be Lord Kelk of Multan by the end of the day.
How much do we need?
For €50.
50. So we're charging €50 to make someone a lord.
We're cheap and cheerful. Right, round the wicket comes Noman Ali, and that's just flicked back to him by Jamie Smith. He also bowled beautifully. Did the
he
left
bowled
arm Noman?
He bowled really well to the lefties, didn't he? I mean, he was bowling it really wide, but it was turning quite sharply.
Oh, it's fascinating. I mean, these two were forgotten men, really, certainly from an international cricket perspective. Noman was in the squad, but was never going to really look like he was going to play. 36, 37, is he? This one's pushed to mid-on. No run by Jamie Smith. A lot of responsibility on young and inexperienced shoulders. Well, he's shown in the English summer he's more than up to it, but it's a very different set of circumstances under the heat of Multan in Pakistan.
It is, but I like the fact that he's using his feet.
Which Harry Brook conspicuously failed to do. You're right, and that one's well defended, and he gets nicely to the pitch of it, does Jamie Smith.
Well, I think they'd have probably thought about that, and they thought, well, if you do let it hit the deck and rag it, then you're going to be in all sorts of trouble. If you can get to the pitch of the ball and smother it on the half volley, then it doesn't really get a chance to do much.
Well, we're here to witness the wisdom of Noman, and around the stumps he comes. Left arm around, defended by the right-handed Smith out towards point.
See,
no run.
That kind of line still on the stumps. There's not a lot that's still doing unexpected things. As you're right, it's kind of. But that's for the off spin, and that'll be Bashir to the right-handers for us, and it'll be.
Well, Bashir though, his problem. And no criticism as a young man. We'll just hold that thought as this one is onto the leg stump and nicely defended. Bashir's problem is he does rather tend to bowl straightish, doesn't he?
But that's
and he's going to have to run.
Noticeably he wasn't. He was certainly bowling more on that wider line with Stokes as captain. I mean, he has been under Pope all summer, and that's how Pope sees him bowling, I guess. Whereas Stokes is prepared to give him his head a little bit more.
Right, Hind comes, number 61 on his back. Very a gentle stroll, and then a little explosion at the end, and it's delivered by Noman, defended by Smith. It's the end of the second over of the morning, 55th of this England innings, 244 for 6 on the board, and we can go to the old courthouse in Perth, where judge presiding is Justice Messers.
Oh dear, I better find my execution cap. Mog says, well, look who the cat dragged in. Brown in Brisbane says, morning all, wow, England's still 127 behind. I didn't see the end of play yesterday, but did England play their usual style to lose 4 for 14? Well, they got flummoxed by spin, I think. Mog says, you all, those new jingles of mine are playing somewhat too fast. I wonder why. Yeah, I noticed that. It's weird. Van Dicker says, good morning. It would be nice if England could reach 400. And Chat GPT insists that Ducket is a better bowler
Sajid,
than the Bear.
in he comes,
Discuss.
defended
Yeah.
by Carse, and there is no run. Still those 3 men round the bat for Sajid.
And I'm sorry to say it's raining
Off-break bowler.
in Bengaluru with India 13 for 3 in the 13th over.
Slip, leg slip, forward short leg, driven! But driven straight to wide mid-off by Carse, and there is no run. We're denied the chance to see his peroxided top when he's... Oh, that's a swing, a miss, he falls over, and in the process he's going to get the weirdest of leg byes down towards third man. I know, we're watching how Ollie Pope got out. The celebration of Sajid Messers was is a joy to behold, isn't it? Not that we want to see it too often from an England perspective, but he
it's
seems a
something else,
character.
isn't it? Yeah.
He seems, like I said yesterday, a damsel tied to a railway track as he twirls his evil moustache. It wouldn't surprise you. That one is just worked away nicely to backward square, and Smith will take an easy single.
That was well played. He got right forward. Realised he wasn't there, but
This was
it
what
did turn sharply. I know, but
Harry Brooks
it's a
didn't
lesson
get that
learned. I know, well, of course, but they.
it is, yes.
I mean, they were the first people that happened to, right? So they've had a chance to overnight go, well, this is the best way to play it.
That's flicked to short mid on. Shan Masood is patrolling that area, the skipper, and there is no run. Even then he had a good little look, glinting eyes. That's a big swing as a shout for OBW. Rizwan is up and down like a jack in a box. Sajid Khan, not Sadiq Khan. Do not call him Sadiq Khan.
No, you're going to do it all the time,
Well,
aren't you?
I know.
Well, I'd like you to review that, because there's no way that is.
Well, I think we should
Yes,
review that.
excellent.
Yeah, they
have
are going to
reviewed
review
it.
that.
Miles outside off stump.
Gaffers, Lord Gaffers of Otago,
Yeah.
is making the TV square signal.
He was miles outside off stump. Probably
Yes.
was going on to hit the stumps. But that's what the call you're going to make. I mean, you could see all 3 stumps.
You're right.
behind
You're
him.
saying the impact was
Miles
outside the line.
When he swept it, you could see all 3 stumps behind his legs.
Well,
Yeah.
we're going to have a look now. It pitches
entirely.
outside off.
Actually,
He hit
Oh,
on the
no.
back leg. I think he might be in a bit more bother than the bear.
No, it's still outside off.
Still
I
outside.
no,
off.
it's not. Well,
Umpire's call on where it pitches. Sorry, where it hit him. The
I
impact
think
is,
it has hit him outside off. Even just then.
Yeah.
I thought it hit the front pad. To be fair,
Well, it's
and the question is, did it glance the thumb? Oh, it
it's
might
a
have.
finer margin than you were giving it credit for. Shall we agree that?
Yes, but I could see all 3 stumps behind his thing, so I assumed it would hit the front pad. It's
But
a
also-
question of, does it nick the front pad on the way through to the back pad there? I don't think it does.
So that camera angle as well. I think, or maybe it did just glance the front
Oh,
pad.
and they're also. Oh, he's got a toe.
Oh, we got an inside edge, which makes this whole debate completely academic
Classic.
because he got a bottom edge, and we shall move on. And Pakistan will lose a review. I'm not sure they'll be overly bothered by that. They want to put the pressure on England, as if the pressure wasn't on England enough.
It was a good delivery and a poor shot.
Yeah, it wasn't an ideal shot.
Well,
from
they're still
Carse.
looking to be positive, and I guess it's not a bad shout.
Here's the official view: pitching outside,
Yeah,
impact outside, and we
Now
don't.
that's interesting. They obviously didn't think it was a hit then if they went on to ball tracking. That's
Well, they
weird.
did. Well, Gaffers gives the time-honoured Joel Wilson. No, actually, forget that. Oh no, actually, he's saying it's not out. I was right. I was right. You were wrong. The Joel Wilson symbol is the hands across the chest, isn't it? It's the end of the over. Bit of drama to end that over. 2:46 for 6. Messers.
West Aussie Leeds on Twitter says, good start from India. England need to get as close as possible so that the run chase after the traditional Pakistan second innings collapse isn't over 180 on day 10. Or it may actually be day 9.
Noman Ali.
You never know.
Around the wicket. Played on the back foot by Smith. Towards point.
That's
No
safer against Noman than it is against
Yeah,
the
it
off
is.
spinner.
It is. Because
it's turning away from you, so if it's short,
Yeah.
it does turn, and you're playing line with the stumps on your back, then it should miss you.
Well, there is a slip, of, as you would expect. That one does turn. It's a slower, more predictable turn, and Smith does play that off the back foot to guide it out to deep extra cover. It's who was that? Amar. I can't remember his second name. The one pace bowler in the Pakistan team. Jamal. It was Jamal who was out there.
Yeah.
Amar Jamal who's out there. 2:47 for 6.
Considering how crippled Jamal seemed when he was batting, he's bowled.
Yeah, he has done. In comes Noman, tosses that up. Nicely driven by Carse. Shot of a man who's confident holding the bat.
Well, he's got 100 first class
He
ton, hasn't
does.
he? So
He
no
does.
mug
Does.
with a bat.
Is he though? Is he though a good number 8? Is he a good number 8?
Well, I'm sure Gary would say. I don't know. What do you? Gary, I think his first class average is something like 30.
Gary didn't think he was a quite good enough number 8.
Well,
in between the theatrical reviews of the morning, he was telling me that one is steered to backward point. No.
what is a
run
good
by
number 8
Smith.
average? Mid-20s. His first class average is 31, isn't
Here
it?
he comes. Yes.
Oh,
He's a good number 8.
He's a good number 8. Oh, Gary
we
is.
stirred Gary from the green room to actually come and give him a thumbs up.
I mean, I don't know much about his
Praise
batting,
indeed.
but a guy can get a first class ton and averages, I think, 30, 31.
Round the track, round the wicket comes
30.
Noman, pushed back to him solidly by Smith. No real alarms yet for these two. That was that heavy roller, of course, that we saw. Well, we saw it breaking down, basically.
Yeah.
This was obviously earlier. It wasn't just as players were coming out. But it broke down in the middle of the pitch, and then it was a whole army of ground staff who had to then push the heavy roller along, which can't have done the outer edges of the pitch a lot of good. That one's defended again by Smith out towards short extra. There is no run. That over whistles by at huge speed, and we can go back to Messers for more messages.
Okay, on Blue Sky, Chris Drew says good morning. Stephen Kelt, sorry. Leah says, meanwhile, India are 13 for 3, and I expect Leah to be depressed all day with Rohit out for 2. And Spud says, Spud is, of course, a New Zealander, says India are somewhat pleased at the rain. Michael Bedford says, morning all.
Good morning to you. Right. Sajid back into his work, defended by Durham's Splendid. Now we've formally confirmed his stature as a good number 8. Bryden Carse defends well. Leg slip gully down the track comes Carse. He's launched that. I don't suppose there's anybody out there. Yeah, there is. He's been caught. He's been caught at long on. Well. He literally picked him out, skipped down the track. That, to a certain extent, I understand England needing to get on with it. But Gary
Thumbs down.
has got, in his role as Caesar, judging the value of number 8s, that is given him the big thumbs down. And frankly, I'm not surprised. He's gone for 4. England have lost the first wicket of the morning. And, that bit daft, I think, Bear.
A little bit. I can kind of see the reasoning. They want to try and get runs on the board quicker rather than slower. They don't want to get tied down. They don't want to this is why I thought it got dangerous towards the end of the day. England sort of went back in their shell. And if you let spinners on a turning wicket bowl at you, and they find that length and line that's quite dangerous. You've got to try and get them off that line and length, and the only way you're going to do that is try and score runs off them.
Well, it was Saud Shakil who was down there at long on. Didn't really have to move that much. Just set himself, steadied himself, watched it. Clearly, he hasn't been watching the Women's World Cup, particularly the games, the games in Dubai. Because, although I've got to tell you, yesterday I was chatting to young Hector, who's doing some work out there actually, and he said that ring of fire, those lights are really, really difficult to see the ball when it's in the air. Yeah. Anyway, that's a distraction. England are 7 down. Carse has, I think, been a bit suicidal. Did we give him a farewell there?
No, I didn't actually. Been a bit remiss. There you go.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
Well, it seemed to be time for Smith to stick or twist after Potts is
that's
the next
right.
man out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because Bashir and Leach might come in before Bashir actually, mightn't he?
Well, rather like London buses, with Durham.
That's a 5.
With Durham lower order. It was indeed Durham lower order batsman. You lose one and another one comes to the crease. It is potty time, but potty time with the bat. They do love patting his head.
That the kettles are filthy black.
Matthew Potts,
You know it might
he defends
Let's bring him into the
sort of back foot. He was really sort of just got in line and just defended into the onside. Good enough. I think his job by and large is to get off strike and let Smith do as much as he can. That one, and he flicks though. He was trying to get off strike, flick towards mid wicket.
Potts got his maiden first task to ton this summer as well. He's not a mug with a bat.
No, he is absolutely not. Shan Masood is prowling menacingly there at short mid wicket. In comes the whirly twirling Sajid, taker of a fifer. That's worked away on the 45, and Potts will get that single, but he's only left Jamie Smith one ball of the over. 249 for 717 the deficit. Oh, it's a long haul.
That is a long way back. If they were out now, England would. Pakistan massively better box seat.
In twirls Sajid Khan. They get a single. Smith will have strike for the beginning of the next over. It's out to deep mid wicket. It's 250 is up for England, but crucially for 7 wickets. Remember, they lost 4 for 14 yesterday as wickets tumbled, and Sajid and Noman put them to the 16. The deficit. Messers.
Mr. Kelk, who hasn't yet paid any more to upgrade his title further, just says FFS in relation to that wicket. Leah says, at least Rowett didn't make a duck, unlike Coley. Yeah, small consolations. But he says, Wolf, morning primates. I had to get up to pee, so I figured I might as well tune in. Griselda is confused, love and sausages. Cats can live with anything. Party time, Claxon, says Mog. He'd missed it yesterday.
Defended off Noman by Jamie Smith. No run. I'm just looking at Matthew Potts. I mean, he had that fantastic start to the 2022 county championship, wasn't it? But it's Jamie Smith who is currently facing. He's facing Noman Ali. Around the track comes Ali. Around the track, around the wicket. Defended to mid-on. There is no run. 19 now for Smith off 52. He has the power to explode. His role in the side is to drive England further forward when they're on top of games. This is a very different challenge for him. He's flicked that nicely though. He's flicked it backward a square. They'll take a single.
But his role is to be able to up it when the tail is finally fully exposed.
Yeah.
And he's certainly better at that than Folks ever was.
Well, and as you were rightly saying, it's sort of it's maybe the next wicket is stick or twist time.
Yeah, definitely.
But he has the power to do that. It'll be interesting when he does.
If he
At the
can
moment, he's proceeding with caution.
I mean, this is it. One of these if one of the tail enders can get to 20 or 30 sticking with Smith, then Smith gets the same amount of runs. Suddenly the game's a lot closer.
That's on leg stump by Noman, who's just pushed to short mid wicket. No run by young Jamie of was he born in Epsom? Half the Surrey team, every time I look at Surrey England players, half of them seem to have been born in Epsom.
Something in the water.
Something in the water, did you say?
Aye.
Oh, that turns by left armour, Noman. Although Potts defends very solidly. It's a Surrey-Durham combo England have in the middle at the moment. Where was young Jamie Smith born? I'll find out. I'm pretty sure it was Epsom. I could be wrong. There's a silly point, of course, as well as the slip. Oh, that's a bit inside edgy. He was looking to flick to mid-wicket. Noman puts both arms above his head. And it's gone down to fine leg. Zahid, the fielder, though, also bowled pretty tidily yesterday when his time came so to do.
It was weird though, they bowled him the last over of the day when everyone else was bowling.
Yeah,
he's from Epsom. He's from Epsom.
Farung's with us. Says Thursday greetings to all. Hope everyone's well. Who will take the honours in the first innings? Team Tata 3 for 13 or 13 for 3 against the Black Caps.
But rain has stopped play, I believe. Is
Indeed,
that still the
I'm
case?
really confused now because I was watching both matches, but now with the delay in Bengaluru, they're actually showing this on the screen as well, but it's delayed slightly. So I've got 3 different streams of the same game, all out of.
In comes Sajid, 8 for 42 he took against Bangladesh. So this is not his best test figures. That one is defended by Matthew Potts. No run. He's got 5 for 94 here.
Oh, sorry.
That's swept by Potts. Swept beautifully backward of square and swept for 4 runs.
Let's have this.
2 + 2 is a remember. 2 + 2 is a remember.
He's still trying. He's looking for that 6-stump line. There was a bit of movement, but Potts did everything right. Got in line. Was down on one knee. It was over the head of square leg, who wasn't looking because he buried his head like a tortoise into a shell. As deep as short leg, yeah. That's defended back to the bowler.
Yeah, Martley confesses it's actually not just the cat that's confused. He's confused. It's way too early.
Well, when I was leaving, my cat was my boy cat. We have 2: the boy and the girl, brother and sister. He was just making his way in. He bowled him. Nipped back. That was the ball that did for Brook yesterday. It's done for Potts today. He was neither forward nor back. It turned off that 6-stump line, bashed into his middle stump. Potts has gone. 6 now for the twirly pantomime villain Sajid. 256 for 8 now, England.
I think that went between his legs.
Yeah.
Another one bites the dust.
It did.
Oh, his middle took middle
I
of
think
leg.
that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It nutmegged him. Nutmegged him completely.
It did not make
That
him.
was 100% Mr. Kelp's wicket. After the 4 had been swept, he just sent a message saying the fight back is on. Now he's just said, oops.
Mr. Kelp. Mr.
Keep
Kelp.
quiet out there.
You're never going to get that peerage to become Lord Kelk of Multan if you persist in that sort of ridiculous behaviour.
I guess now we find out whether it's stick or twist for Jamie Smith. I'd say twist.
Just got to go mad, isn't he?
Yeah.
Mog says England has brought a shit show today.
Well, it's all down to the man from Epsom, Bear. All down
So
to the
that's
man
6
from
wickets
Epsom.
for 45, isn't it?
I think you. I'm just going to have a look, but I think you're not far wrong. Hang on 1 second. We'll look at the fall of wickets.
Now it'll be interesting. Pakistan will see this and go, right, if we can beat them with spin. So presumably the next wicket's also going to be massively spin friendly if they can manipulate it. Which should be at this ground again. I don't know if they're going to go around.
Yeah,
it'll be here.
The third wicket fall at 211, and the 8th wicket has fallen at 256. So I think you're right, Messrs. Well, we've got balding spinner to balding spinner.
Hero of Headingley.
The hero of Headingley. Has he got his glasses cloth in his pocket, we wonder? It's Jack Leach.
A face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Now Sajid has 2 slips for a left-handed Leach. He's come around the wicket, that turns and beats the outside edge into the gloves of Rizwan. Some discussion there as to whether there might have been an edge.
Nah.
Didn't look like it to me, didn't look like it to Rizwan. And I don't think they'll review, but there's no doubt that ball did grip and turn. That beats Leach's outside edge again as he steps back. If he gets Jamie Smith to a decent score and England to parity here, it would be every bit as good as his Headingley innings, if you ask me. End of 60 overs, 256 for 8 England.
Smith could go.
Mr. Kelk is trying to get out from under. He says, somehow, I think Sagir's super chat from yesterday is still to blame for that wicket. What Sagir said yesterday was, this England team don't collapse on such docile pitches against such listless bowling.
Followed by a massive collapse.
Yes.
Sagir.
Although the pitch, not so docile, let's be honest. Oh, so all the wickets.
I've also got the comparison from AI of the Bear and the and Ducket as bowlers, which I shall read as I get the chance. I'll wait till after this ball.
All the wickets, of course, has fallen to this combination of Noman, who is in now. He throws that up wide of off stump. Smith reaches a little bit for it, but gets a bit of a toe end down towards point.
Don't think he took the single.
And did he decline the single? Was he choosing not to expose Jack Leach? We're watching Potts get nutmegged completely. And there's the celebration from Sajid, which involves the raising of a right leg.
That's what Jadeja does.
The sort of the dropping of his hand in a generally sort of groinal direction.
No, it's
and the raising of the other arm.
It's slapping the inside of the thigh.
Is it like a Tyrolean dancer?
Yeah, kind of, and that's what that's what I mean. Maybe it's a regional thing because Jadeja, I seem to remember, does that occasionally as well.
Well, it could be. Maybe Gary, if he's awake, can do some research.
Oh no! Oh, I thought you were going to say a dance.
Right, swung. No, we wouldn't ask for that. That
shot from Leach
should be 4 runs. Yeah, Jack Leach has absolutely swung that away through mid-wicket for 4, bisected the field. England are still trailing by 105 though.
Now, ChatGPT was asked, is Ducket a better bowler than the Bear? And it says, while the Bear has a fun and entertaining style, he's not a professional cricketer. Ben Ducket, as a trained and experienced cricketer, is certainly a better bowler in a competitive context.
Right.
Absolute nonsense.
Leg slip, swing and a miss as an attempted swing. Well, Noman, there's a big appeal. I don't think Jack Leach was anywhere near far enough down the track. Gaffers doesn't seem to show any interest at all.
No, well, those two seem to think that he may have raised his foot, but I'm not sure that is the case.
As ever, there's a interesting conversation with Rizwan's chatting to Jack Leach. All seems, as ever, pretty good-natured.
While they're looking, I'll just carry on. Duckett's skills come from playing at a high level, whereas the Bears' contributions are more about commentary and humour than actual performance on the field.
Are we changing?
Even then, he did lift his foot for a millisecond as he changed.
He does lift his foot. He gets it down again,
and then the bails.
Come off. I think Jack Leach is safe enough.
Yeah. Great keeping technique, though. He actually throws the ball rather than takes the time to take his gloves to the wicket.
Well, it isn't, because his gloves should actually be. He should be taking it with soft hands within easy reach of the wicket. So I would say that's not necessary.
It is not out. We have 3 balls left of this over. Noman is the tormentor in chief for Jack Leach, although he has been just brilliantly worked away for 4. Leach solidly defends, gets his front foot forward, Gary.
That's what England should be doing. Get forward. Force yourself forward.
That's 61 for 8. 2 balls left of the 61st over.
We'll have this discussion when you're on air.
2 for 84 for Noman. 3 men around the bat. He's coming left armour over to left-hander. And Leach plays this very pleasingly out to cover. Now, did they take a single and then neglect the second? Yes, they did. Again, we're watching from various different angles Sajid Khan's dismissal of Pot. It ripped back at the right-hander, completely nutmegged him. you won't find is the combination of bat position and legs in any coaching manual, though. Because it was frankly a bit of a tangle. Slip forward, short leg, down the track, launched by Smith.
He's not got enough of that.
Has he got enough of that? There is a man under it. It's taken. He's fallen in exactly the same manner as Carse. And England now are in a right old 2 and 8.
We are in the shit.
I shall take my
This
leave.
a fucking race.
262 for 9.
Yep.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
I'll do one final message while we change. Michael Bedford says, I really don't want Jack Leach exposed, especially while I'm having breakfast. Fair comment. I'll catch you later.
All right. Morning, Billy.
Morning. Oh, tough. Kind of 30 odd overs or so for England.
Yeah.
Last time.
Yeah.
Been completely spun out of the game, and you have to think with the lead still over 100, Pakistan are well in control.
They are very much in control. Now, I'm going to say, to Gary, you can't. The reason they're playing like this, and why I don't agree with you, is if you just get forward, you're not going to score any fucking runs. You're just going to stop the ball from getting you out, really.
Well,
England make that choice, and I think that's what Bazball's all about.
You will, because throughout the innings, they've been able to steal singles, just touch and run, because Pakistan, to their...
Yeah, but they're on top of the game now. They haven't got everyone out.
Well, they have got plenty out, because they've already caught 2 men in the deep.
But on the straight. If you look on the leg side, they've actually now got a wicket and someone in close there, and they've got guys all around the bat and a guy close in on the offside.
But
if you just knock it, you might get the odd single, but it's going to take you for hours, man.
Sajid has hit the stumps 4 times. I would venture that all 4 times are batters playing back, or at least playing from a neutral position. And the Harry Brook dismissal, I mean, essentially Matthew Potts had the same dismissal in going back, getting the legs in a tangle because the ball was turning. But if you look, the ball was length. It may even have been full of length. That had they come forward, they'd been able to just push it to the right or left hand of extra cover. And there's a run. I just think England have been bewitched a little bit by Ben Ducket, who is freakishly able to sweep and reverse sweep deliveries that other players have just got to get forward to. Anyway, I've got a very important observation that I'll make after the next ball.
Okay. Anyway, Leach is going to face up. We have Leach and Bashir at the pitch. There's no point in them trying to do anything but try and score some runs.
Don't think this is going to last long.
I don't think it's going to last long. Well, it nearly lasted only a ball because Leach has gone for the old reverse sweep. Got an under edge, didn't quite get there. Well, if he misses one of these, he's bowled.
Yeah.
But it's fun to watch.
Well, my important observation, which I was trying to find the whole of yesterday...
So that's just defended back to the bowler, and there's no run?
I was trying to think who Noman Ali looks like, and I've got it. He looks like Klaus Kinski in Wojciech or Cobra Verde.
Okay. That's for the likes of Leah to understand. Well, not understand. I know who Klaus Kinski is, but I can't remember what he looks like. That one is reverse swept out to the man on the cover boundary by Jack Leach, and is a single.
We remember his iconic look in Nosferatu because that was borrowed from the F.W. Murnau movie of the 1920s, but his look in Wojciech is very much Noman Ali, especially when Noman smiles a little.
He's got a wise and old looking face as Noman Ali. Anyway, Sajid is going to come over the wicket to Bashir, facing his first ball. Is he going to get golden duck? No. Plays it out to mid wicket and there's no run.
But again, he's going back and touching it into the leg side. You might as well play forward and touch it into the leg side.
Well, that was really short. I mean, they play on length. They are professionals. I think you play as much on length as anything else. Well, that's driven up inside mid-off. Mid-off has been sent wide. They should get 2, maybe even 3. Nope, they stick at 2.
Since I gave the thumbs up to Bryden Carse as a decent
number
8, he added, I think, 2 runs this morning, was dropped, had a decent LBW review turned down and was caught in the outer. So he didn't cover himself with glory, that has to be said.
Nope. Sajid over the wicket to Bashir. Missed time to drive up to mid-off this time. Is that the end of the over? That's the
Yeah, I
end of
don't
the
know why
over.
there wasn't a short extra in for the missed time drive, but there wasn't.
Billy.
Well, I'm from Pakistan. It says that this is better commentary than Nasir, Ramiz and Atherton.
Right, thank you very much.
So that's very good. The one thing I would say, guys, about discussion about the way England have gone about it, is that with I mean, it's irritating them getting caught kind of on the boundary long on, mid off for. But it's annoying because they could so easily just nudge that from Friday Carse, especially just nudge it for a single down the ground. I know what he's trying to do, but if they're going to be caught right on the boundary,
Yeah, but
futile. No, but especially when the ball is spinning into you from over the wicket, inevitably you're just going to catch it on the inside half of the bat if you're trying to go straight.
Yeah, I think,
and not going to get all of it.
I think the other element is they really should have given themselves 20 balls just to have a look. I know it's not the Bazball way, but just 20 balls to have a look.
I know, but listen to you after this ball. Nauman tosses that up, and forward comes Leach as a half appealed by Nauman, but it's outside the off-stump zone. Listen, you die by the you live by the Bazball, you die by the Bazball.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but they did say that Bazball would become a bit more nuanced, and if there is to be nuance in Bazball, spending 20 balls just getting the pace of the pitch
knowing
is the nuance.
Knowing what we all know as Stokes, down the track comes Leach, nearly yorks himself, drives it up to mid-off. Oh, well, actually extra cover and as a single. Knowing what we know of Ben Stokes, he's always going to put his foot on the accelerator instead of the brake, right? So it's his decision. He said, "We're going to attack. We're going to try and knock these runs off. It's better to die by the live by the
Jamie
sword,
Smith had a
whatever."
look. Jamie Smith had a look.
Well, he did, and then that's been swept. Has it been swept in the air to a catch? No. Has he got 6 there?
Surely not.
Surely not. Jack Leach got a 6. No, 4. Out into the deep, beats the mid wicket, who's more out of cow corner.
It's like the anti-Leach.
We have seen it, to be fair.
Yeah, but it's more like the opposite of the Headingley innings where he blocked everything. Here he's hitting everything.
Yeah, when he was night watchman against Ireland, he did score 92.
Yeah, no, I was there. Yeah,
he can bat.
Yeah, but it was against. It was
they are
against
looking
substandard bowling at Lords.
It was definitely a 4. Yeah.
Lords is the best batting wicket in the world, I think.
I'm not sure about that. I mean,
no, I'm not sure about that.
It's flat, but it never seems to have any pace in it anymore.
No, but you can. Yeah. It's not difficult to stay in at Lords, and you can get fairly big scores if you give yourself time.
Well, Leach has reached double figures. Nauman is bowling. Oh, that one grubbed and turned. But he went back to it and still managed to see it onto his bat, went out into the covers, and they've got for 2. That's good running.
Yeah, it can be done, but it's just got more risk involved. One more thing about Lords is that the outfield is about 5 times faster than this one.
Especially down the hill.
The drainage is incredible at Lords.
Oh, yeah, I think the drainage is what's done for the pace in the wicket, actually.
Yeah, I think it has. It's not completely slow a wicket, but it is slower than it ought to be, I agree.
Nauman is over the wicket to Jack Leach. Oh, geez. And that one scooted on, went on with pace off the wicket. Beat him all ends up. Fortunately, he got something on it. It went nowhere, and he wasn't out.
I mean, of course, in the most recent Ashes series at Lords, both teams had to deploy the bouncer tactic.
Yeah. Well, it was
try and take wickets.
Dire watching it.
Up and down.
It was dire watching it.
Nauman. Down the track comes Rook. Is it a big wahoo? Gets a fat inside edge that goes out to deep square leg.
You've promoted him a bit there. It's Jack Leach, not Joe Root.
Did I say Joe Root?
You did.
Oh, sorry.
Wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking.
I know he's got to 13, but he's still sort of 12,450 runs behind or something.
Yeah. Anyway, I think they've got a double there at the end. Maybe they just took the single.
They did.
Took the single. Yeah. Anyone on social with us? Joining us?
Brian in Brisbane says, in exciting news away from cricket, I just saw the trailer from the new Wallace and Gromit film. Looks great. And Stephen Kelk says, deficit is under 100. The fight back is on. Well, psychologically, you could argue that that's important, and we know how fragile Pakistan have been in their 3rd innings recently. I don't think they've managed to score over 170 in the third innings in their last few attempts.
Well, they did in the last test, and they still lost by an innings. They got just over 200, didn't they, in that fourth innings? That one is driven back down the ground by Leach. They take the single. Bashir will be on strike.
I just love watching Sajid. He's absolutely compelling cricketer to watch. Great attitude, exactly what Pakistan needed to bring in. And he's been
certainly
a
competitive,
delight.
isn't he?
Yeah.
Love that.
And I've just got a little theory about the celebration. He almost looks like... I'll come back to it.
Oh, well, we saw... I went far to see from behind. That was a flat, quite... Well,
Yeah,
it wasn't
it was
as quick as his quicker deliveries, but it looked...
Half volley he played back to.
Yeah. Bashir did go back. Oh my word. Bashir is now trying the old paddle sweeps as he goes right across his stumps. Looks very ungainly. Flaps at it, misses it. Hit him miles outside the off stump. It can't be out, and it was no run.
Yeah, I think I stood more chance of connecting with that, and I'm in Sydenham 5.5.
I bet I'd like to see the dressing room when that shot was sent. Stokesy laughing.
Yeah. Yeah, with Sajid, his celebration reminds me a little bit of some of the Ray Harryhausen's figures in Jason and the Argonauts.
Slapping their thighs. Oh, goes forward to that one. It spins. Catch them on the glove or the back leg. There's no appeal, no run.
Just wonder if it's a figures from sort of the mythology of that part of the world.
Well, that's what I mean. It's a cultural area where they do that for celebrations for something. Because I swear that's what I've seen Jadeja do that.
Yeah.
Bashir just defended that one back to the bowler and there's no run. I'm obsessed with it now. Sorry, peeps. That was tossed up, driven hard by Bashir down to a long on one, presumes. It's a single.
I mean, we need Atif for this kind of detail, but is Jadeja Punjabi? Because the P of Pakistan, of course, refers to Punjab.
I think he is.
Well, that might be it.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
Well, speaking of India, Messi says that India-New Zealand restarted and India is 17 for 3. I saw that earlier when I woke up and was delighted to see that India had started poorly. And Stephen Cook said, ask yourself, have you ever seen Root and Leach on the same pitch at the same time?
Yes. Yeah, but didn't India start that first test against, was it Bangladesh?
Yeah, there was lots of rain and they basballed their way to a win.
Yeah, but in the first innings weren't they like 50 for 7 or something?
They've still got
KL
Rahul, Ravindra Jadeja and Ravichandran Ashwin to come, and the tail isn't useless either. So
no, and I even remember, is it Big D, our Australian man, teacher from North London, as Bashir gets beaten on the outside edge by Noman coming around a wicket to him, played down the wrong line.
I think they were something 7 down, and then I think it was actually Ashwin and Jadeja that came in and
they both got tons, didn't they, or something?
Yeah.
Well, Jadeja got 90 odd, I think. Ashwin definitely got a ton.
And they did exactly that. Got to about 350, and then managed to gain a victory from there. Yeah, that second innings of theirs was the quickest run rate, wasn't it, in Test cricket for a score that had 40 overs or something. Kind of in that actually. That was outside half edge really of Bashir's bat along the ground. Though it goes to third man, and goes single.
I think Jaiswal is still in, and he is one hell of a batter.
He is. I want to see him in England next summer.
I do as well.
It could go one of two ways, couldn't it? You could do a Shivman Gill, who we all thought was fantastic, but might struggle in England. I think he's got being a lefty in favour of him a little bit.
Oh, I think he's just got absolutely everything. But let's wait and see if he comes through. Most batters have a dip in form. Cook wasn't dropped, but Bradman was.
All right, Noman over the wicket. Jack Leach has another go at the old reverse sweep. I think he must have got an under edge, because otherwise they'd have been all howling for an LBW.
I think it'll help Leach if he actually looks at the ball. I'm not sure he was looking at the ball by the time he made connection here.
He was looking at it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Just on Jaiswal, he absolutely tormented England, of course, last time out.
Totally.
2 double hundreds, was it?
Yeah. Well, that's swept, and he's got hold of that one. Is he going to be out? No, he's going to get 4 runs.
Well played.
Well played, Jack Leach. He is leaving England score. We're on trial by 91 now.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
I mean, this is again part of the calculus of baseball. Is if you've got 4 in the tail, and they all play like this, you only need one to come off and get sort of 35, and
Exactly.
you've got something. I do think you can't really do that with a number 8. You can do it with a 9-10 jack, but a number 8's got to have a bit more about them. You know, I think like Ashley Giles might have got 40 off 110 deliveries there, which would have been ideal.
I can't bother to wait around for cricket games these days. I'm with the kids on that. I'd like the game to move on. Down the track comes Leach. It doesn't quite get to the pitch ball. Gets a big enough inside edge that sends it down to long leg. They got 1. They're going to come back for 2. They are not.
You didn't like day 1? It was fascinating, day 1. What was it, 259 for 7 or something at the end? Real old school cricket.
Yeah, it was, but
You're a
I
man who
love day 1.
Yeah, you're a man who likes plenty in the pitch, Bear, so...
Yeah, I like wickets to be falling. They've started to happen now. I'm a bowler, you know.
Well, I do as
I
well.
like to see pitches that offer something to the bowler. You know, even though the result on that first pitch was we got that, even though we got that, it was a dreadful pitch for Test cricket. Bashir on the back foot, last ball of the over, just knocks it down into the ground on the offside. Behind square, fielded by the gully, there ain't no run, 280 for 9. Is anyone telling us anything useful, Billy?
No, nothing since I last looked.
You tell us something useful, Billy. You tell us.
Can't give us your thoughts, Billy.
Well, of course. I mean, you know, it's day 7 of this pitch now.
Exactly.
It's just started to spin.
Day 8.
Day 8. Yeah, 8. But you know, it took 7 and a bit days to actually do it. I did see between lunch and tea, between those sessions yesterday, there was an extra degree and a bit of spin. The stats came up with, so it certainly did start to do a lot more.
Does that?
Sajid is in onto the pads of Leach, who just knocks it behind square.
I mean, I'm taking it that stat is determined by sort of how far the ball goes off the pitch, because if you're constantly forward smothering spin, or you're like Ben Ducket sort of reaching right out to get the sweep going, then it shows as kind of 0 degrees of
No,
spin.
it doesn't, because it'll still have an angle off of where it pitches,
But
even if it
it'll
goes
be
onto
like
the bat.
Can they catch that tiny
Yeah,
angle
of course you
from
can.
a
It
half
doesn't really matter. It's only an extension of a line, isn't it?
It's still Hawkeye.
Yeah.
So they would just do it by that.
Good sweep by Bashir. Out into the deep. Anyone out there? Anyone out there? There is no one out there. Yeah, there is someone out there, but he's not going to get hold of it. Someone's come across from Cow Corner. Who was that? Was that Amir?
Looked like Jamal.
Yeah, he's
but
genuinely
he seemed to be arriving as if on a water slide.
I think he's out of Cow, isn't it? It was a long way round.
Put a slide tackle in instead of using his hat.
Well, it's almost a kind of water slide. If you see, he arrives on his backside. If you have a look at this, let's have a look.
Yeah, he's trying to do a slide tackle and keep it in, but he can't, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bashir goes back, jabs his bat on it, and there's no run.
23 off 26. Who needs Jamie Smith?
Well, and importantly, even a small amount of dent, 80 doesn't look nearly as daunting as 120. It's 2 figures, double figures, isn't it? They knock around the corner, and there was a single.
I mean, this isn't sort of blazing insight, but they do look more at ease now. They've had 20 balls to sort of get into the rhythm of playing these bowlers, and I think Shah Massoud may go to a change quite soon, because they seem to be connecting much more readily now.
Sajid Khan down the track comes Leach. Nearly gets over the pitch of the ball, but jabs his bat down on it towards mid-on. Thinks about a single, takes a single.
Now, on that point, that was Leach's 21st ball, and Bashir has 14.
Yeah.
And Bashir looked like he couldn't get a bat anywhere near the ball. And I'm not saying he's playing like Joe Root here, but it looks different, doesn't it?
Yeah. But again, I mean, they are being I like the fact they're being aggressive. You know, they might as well be.
Oh, absolutely. When should 10 and 11 not be aggressive?
No. Agree.
Well, admittedly,
well, do you remember when
Jimmy Anderson and
when
Monty
India were
Panesar?
last here? Bumrah and fucking Shami got a 98 partnership or whatever it was. That was frighteningly horrific. Bashir lets that last one go through to the keeper. No run. 66 overs bowled. 287 for 9. England. Billy.
Well, Linux here says way to run the average age of the commentators, Billy. So, considerably younger.
It's nice.
Love Billy's guffer filter, i.e. nothing worth reading out as always. Stephen Kirk says he doesn't want to talk about Thundercats either. So there we go.
That's it.
No, it was Go on, man.
No. I was going to say you go on.
This is the 4th highest stand of the innings.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was amazing yesterday because if someone flicked the switch, we looked so comfortable with Ducket and Root at the crease. Then all of a sudden, Root gets a little under edge onto his leg and trickles back onto the stumps, and all hell breaks.
Well, I mentioned in the first day that Pakistan matches are like chitty bang bang because you get sort of rubbish, and then all of a sudden bang bang, and the game has jumped forward.
Well, I mean, it did in the first test. It was an extraordinary first test, you have to say. Anyway, Leach is facing up. Noman's into him. Bowls pretty straight, flat. Turns a little bit into his pads. He plays it out to mid-wicket. There is no run.
You have to slightly wonder what Ben Folkes might be thinking. Presumably sitting at home, of course.
He's not good enough to play Test cricket, I'm afraid.
I'll say after this ball.
Down the legs. Oh dear. Leach has got away with that. It turned into his pads. Oh, now there's a direct hit.
He didn't ground his bat. Why was he not grounding his bat?
He's done that before. Leach went back for the double as he flicked it in the air over the fielder. This
is going to be close.
It does look close.
He didn't run his bat in.
I thought it looked like he was in, to be honest. I thought he looked like...
Well, he would be in if he'd put his bat down. Well, let's see. This looks very close to me.
It was a direct hit, wasn't it? He did run his bat in.
Oh, he did run his bat in.
Yeah,
so
it was a direct hit.
Fair enough.
And he was fairly in.
Yeah.
He was in by a good 3 feet.
He lifted his bat once he knew he was in. Fair enough, Jack. Well played.
Jack
You
Billy.
are a professional cricketer.
I thought you were talking to Billy. We're all going mad. It's early in the morning. So, Noman over the wicket and then down the track. He doesn't quite get to the pitch of that, Leach, but he hoiks it out to deep square leg.
He made
a single.
He made some decent runs in county cricket this year, much more than he has done in the past. He had quite a few sort of 30s, as I recall.
Oh, he's got 24 here. That's a useful 24.
Very
76
useful.
runs.
Just quickly to finish that point off, Jamie Smith's selection has of course been vindicated. But all I was saying was, Folkes was mainly dropped because of his ability to bat with the tail, or lack thereof.
Yeah, defended back down the track. There's no run.
And of course, Jamie Smith struggled. I know it's only one example, but Jamie Smith, of course, couldn't quite do anything this morning.
But he did do it in those tests in England over the summer.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't do it every game, can he? I mean, you are going to fail.
He got out trying to make quick runs, which is the brief.
Yeah, exactly that. That's just knocked into the leg side. They think about a single again and then decide against it.
I mean, what's been a revelation for me is just how brilliant his footwork is. His footwork is absolutely outstanding behind the stumps.
Yeah, he is. But he's made some good last-minute adjustments as well to take two of those catches.
He missed a stumping that didn't account for much, but over quite a long period of Test cricket, he's barely made a mistake.
Yeah, it's true. We've hardly had to point it out, have we? That's tossed up. Maybe tempting Bashir, but he just gets forward and defends it into the offside, no run.
He's so sort of unbothered by poor returns because his hands are so good. He can take any kind of return. It's not like Johnny Bairstow who bounce off in various directions like a bagatelle.
Exactly, he's good enough keeper. Yeah,
I have to say, I think his keeping is probably the thing that I have been most impressed with because
I agree.
That was I wasn't necessarily worried about his batting. I'd heard a lot about him. Sorry. And you'd assume, or you could just look at his averages and you'd assume that might get on all right, but his keeping was the thing under question considering how good Ben Folkes was.
Well, it's heretical to say.
Just to quickly do a couple of messages. Dara says, hi all. Hello, Dara. Stephen Cook says, Bears repeated conflation of Root and Leach shakes the foundations of my reality.
Sorry, Kelky. It's early in the morning, it's 3 days in a row. Shortish from Sajid, cut. Out to point. There's a single, poor throw. Sajid's not happy with the throw.
Need to change the bowling here.
Just quickly, last message. Linux there says blasphemy to confuse the Taunton Tendulkar with that Joe Schmo.
Ooh, that's contentious, Leah.
I do like the Taunton Tendulkar. It's got a lovely kind of rhythm to it.
Yeah.
I think Stokes' keeping has gone off in the last 2 or 3 years. There was a time when he was immaculate for England and for Surrey, but he hasn't been for a little while.
Oh, that's out. That's the end of the innings. Bashir's gone for a slug sweep. He doesn't get it. He toe-ins it straight to mid-wicket. Bashir has gone for 9 off 18, but that was a useful partnership of about 30. Then suddenly England were trailing by triple digits when these two came together. They're now trailing by 76, which ain't ideal. I'll give it that.
Sajid has 7 for.
And that is very good effort. Sajid has
Brilliant
7 for
effort.
111, and he's bowled exceptionally well. And he did rip through England last night, and that has created this opportunity for Pakistan. Yeah, he totally Q-ended that, didn't he?
Yeah, big toe end. But he's bowled well, and just as I said, Pakistan needed to change the bowling. The bowling took a wicket. Sometimes it's like that though, and there's Klaus Kinski giving him a kiss on the bald head. We really need the Benny Hill kind of slap head, don't we, as a jingle or something, because they love that bald head. It's like was it Laurent Blanc and Fabien Barthez in the World Cup?
Kiss him on the head, didn't they? Right, well, it's an innings change. Fourthy's here as well, so might as well get him in.
I think I'm going to ball by ball, which is always a bit of a disappointment when there are no balls to actually do, because there'll be a 10-minute break now.
Well, there will be, exactly that.
Sorry, guys, can I ask a favour? I'm due back on in a couple of minutes, but I've had a security issue with my one of my accounts come up, which I need to deal with urgently.
Okay.
So if somebody is able to cover for me until I can get back on,
Well, we can just talk, I think, for 10 minutes.
Yeah, we can just talk.
Yeah, I can message.
Cool.
Thanks, Billy.
You might as well pop on there, Fourthy.
I've just popped.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, what do we think? What do we think of the much criticised Pakistan selection, where somewhat unsurprisingly, all the wickets have fallen to spinners. 7 to Sajid and 3 to Noman. They didn't need the seamer, did they? I mean, they would have taken 291, wouldn't they, at the start?
I think I would. They actually would. I think I would say a lot of that therefore hinges on the toss, because I think if they were, if they'd bowled first, I think they would have struggled.
Yeah, if they'd bowled first, England.
It's really reverse swing. Exactly.
Exactly, and it didn't do a lot for a day and a half,
right? It's now
right?
been vindicated. No,
yes.
It's now been vindicated.
But
if they did bowl first,
that toss
would have been tricky.
They pretty much bowled England out on the second day. I mean, they still had the tail to wrap up.
Yeah, right at the end of the second day. But if England, they had 150 overs. You imagine if England had 150 overs on that first and second day pitch. England would have scored 550, and then Pakistan would have been in all sorts of trouble.
If they were bowling England out on the fourth and fifth day, I think you'd say, well, the spinners are in charge here. But they got through England got through the main England batting on the second day. So I don't think you need 4 spinners. I would have gone with 3 and 2 for Pakistan. Would have kept.
Well, they've got
Nazim.
7. You surely don't need that.
But the two ones that they really wanted to come forward, Noman and Sajid, have done the business. I mean, the leg break bowler Shah Massoud didn't show any faith in, so we can't really say how he would have bowled, because he barely bowled at all. But the two kind of main guys have delivered the 10 wickets, and they've delivered them in decent time.
Sajid immediately looked the most threatening bowler as soon as we saw him in that second over.
But and Bear, you're one of these. I'm less so. There was some controversy that they were picking an off spinner against a mainly right-handed attack. There's Ben Stokes who bats left, but and Jack Leach, but I'm not sure there's that many lefties. And they say you want the ball turning away from the bat, but on these low bouncing, slow turn wickets, you also want the ball going through the gate.
Yeah, totally.
And that's what they've done. I'm always a bit wary when selectors try to be clever and work out how many left-handers there and the ball the ball turning away. What you do need is the ball going both ways. So you need slow left arm and off breaks, or you need a leg spinner with off breaks, because you need to have the option to turn it both ways.
That's true, but it's just that much harder for an off spinner over the wicket to get a wicket, because
not today. Sajid hit the stumps 4 times.
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm saying it's relatively harder, because if you how are you going to get the LBW? If it hits in line, it's going to miss leg.
Nowadays they bowl around the wicket.
If it's outside the off stump, then it's outside the off stump.
I think Billy's right.
It's just that much harder for an off spinner against a right-hander to get a decision, particularly in the age of DRS.
No, it is, but nowadays, yeah, as I say, they bowl around the wicket a lot more. It seems to have been a thing that's definitely come into the game.
Swanee did it a lot, didn't he?
Yeah.
He would go round the wicket to the right-hander, pitch it middle, and hope to hit off. And then there's that horrible one that slides on, gets caught at slip. So
although as you say, it's been notable that the off spinner was bowling over the wicket, which was surprising, and got the wicket accordingly, which is unusual.
It is unusual, and I think he was helped. I don't expect England to play back anything like as much in the second innings. I think they'll come forward. There's always a risk of back pad and being caught, but that's not as much of a risk as going back and the spinning ball really beating the defence.
Pope tried to come forward. I know it was about. I mean, I don't know. Everyone said about Pope's dismissal, it's Spanamar, but I was quite critical of Pope's dismissal. He was playing so far away from his pad, but he tried to come forward.
Yeah,
it spun straight through his game.
Well, that is the modern way.
I think there's a balance to be had. You can't come forward the whole time.
No, you can't come forward the whole time, but I think your initial movement, as Duncan Fletcher did with that forward press, is to get the body moving forward, get the hands going with the head towards the ball. Once you play back, you're almost saying to the spinner, well, how much have you turned this one? What, Shane Warne's natural variation, how much natural variation are you going to get from this ball? So it becomes more of a lottery. There's danger both ways on a turning wicket.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the point, isn't it?
I think if you take the bigger picture, I'm quite happy if Pakistan win this Test match. To be honest, I don't want England winning every bloody Test match in Pakistan, because someone made the point the other day. Is there going to come a point where Pakistan or New Zealand or somebody say, well, we're just not going to play Test cricket anymore? There's no point. And you want a very competitive Pakistan.
You do. Cricket is too small a game. It doesn't have enough nation states playing it to Test cricket to afford to lose the competitiveness of any of the main Test playing nations. So
not just the competitiveness, but from a technical point of view, but just seeing Sajid's expressions, his reaction,
absolutely,
his charisma, his personality, it's all part of the great fabric of Test cricket. It's fantastic to see.
Well, Pakistan always define the word mercurial, and take mercurial out of Test cricket and we're losing something.
Yeah, exactly correct. I agree with that.
I always think you always need a spinner who has a bit about him in the in the outfield. He gets pumped up. He looks excited. I think that always adds a lot of mystique to a spinner's trade. Really.
Well, those of my generation, we grew up, and sometimes people say that Shane Warne changed spinning and made it much more aggressive and made it glamorous and sexy, but it wasn't really. It was Abdul Qadir who changed it for me. You had off-break bowlers like John Embury and even Philippe Edmonds, who was always a good watch, but they were fairly sort of calm characters who went through their variations. Embury had the arm ball and the off-break, but then Abdul Qadir came in, bouncing into the wicket, eyes blazing, appealing for everything, and all of a sudden the game was different with spinners. So Abdul Qadir, say Javed Miandad didn't like him, Imran Khan did, but he was a kind of pivotal moment for me in saying, well, spin bowling can be exciting.
Yeah. What type of spin bowler were you, Bear? Were you the excitable type?
No, not massively.
Phlegmatic.
Yes, exactly. I didn't often get after batsmen, but if you had a really lucky batsman, you kept beating the outside edge, I used to get agitated.
You'd have a word? Would you have a word?
I would have a word occasionally.
I only ever told jokes on a cricket field. The poor square leg umpire, if I was fielding at square leg, I'd be telling stories to them because I used to get a bit bored in the field. And but I never did any sledging. I thought, God, I work 5 days a week. I'm not going to come out here and be bloody miserable and horrible on the field at the weekends.
Right, I'm going to take my leave because you're about to start again. You're coming into this seat, going.
Can I? Oh yeah, I've got to go there. Yeah.
Quite a different mentality in Australia. There's very, very, very much. Well, certainly I used to play fairly casual cricket, for company teams and so on in my early 20s and things. And it's all very good-natured by and large. But it's not the case in Australia. You know, you get the 5th and the 6th and the 7th, and they're all going at each other hammer and tongs on the Saturday afternoon. Then they have the beer at the end of the day. It's different cultures.
40, what do you think about the first Ashes Test not being played at the Gabba?
And
do you know why?
It's this believe that it's being redeveloped at the moment, Billy. That's right, isn't it? And I think
yeah, I had heard that.
Now that the WAC has been completed, well, it's the new WACA, of course. Look, I think it's not a tradition. I think if you move the Melbourne Test out of Boxing Day, that would be a more dramatic move. And no doubt there are people in Brisbane who book their calendars around it and are a bit frustrated with it. But you know, you just get new. It's a new tradition, and people will get used to it. Haven't actually been playing tests in Brisbane and Perth for that long in the great scheme of things, I suppose. What do you think, Billy?
But well, the thing is, it's been I don't know. I was very surprised. It's been such a stronghold for Australia. I mean, I think England will be delighted that it's going to be in Perth. I'm sure Perth will be just as hostile, but you know, the memories that some of the current England players will have at the Gabba and of past Ashes series, so to not start there is an interesting decision.
We need to jingle up. We need to jingle people up. I'm sorry, because they're going to be starting in a moment. So Pakistan will begin with this man.
Abdullah Shafiq's technique. Abdullah Shafiq's unique.
And at the other end,
for the first time, they've done something right. Cause the selectors pick Sima you, Sima you, Sima you.
and in a slight surprise, it's only a slight surprise for me.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach.
And he's in, left arm round the wicket. It's a horrible drag down and a horrible shot by Abdullah, and there is no run. Billy, can you stay on until Jazz sorts out his Russian hack?
Yeah. Don't worry, that was the plan. I'm on again at 7:30, so I'll just stay till as long as needed.
Leach is in again, and this is defended square on the offside, and there is no run. 2 short extras, 1 slip, 1 short leg. So it's an attacking field for Leach. If you're going to bowl a spinner straight off the bat, then you've got to attack. You've got to go for the runs. Got to go for the wickets. Leach is in again, and this is very full. It's just pushed by Abdullah to one of those short extras, who I think is Joe Root, who now goes a bit straighter.
In the interim, guys, we've had a super chat, so we'll get to that at the end of the over.
Super chat.
That's very good news. England have opened with spin in the recent past. I'm just trying occasion.
2 men very close now. A silly mid-off, a kind of off Hayden, and another silly mid-off. And that ball does bounce a little off the splice, but goes straight back to Leach. And again, this is just telling the batsman that we know there's some variable bounce here. We know that if you come forward, you may just get a glove on it. A lot of men close on the offside.
He was reaching a bit for that one.
He was. He's leaching a bit as the bowler, and that turns beautifully. It was slightly wide of the stumps and went to the turn, took it past the proffered bat. And again, beautifully taken with absolutely no drama at all by Jamie Smith.
Very good. And they do say spinners can have some difficulty gripping the new ball with the proud seam, but no problems for Leach.
Oh, well, if there'd been a leg slip, he'd have swallowed that. Took the inside edge, went to the man who was back saving one, who perhaps should have been up trying to get the catch. But it's the end of the over. It's a maiden. Pakistan none for none. Their lead is 75.
Well, if we can get the super chat jingle going, then I'll read out if you've got it.
Oh, no, I'll never be able to find that. I'm too busy trying to find England's next bowler, so just read it, please. Thank you.
Matt is very good, kind of giving us £2, saying, are you saying you need Adil Rashid? Don't get me started on Adil Rashid not playing Test cricket.
Well, he can't play Test cricket.
He
literally can't play Test cricket.
Not now, but back.
No, I don't think he could even then. Well, here we go. Who would have thought?
Bashir likes to attack.
I'm told that's a One Direction song, and we should just say horrible news from Argentina as this ball goes past the outside edge, but it was too wide round the wicket to Siam.
Yes, death of Liam Payne's been announced.
31. Gee whiz. Gee whiz.
Well, we'll be scurrying for the record books to discover last time England opened with spin at both ends.
Yes, this ball is defended. There is no run.
It'll be in India somewhere. You just, Messi's back. You think it'll be in India. Messi, I've left you out just below the super chat.
Thank you very much for that, Billy. Somebody was trying to hack into my government account.
Here is ball takes an outside or a top edge. The attempted sweep from Bashir, and this is a Bashir wicket because he gets dip and bounce, and already he's found the outside edge. It went over the wicketkeeper for a very unconvincing 2 to get Siam off the mark.
Might be one of those pitches where the ball always constantly eludes the fielder because you obviously can't have someone everywhere, and you can't really predict where the ball's going to go up in the air. We've already had 2.
It turned off the pitch, that, not out of the rough. As Bashir is in again on an off-stump line, and this time Saeem Ayub presents the full face, and there is no run. So it's already a fascinating couple of overs here. Ben Stokes always wants to get a wicket, so he thinks, who's my most likely wicket takers? The 2 spinners. He's in again is Shoaib, and this is defended to one of 2 short extras. There's no run. Of course, he will go to pace, but he'll go to pace when reverse swing is more likely to come forward. So we can expect pace by probably late in the second session of the day.
I imagine that Leach at some point has opened for Somerset or someone.
Oh yeah, he's definitely opened. This ball is short, but turns, and it's cut because it was so wide. Beats the 2 extras and goes to Matthew Potts, and it's the end of the over. 4 from it off Bashir. The lead now 79.
Leah says there was a song after the Kung Fu fighting hit with a chorus saying, "Watch out, I know Mikado, you will never touch me." And M says there's a drill tune with lyrics, "I've got a Makita, you should meet her." Oh, goodness. Michael Bedford says, "Suppose England were to give Pakistan 50-run start from now on. That'd be good for a laugh, if nothing else." And Mr. Kelk says, "Don't forget Muttley's super chat bit." Oh yeah, we've already done that.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
I wouldn't want to go too deep into drill music lyrics, but
I think drill music's gangster rap's more problematic, obviously, but drill's generally
in the early days of rap,
is all drill music about Makitas, or?
Here's Leach in, and this is Let Go, and Jamie Smith takes it behind the stumps. In the early days of rap, the kind of Sugar Hill Gang and Curtis Blow, it was witty and funny and a little bit camp. Didn't last long, though, did it?
And there's plenty of rap artists who still are all of those things.
Oh, well, that's fair enough. Here is a ball that turns quite sharply from about 5th stump line, and Smith is a little untidy with that, but it did turn and bounce. I just think it really did turn and bounce there. And there is no run, but just got to get this line tighter.
I can tell
Pakistan spinners hit the stumps. So
31 for 4, Jaiswal's out.
Oh dear. As Leach is in, that is tighter, but it's defended well. Coming right forward is Abdullah Shafiq.
As someone pointed out, surely not everybody was kung fu fighting.
Some of those great lyrics. I'll come back.
A lot of them were dancing in the street.
Oh, beautiful delivery. That's the line. It pitched on about middle and off and turned past the defensive bat. Going back though was Abdullah. He should really be coming forward.
Well, yes, but what a ball!
It was a fantastic ball. But that's the line to bowl there, or just a little bit inside, or get the odd one to scoot onto the stumps. 2 slips in now.
He's definitely in business here, Jack.
Oh, he is in business. Abdullah, 10 balls, yet to get off the mark. And this is short, outside off stump, and it's cut. And Shoaib Bashir does well to prevent the 1. I would have thought he'd taken 1 there because he was full length to dive. He'd have to have got up to throw the ball off his knees to run him out. But perhaps Pakistan a little risk averse. with Abdullah on strike here, and this is defended, and there is no run, and Jack Leach opens the bowling with 2 maidens.
Very good. Well done, Jack Leach.
Okay, Stephen Kelp, Mr. Kelp says, didn't ABBA make a song called Makita? Matti says, yeah, I'm pretty sure school wasn't out forever too.
I always like Phil Lynnett's song for Thin Lizzy. There's going to be a jailbreak somewhere in this town tonight. Well, I'm just guessing it might be the jail, but you know.
Well, it depends how big the town is, I suppose.
I suppose so.
Umbre Nueva says, morning wonderful GC from Bucharest. My change in location meant I sadly missed all the excitement of a GPL 1-run loss yesterday. For cricket, this is the best development of this test. The GPL is open and it is currently a little over £60. You've got until 8:30 BST to get in.
Bashir gets lift and turn to go past the swipe, really, of Saim Ayub, who doesn't look at all comfortable here.
He doesn't, although you'd have to think that probably sweeping is as good as option as any.
Well, I still want to put it away until I've got a little bit more understanding of the bounce of the new ball and the turn. But England are moving the field around all the time, Stokes, constantly tinkering with the field, setting different questions to the bats.
Very much depends how confident a sweeper you are, of course.
This is very full, and really that was a leg stump half volley that should have been hit, but Siam is wary of the fact that he's barely middled one in his 8 balls, and so he just pushes it into the leg side.
I mean, Ben Ducket really
he's a
swept
freak.
his to a century.
Absolute freakish sweeper. Sweeps everything. As Bashir is in, and that was a big looping ball on leg stump. It beat Siam in the flight, and he sort of skewed a leading edge that went into the offside, but he even looks uncomfortable between deliveries. There's anxiety in the eyes, isn't there?
It's fear in the eyes.
Actually, it took him on the ankle.
Also, surely not everybody wanted to rule the world.
This ball is defended, and there is no run.
If you got any other suggestions of song lyrics,
implausible lyrics, yeah,
implausible song lyrics, do let us know.
Duran Duran's "I Smell Like I Sound" and "Hungry Like the Wolf." This ball is punched through extra cover, and Saim will be very happy to get off strike and get away from being on the rack to show Bashir a single is taken.
There's a very good new artist, MJ Lenderman, who's got a song called "Tastes Just Like It Costs," which isn't implausible, but I always try to imagine what he means by that.
What is it? Tastes like it costs.
Tastes just like it costs.
Well, that's the name of it. That's the Waitrose promise.
It's a great song.
Oh dear. Isn't there a song that talks about we're all in this together? Because I don't think Elon Musk is.
Pretty sure some of us aren't.
Yes.
We're all in his bank account, maybe, together. So he's over the wicket now as the off spinner to the right-hander. And this is tossed up on that line that the bear wants, but it's just a little too full. And Abdullah, who looks a lot more secure, even though he hasn't got a run as yet, that single will get him off the mark. Pakistan 6 without loss after 4.
Pokey says, drill artists make the worst criminals. If you get away with a crime, don't make a song about it, you fucking idiot. M says, holding it down, old Leach. Kieran Roseblade says, morning all. M says, the thing I find most annoying about drill is the lack of musicality in the songs. Most of it is chordless. Ha ha! Nicely done, M. Not everyone loves the sunshine. Ask Lou Reed. Michael Bedford says you ought to check whether any of the GPL entrants are not actually playing.
Was that M, by the way, who made that comment about drill? Because we of course know that he only likes pop music. As this ball is defended, no run.
Oh, very, very, very good, very good. With a Z and a K.
With a Z and a K.
Well, where's his other M?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a different M&M, isn't it? As this ball is punched to Jack Leach, and there is no run. Now, M was a one-hit wonder in about 78 or 79 with a song called Pop Music, famous for its line, New York, London, Paris, Munich, everybody talk about. pop music. Here's Leach again. This is tossed up on leg stump. In fact, it's tossed up to the extent that it's a full toss, and it's punched into the wide open spaces at deep mid wicket, and they'll run one of these many threes in this match as Harry Brook goes towards the boundary and flings it in with a certain amount of frustration, no doubt thinking about his own innings. Pakistan go to 9 without loss. Double figures is always a mark for this opening partnership. They don't often reach it, so they're only 1 run short now.
Yeah, they got 15 in the first innings, but failed to achieve double figures in either innings of the last test.
And in some previous matches.
Yeah, no, they've, I think the Pakistan opening average for the last 2 years is 2.85 for their opening average.
Well, it's Jack Leach going over the wickets now.
The only way is up, isn't it?
Surely not the only way is up.
Oh, well, there we go. There's another one. This could go on a long time.
Yeah, it could.
Yeah, it's this kind of variation on the misheard lyrics of the implausible lyrics. This is slung in by Jack Leach, but he was back and defending was Saim Ayub, who,
yes.
I don't know what the betting is for the first man to be out, but he must be a strong favourite the way he's playing. He's got 5 so far, and he's in Leach, but this is met with a beautiful forward defensive. I'd like to see a bit more of that from the batters, and there is no run.
Yes, let's keep off the Mondegrins, because we often do Mondegrins. This is, as Gary put it, implausible lyrics.
There's one from Roxette, which I always thought was particularly egregious, but I can't remember it. This ball, turns and gets no kind of footwork. Again, the game is different when the batters play back, and playing back, he just jabbed the bat down on it. When you think of the forward defensive, the previous ball, you'd think you would just continue with that kind of defensive shot. It wasn't like he was trying to score a run there, playing back, as we see the roller being rolled.
Well, what we actually
broke down
is the roller breaking down. Yeah. They had to complete the last minute of technical rolling by pushing it.
I like that. It's very village. Leah says, "Are you insane or just good at pretending to be?" Is a pretty good line by Skyclad.
But that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? That kind of does make sense. That's not implausible.
Well, Cornelius Davis says, "What are the Pakistan openers doing?" Well, they're trying, but
batting.
Not very successfully. So
Shoaib's in again, and this turns from that line that the Bear wants, which is about 6 stump, and it would have gone over the top, but wouldn't have missed off stump by far. He's got to toss it out there, but get it turning into the stumps.
Perhaps we could branch into contradictory lyrics, because love can't keep us together and tear us apart at the same time, surely.
This ball is pushed into the leg side, and there is no run. Yeah, who did Love Will Keep Us Together? It's one of those...
That was Captain Anthony.
Oh, yeah, one of those kind of show bands of the 70s you'd find on Seaside Special. And
not many people realise that Love Will Tear Us Apart was really a riposte to Love Will Keep Us Together. Yes, it was. Yeah, that's why he wrote the lyric.
This goes down the leg side, and there is no run. Time for me to wheel out the I missed Joy Division when my 2 brothers went to Liverpool University and saw them supporting, I think, Stiff Little Fingers. I stayed at home. And he reviews. So the review here is for a ball that spun. It was taken by Jamie Smith down the leg side, and England think there might be a little under edge or a glove, perhaps, on this. And the Pakistan players and the batsmen are looking a little anxious, but they have really since they've come in. So this is a big moment, really, because you don't want to waste a review, because this is either out or wasted review. There's no umpire's call on this. So it bounces and it takes the thigh pad, so that review will be lost. And reviews are quite important on a pitch like this.
Yeah. It's a mile from the bat, isn't it?
It's a mile from the bat. Good take from Jamie Smith again. Excellent footwork to get across to that. I mean, surely they don't need this shot. It's turned a long way, but you can see it hitting the thigh pad, and Smith going across. Good hands, good feet. He takes the catch and makes a half-hearted appeal. Ben Stokes is not appealing, so he's been convinced by Shoaib, I think, to
I wonder
DRS
if a very good take by James Smith. I wonder if a slightly more confident wicketkeeper would have heard the sound coming off the pad rather than the bat and be more confident to overrule that.
Yeah, maybe, but he hasn't got. Well, maybe he has got a good view. What he doesn't know, Jamie Smith, is whether it went from bat to thigh pad to his gloves. I'm pretty sure he would have seen it come off the thigh pad, but whether it's taken a bat before, and of course we don't know that, but it certainly looked like it was straight off the thigh pad, as Jez says. The bat was a long way away. Well, it's taken a while here to get the DRS loaded up, which surprises me, because if it's an LBW, the first thing they do is the front on camera, and that's straight away. And all we need here, all we need is the front camera. Oh no, I don't think so. I think that's just noise that comes through.
This is difficult, isn't it? Because there is a scratch. It's a very small scratch. It's probably noise, but what do you do about that? Because it coincides with the ball passing the bat.
I don't think you can. Well, I'm not. It's a hard one, this, isn't it? I mean, there is a view that says you go with the technology, and the technology is saying there's a sound, but you can't see that. You can see there's a gap.
Well, can you though? I don't know. Sometimes.
Well, look, you can see a spike there, and there's a gap. So when the spike comes later, is it the same cause of maybe Smith's feet scratching?
There is a scratch as the ball passes the bat.
They may give this.
It's a hard one, this. It's really.
I mean, I'm going to say that's fair enough, whichever way the DRS goes here. Fair enough if it's out, fair enough if it's not out.
Are my eyes deceiving me? It's not quite such a chasm I see between the ball and the bat. If anything, I'm imagining a very slight deflection.
It's that second noise, that second burst of amplitude on the ultra edge. Well, we're going back to Kumar Dharmasena, who gives him out.
Yeah.
Well. It is fair enough.
Fair enough, because there was a scratch as the ball passed the bat, and in a sense, what else could it be?
Yeah.
Well, it certainly wasn't what I thought was miles from the bat, so there you go.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
So, not for the first time, Pakistan's opening partnership fails to reach double figures. They are 9 for 1, and the rather more secure-looking Abdullah Shafiq is out. I think we can say unlucky, because I think it was very much a 50-50 call on that DRS.
Maybe, but that's what the technology is for.
Well,
there's a scratch. It's not anything else. I'm pretty sure that the ball hit the bat, to be honest.
We have seen on some of the reviews that there are sort of longish disturbances in the line, and we've seen that on all the DRSs this morning. So it's not like the obvious one where it's quiet, big spike, quiet. It's kind of rumbles, and there was a slightly bigger rumble as the ball was very close to the bat. So
I think I agree it might not have been out, but I think you'd be a very brave umpire to say not out if there's a scratch as the exact moment that the ball passes.
I'm coming round to your view here. Instead of 50-50, I'm thinking more sort of 75-25. But we should celebrate the wicket. Bashir's got his wicket, and this man comes to the crease with plenty to prove.
Sean Masood was born in Kuwait in October 1989. Less than a year later, Saddam Hussein invaded. Coincidence?
It's the Urbane graduate of Durham University, Sean Masood.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, India 34 for 5.
Oh dear. He goes back, does Sean Masood, and cuts slightly wider ball from Bashir, and there is no run. A good catch by Jamie Smith. We should really mention that, because
it's a very good catch.
And here is Shoaib, and that ball turns out of the rough. And a lot of people said, well, we'll know Jamie Smith when he has to keep on a turning wicket. Well, he's keeping bloody well on a turning wicket here.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, sorry, 34 for 6, India.
Oh dear.
A question for you, Forthy. How can the streets be full of people when everyone's going to the moon?
This ball is punched off the back foot.
It makes no sense.
Sean Masood helps himself to a single at point. Pakistan are 10 for 1. This is game on. I think about 20 minutes ago, I think England were 20% chance of winning. I think they're probably up to a 30% chance now. With a wicket, that'll go to 35, I would guess.
Maybe. I think we're due a change.
Are we? Oh,
we
God.
are actually, yeah.
Fantastic.
So I'm a little behind on the messages. Michael Bedford says the killing of Georgie by Rod Stewart contains a classic line George once said to me, and I quote. Leah says, yeah, Rucksack can be pretty bad, but the real insane stuff you have to get into Polish death metal from the early 2000s.
Who doesn't get into Polish death metal? That's what I'm saying. Well,
Yeah,
I'm staying here because I don't know if there's a relief. Let's have a look who's to be. Oh, it's
I think you're on
U40.
anyway, Gary.
No,
I think
no.
you're on any-
No,
No, you're
it's
not.
U40, so I'm going to hand over to you.
Ball by balling. Who am I on with?
You're on with
Tony's on socials, and Billy is. Billy's disappeared, so I'll stay on for Billy if Tony's coming in. Is Tony there?
He is.
Okay,
Tony.
I'll do summarising
Through
until
with a
Billy
couple-
comes back.
Okay, so Jack Leach, who's gone none for 3 off his first 3 overs, has bowled extremely well. He is against the new batsman, the captain, Shan Masood. How much longer he will be captain if they were to lose this test match would be a moot point, but Pakistan's still strong favourites from this point. They've lost their first wicket, though. After 6 overs, they're 10 for 1. Jack Leach over the wicket, Shan Masood, who sweeps straight away past the man under the helmet there, and swept down to Shoaib Bashir, who's at deep square leg. And Jack Leach concedes here. Oh no, he doesn't concede his first run. He's already gone for 3. So the Pakistan lead is now 86. Tony is
Settling eventually into my seat.
Settling. Did you have a view on that very mildly controversial dismiss? We'll come back to that in a moment. Jack Leach in again. Some hesitancy from Saeem, but no problem in the end. They then hesitate and think about an overthrow, but no, there is none.
Did I have a view on it? Well, yes, ultimately, the technology is there because you've got to use it. So if he's out, he's out. I mean, that's like the ball crossing the line in football by a millimetre. It either
you can't
did
see a
or it
scratch
didn't.
as the ball gets past the bat and not give it out, can you? It's just not going to happen.
No. So yes, unlucky, only in as much as it was a coat of paint decision, but
Jack Leach in again, and that's Fuller. Not really fully forward there, Shan, but defends it well enough. Dot ball.
I do agree with you in general, Tony, but overall there has been a weirdness in terms of the fluffiness of the lines in recent times.
That's defended again by Shan, the man at short mid wickets. Dot ball, and there's Billy. Hello, Billy.
Oh, good on you, Billy.
Billy was there. I just took my time to let him in. I'm sorry.
I'll bugger off. Okay, I'll catch you after lunch.
And comes Leach again, and signs of aggression there from Simon. Comes down the wicket and smashes it. There is a sweep on the leg side, and he's hit it straight to him. A little unfortunate, perhaps. I think a little squarer than he anticipated. Come through for a single.
I assume you guys have been discussing it, but that middle ultra edge was interesting. I'll expand on it after this ball.
Okay. You might have to pause because it's the last ball of the over, and Jack Leach, he pings that one in with a flatter arm, and it's been swept round the corner for a couple of runs. So at the end of the 7th over, Pakistan will move on to 15.
Billy, have you got your mic in front of your chops there, or have you got it?
Oh, good point.
That's better.
Who's on socials?
That'll be me.
We'll come back to you in a moment, Billy.
Lovely. Oh right, okay. Where do we get to? Muttley, can somebody be that vain for thinking a song is about them? Oh, as in Carly Simon. Very good. Michael Bedford, what would happen if batsmen were to scream every time they played the ball? Rather like tennis players do when they launch a shot. I'm with you. Hattie the Batty. Hello, Hattie. Says Soundgarden, Black Hole Sun. Won't you come and wash away the rain? ? Are we talking? Did we somehow get onto bizarre song lyrics?
We got onto implausible lines in songs, implausible lyrics. So he said we started off with surely not everybody was kung fu fighting and went from there.
Yes, I heard your Thin Lizzy one, which was genius.
Income Shoaib Bashir defended by Shan. Dot ball.
I've always liked Wings' in this ever-changing world in which we live in, but that's more the grammatical strangulation than the
It's terrific, isn't it?
anything else.
It should be in which we live, as that's what the point you're making.
Exactly.
And that's smashed by Sean, and that'll go all the way.
No, it won't. There.
No, it won't. Who's that scurrying around the bank?
Who else could it possibly be, Forthy, but the giant Duckster?
Giant of a man. Sorry, Billy, your thoughts
No,
on that?
well, versus Bashir, really, it's a massive innings, I think, for Bashir. This he really needs to try and show some of the control that Jack Leach has been showing.
He's in again. And the wicket comes Sean, smashes it into the Multan sky. And it slightly plugs and trickles to the boundary nonetheless.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Plug and trickle sounds like a fabulous sort of music hall double act.
No, 40. It was.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go.
It was just because there was it was almost a murmur, not a massive spike. There was a little murmur beforehand, and then when the ball was next to the back, another little murmur. But it was really because a couple of overs before, I noticed that there was, I can't remember, was it an LBW appeal or something, but there was a massive spike way before the ball would have hit anything.
Problematic, isn't it? Oh, look at that! That has gone right through Shah Massoud. They're convinced they've got their man, and Shah Massoud is not as convinced, and Ben Stokes is saying now, are we convinced about this one? It's been given not out by the umpire. What's happened here?
Oh,
they've decided they're not going to review.
I think it's just missed everything, hasn't it?
Yeah, I
don't know why they all got
I'm
so
with you.
excited.
And I think Ben Stokes realised that.
It just gripped, turned and bounced, and missed absolutely everything. Good
Didn't
take
touch
by
them.
Beautiful ball, beautiful delivery, just pitched just outside off, and we've put the second slip in now for Shoaib Bashir. It's full of ball, defended by Shah Massoud. Has definitely decided he's not going to, as you one's contractually obliged to say, die wondering here, I believe is the phrase. He's going to take the aggressive approach. This man appears to be, completely missed the ball, as Ultra Edge indicated there. And that's defended off the back foot by Shah, and that will, I think, be the end of the over. Yes,
we should very quickly.
Over 21 for 1.
Sorry, Forthy. We should very quickly remind you, if we haven't already, the GPL is open. Guerrilla Prediction League, GuerrillaCricket.com competition. That's where you'll find it /competition. You simply have to estimate the number of runs that will be scored in the day. Bear, what's the pot today? I think it's around about 60 plus English pounds to be won. You register, you can have as many estimates as you wish for £1 per go. If you get it on the nose, you win the pot.
Ombre Nuevo missed by 1 run, I think.
Ombre Nuevo did miss, rather unfortunately, by 1 run. Who was it who won 250 odd pounds? Brian in Brisbane. He won the best part of 250 English pounds. Now that's worth winning. If more than one person gets it, which is rare, very rare indeed, it's shared. If you win it and you're the only winner, you win the whole thing, and otherwise it just rolls over and gets bigger. Now, rolling his arm over to you, Forthy, will be this chap.
Yeah, it will be Joseph Edward Root.
Where is he? Here he is.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Now, Billy, maybe after this first ball, your views on why Joe Root has been brought in quite this early. It can't be many occasions in his career that he's bowled the 9th over of the innings. We're about to find out why that might be. He's keeping the 2 slips in. That's defended by Syme. What's the thinking, do you think?
Well, my immediate thought was that Jack Leach wants to change ends and bowl at Bashir's end. That was my first thought. Of course, Root's opened the bowling a bit in India, so he is used to it.
Probably right.
But he's 5 for 8 there.
With a big 4.
But there we go, 5 for 8 on a Bunsen. No, he's a much bowler than people give him credit for. He bowls nice round arm action, which gives a bit of difference.
Been getting rounder and rounder, as I think we observed in the first innings as time's gone on. That's one of those short men in the Hayden-esque position.
It's an interesting field. A couple of slips, 2 of those short men just covering on the offside.
And we don't mean Ben Ducket, we mean a couple of players in short. And
£63
that's got-
GPL, by the way.
£63 worth having. Well, that gripped and turned, so all the spinners are getting a bit of joy. England will just have to hope it's not going to be one of those sessions where everything just eludes everything. That's turned round the corner to the vacant mid-wicket area. That was almost slung by Joe Root. That's the lowest I think I've ever seen.
Guys, what do you think England will be okay chasing on this pitch? I mean, I think anything over 200 is going to be really quite challenging.
I would have said 150, but yeah, realistically, yes, 200 is the upper end of things. But you never know with this England team.
Yeah, you never know.
They have a capacity to surprise.
And that's absolutely slung in. I mean, that's almost Malinga style at the very it's almost a horizontal arm. Anyway, it's a dot ball to finish the 9th over. Pakistan 22 for 1.
Right, yes. Well, Pokey Bumfinger, carrying on our musical theme. Never a frown with golden brown is highly inaccurate. Smackheads frown quite a bit, the grumpy bastards. There you are then. If bad grammar counts, says Leah, there's a whole genre of German rap in which the children of Turkish immigrants are very bad at both German and Turkish. Oh, okay. A Mr. Handjob, a Mr. D. Handjob of Melbourne writes and says, I'm back, did you miss me? And the answer is yes,
while you were away.
Yes.
But next time we'll aim more carefully. Stephen Kelp, we are saved, disinterested Handjob. Well, there you are, of course.
Bashir in for the start of his 5th over. And that's cut by Saim. And there'll be a sweeper out there. Probably Jack. You'd be thinking to himself, why am I not taken off then?
Not a change of ends for Leach. Bashir, he just needs to be more consistent, really. You have to think, even with Leach back into the side, you can just see that Leach looks like he's the far better bowler. I know Bashir's still young, but there's only so long you can keep going on saying that Bashir's inexperienced for.
Yes, true. Jack Leach must be thinking, why the hell have I been taken off? And that's played to mid-wicket by Shan. There is no mid-wicket, so fielder comes round from mid-on. They get it to sing. They actually get 2, I think. Pakistan lead is now 100, and the hostages in the tea video.
Chapel tea conscriptees.
They're cracking a smile, but that's only because they've got a rifle pointed at their head off screen.
Was it a smile though, or was it a grimace?
More of a grimace. Yeah. Please don't hurt my family. In comes Bashir. Big forward defensive from Shan dot ball. Is it just you who's a big cricket lover, Billy, or do you have cricket-loving mates as well?
Loads of cricket-loving mates. Cricket-loving family, actually.
Oh, well, that's great.
Everyone, yeah.
We have some lone wolves. Leah,
including Mum loves going to watch the cricket.
That's nice. We've got Leah, for example, in Germany, who's very much a lone wolf.
Yeah, no, I'm very lucky on that front.
Wolves are pack animals, though.
Well, yeah, but you get lone wolves, don't you?
You do. You do.
Get lone buffaloes and lone rangers. That's cuts, but straight to one of those two. That's on the offside.
Pakistan's lead is up to 100 now, so they're effectively 100 for 1. England need a couple quickly.
Net 100 for 1. Bashir again still has. Oh, and that's gone straight into the hands of that second slip. The wicket has fallen. Bashir has worked the magic. Trusting to this, all slip attackers, spin attackers worked. Pakistan's second wicket falls at 25, and that is Shan, the captain, gone for 11. Now there's got to be a question.
Sorry. This is one of the longer Billie Holiday jingles at Jazz Club. Back to 40.
Well, you're definitely not going to cut short a Billie Holiday.
No,
jingle,
definitely not.
I think that is possibly the last time we'll see Shan in a test match for a while. Billy, what do you reckon?
I don't know. That's a big call. What? chop the captain.
Yeah, well, he's just lost 6 in a row.
True.
Might be.
Maybe
And
you might be
not
right.
really
I mean,
scoring any runs.
that was a nice ball from Leach. There have to be big questions asked there. I mean, a distinct lack of foot movement. Just really stuck on the crease. Played it with a closed bat face, trying to turn it into the kind of mid-wicket area. But no, his feet were very square. If he'd have opened them up a bit, he might have been able to get some movement in his front foot and actually turn it. But it's always difficult going against the spin. And he played it with hard hands as well, so nicks it to. I couldn't quite see who that was. Was it Root? England had 2 slips, one of them under the helmet. Was it Pope or Root?
Well, I think one of them was Stokes. I think that may have been
Stokes
Ollie.
was at first slip.
I think it may have been Ollie Pope.
Pope or Root under the helmet.
I think it was Pope. So hero of the first innings.
Nice catch. Always difficult when you're that close.
The hero.
Let's speculate about Kamikula. His future's not great if he plays for Pakistan.
He's had to wait his turn. He's been waiting a hell of a long time. He's 29 now, and he's mounted an absolute mountain of runs in domestic cricket. But he's certainly made the most of his opportunity, and he's in again to see whether he can effectively, as it were, win this match for Pakistan by another major innings. We're about to find out.
And for those wanting an update from India, New Zealand, India is 34 for 6.
Yeah, amazing.
At the moment in Bangalore.
Well. And that's defended first up by Kamran Akmal, a very vertical bat. I think, is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. The end of the 10th over, Pakistan 25 for 2.
Right, well, Kieran Roseblade, on song lyrics, I am the Walrus is a fairly outlandish claim. Well, yes,
it's implausible.
Certainly is. Now, I've been told off by Stephen Kelk. Tony, I'm sure you referred to me insolently as Stephen Kelk. Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot you have paid good money to be referred to as Mr. Kelk. And were there to be even more money, you were going to become Lord Kelk of Multan, weren't you? Summoned by the boss man, however, he had said, had Mr. Kelk, I leave. Now that disinterested handjob is here, I leave you all in safe hands. Okay. Have fun, everyone. Yes, indeed. Muttley, is Patrick really that happy to be working for the Royal Mail? I think that refers to Postman Pat.
Joe Root's off again. Slung it in, defended by Saeem, straight back to the bowler. Dot ball. Pakistan's leads 100, but now 2 wickets down. And that's again, that's played out on the offside to one of those men in short. Dot ball.
He's just got to be careful this time. He's just definitely that last ball just pushed at it with very hard hands. You don't want to be doing that against the spinners. Otherwise you'll nick it.
He left that one, but it's the one that, the dog that didn't bark in the night. It appeared to go straight on, and Jamie Smith grabs hold of it as it just whistles past the off stump.
Also, Mr. Kelk, before parting, gave that wicket to you, Billy. He attributed it to you somehow.
In comes Root again. Gives that one much more of a tweet. And pushed a bit too wide. Dot ball.
I think that's because I said the ball before that we need a couple of very quick wickets. That might have been the been the reason. But no, that one that just went straight on, the big oohs and ahs and hands on heads from the slips. That's the dangerous one for the LBW. The one that doesn't turn.
Indeed, the dog that doesn't bark in the night. That's defended by Saeem, although his foot wasn't quite in place as he played it, but defended well enough. They're absolutely rattling through their overs. Perhaps they're hoping to get back into credit so that they can get some credit points and get up the World Test Championship. That's cut by... Not sure it works that way. That's cut by Saeem. That may go... Is that going all the way? Trickle, trickle, trickle? No, cut off by Jack Leach down there. They come back for 3. And that is one of the quickest overs that we've had even in this test match. I mean, there's been a lot of quick overs. The end of the 11th, 28 for 2.
Leah says, well, Forthy, at least I have a German superfan who got into cricket via a cheap video game he bought on a whim at a Steam sale. I don't know what a Steam sale is. Listen to my interview with Adit for details. Okay. Kieran says, Santa is getting ripped and he's lost some weight. He's on a low-carb diet and is looking great. Oh, that sounds good, but where's that from? Which song? Michael Bedford, Masood left the pitch with his head held high and his feet held even higher. What? Okay. Kieran Roseblade, I believe England are into the tail of 7 spinners now. 7 spinners sounds like a lowland hill range somewhere near Gloucester. Spinners, weren't they? They were a folk group, weren't they? The Spinners.
Yes, they were. Yes, Bashir in again round the wickets. That's a beauty. Pitch just outside off and beat the outside edge. Syme just needs to put that behind him and just carry on as if no.
He struggled a little bit earlier on in the spell, but you can just see with the couple of wickets he's taken, that first wicket especially with the little flick down the leg side, Bashir's confidence has really grown in this spell. He's now bowling nicely.
And he's got quite a lot of variations, Bashir, slow mostly through the air, but he's getting a lot of turn off this most conducive day, 8 pitch?
Well, as we previously mentioned, that's why Bashir's almost more threatening than Leach. He just varies his pace a lot more.
He's in again. Sweep off middle stump. Effective by Syme. Maybe his best option here. They just come through for a single to deep square leg.
You'd have to think that is the best option. Of course, we know that England players love to sweep, but we saw Ducket and Crawley do it, especially Ducket, early doors. Swept almost everything.
He did, and very effectively, it must be said. Yeah. And that's probably when it's spinning this much, it may well be your best option, to be honest. In comes Bashir over the wicket to the right-handed Kamran, not David, and it's played to Joe Root, who's in really close, standing right in front of the batsman at the non-striking end. I don't know how he's going to get past him. And then comes Bashir. Reverse sweep time, and successfully deployed by Kamran. That's his first scoring shot. Will it go all the way? A performative lap, I think, from Ben Stokes. It does get cut off. So Kamran
really good. It was Bryden Carse. Really good fielding. That's something that England do so well. They always chase so hard for the boundary. Ben Stokes tried to anticipate it at slip. As he clapped away, but fantastic fielding from the big quick.
Bryden Carse is with his attitude as much as anything else must be really impressing the selectors and his teammates. He is a wholehearted cricketer, and that's squirted out to mid wickets, and they trundle through for a single. Syme moves on to 15.
Well, after his 3-month ban, Forty, I think he's doing everything he can to get back in favour with the public and
doing it very well. Kieran Roseblade tells us about that song with the Santa, and it says, "Sexy Santa" by Steel Panther is the song and the band. Tony, I need to stop engaging in the chat and get the kids ready for school now. Though, if you want to hear a great Santa song, possibly the greatest ever, in my honest opinion. Listen, and it's so cheeky and full of innuendo. Listen to "Santa Claus Got Stuck Up My Chimney" by Ella Fitzgerald.
Oh dear. In comes Joe Root. The title alone.
Yes, genius.
That's played very nicely through the offside. A quiet cover drive, I would say.
She also does a version magnificently in a duet with Louis Armstrong, I think. I mean, they're just the two of them together doing it are just genius.
Next up, Saud Rizwan and Salman. 34 for 2, 1 ball into the 13th over. Jack Leach will be thinking, why am I constantly overlooked? I was bowling beautifully, which he was.
Well, it's interesting, a change of angle from Root. Looks like he's coming around the wicket.
Yeah, he's coming around the wicket to the right-hander, yes, to Kamran Akmal. Never looks very happy when he's bowling, Joe Root. I mean, in the field he's often got a cheeky smile at play, but not when he's bowling. And that does open up more possibilities. Doesn't it? Does open up more possibilities of LBW and bowled if you're coming round the wicket, as we discussed between innings, to the right hander. Sorry, Billy, get back to you after this ball. That's defended from the crease round the corner. Hope scurries round. They'll probably come through for the single.
Very uppishly round the corner.
Yeah, I think was that a little. It almost looked like it was a bit of a bat pad, or maybe all pad. The umpire looks like he's about to single leg bars.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say Cameron Ghulam, 118 off 224 in the first innings. It's so difficult to climb Everest twice, almost, as they say. So we'll see how he goes.
Imagine if you've done it once, it would be less hard than a man who hasn't climbed Everest.
Well,
That's
you'd think so, but
pop
that's
down.
as the phrase goes.
Is that the phrase? I'm less familiar with that.
That is the phrase, isn't it?
Well, maybe it's an English
You're now
phrase.
making me unsure. You're now making me unsure of myself.
I think you don't enter the same river twice. You
Any
can't
idea,
do.
Tony?
I mean, they do say that murders become easy when you get to the second one. It's hard to do the first murder, but it's quite easy to do the second one, apparently. That's played down to long gone, where the elusive Ducket does the fielding. Cameron moves on to 4, and at the end of the 13th over, Pakistan 37 for 2.
David Durrell says GC should form a folk group. They look like they should have been a folk group. The Spanners would be a good name for it. Well, thanks, David, very much indeed. But I take your point. Who was the famous folk group, male folk group, Forthy, all in like chunky knit sweaters? Very much of the 60s, 70s generation. Well, that was the Spinners. Maybe that was the Spinners.
I think that was.
Maybe
the
that was the
Spinners.
Spinners. Right. Okay. Kieran Roseblade says, or the tall tale of 7 Spinners sounds like a Dickensian novel. Lockie 6 says there's a biker gang called the Lone Wolves. Not sure how that works. Yeah, fair point.
There's a very good folk. Jack Leach time. Yes, they're just rotating away. He's round the wickets to Cameron, the right-handed Cameron, and again he's an absolute beauty, unplayable, pitched off, and Cameron, he's got a perma-grin, but he's even wider after that ball. He just, how do you do that? We'll come back to the super chat. Presumably that's what that jingle was for. After this ball, it's defended by Cameron. Yes, super chat, is it?
No, it was the Jaffa Jaffa jingle.
Oh, it's Jaffa Jaffa, right? Sorry.
That's an absolute peach from Leach. It kind of pitched on mid and leg stump and ragged away into James Smith's gloves.
Beautiful. But he's dragged that one down a little short, and he rocks back onto the back foot. Cameron, he'll feel he missed out on that one. It's gone straight to one of those 2 short men. I'd have done Ben Ducket. Who is in fact 5'8". Jack Leachin again, big forward defensive from Cameron Akmal, who's probably looked more secure than anybody on this track to date. You're wondering why he's had to wait so long to play Test cricket.
Well, he was terrific in the first innings, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
He's the difference between the teams, without a doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. And he's played that one beautifully as well. We're in the Cameron up here.
England looking like they'll manage to get in another over before lunch after this one. So 7 balls to go until the lunch break. They'd love to pick up another one.
There's a man coming in even closer on the offside, right under the grill, right in the grill of Cameron, who sort of gets out of the way of that one. And it's a dot ball to finish 14th over, and they're 37 for 2.
Mr. Kelk, who I thought was leaving, but he's still with us, which I'm delighted to say, says Lord Peter Wimsey solved the tale of the 7 Spinners. Okay. Chris the Choir, 2 gems from Pink Floyd. We don't need no education, really. And hey teacher, leave our kids alone. They'll be in fine care. No chance of a Lord of the Flies scenario. Okay, very good. Chris the Choir. There is going to be one over. You got your wish there, Billy.
Bashir time. Yeah. We made this point yesterday about that song, that it's got a disco beat, which then associate with Pink Floyd. Maybe they should have tried it more than once. Round the wicket comes Bashir. Oof, and that beats the outside edge, but that's almost once or twice an over that's happening now.
Yeah, he's in really good rhythm here, Bashir, 2 for 21 of 6.1 overs. It's almost turning too much. They only do half a bat for it.
Very good point, Billy. It's almost turning too much, yes. As these cracks presumably open up, and the roller, which did the job, the effect of the roller is beginning to wear off, perhaps.
Yeah, you'd have to think the crowd is looked pretty sparse today. You have to say, I know they'll all be trying to find the shade.
Sparse to non-existent. Around the wicket comes Bashir, and he's dragged that one down. Pretty horrible ball, and in fact gets the treatment it deserves. All the way for one of these, I think. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, nice shot. He had a lot of time to play that, as you say, Forty. It just sat up. Really, not much speed. I mean, this ball's still hard, but of course, when it starts to become softer, it will get difficult for England. Really, it won't grip as much.
Well, they'll have fingers crossed. They might get a bit of reverse in the afternoon once some of the effects worn off. Ooh, big forward defensive. Everyone with their head in their hands as it squeezes out on the leg side. Not quite sure why such an exaggerated reaction to that ball in particular, but
yeah, just off an inside edge. I think they're hoping for a back pad or something.
Can't have men everywhere. What was I going to say?
Apparently the GPL's open for another half hour through lunch, so you can
that's nice.
You can get on that GorillaCricket.com/competition. But your fix
Gary,
easy
a point
to find.
you made about an hour ago, but I couldn't reply to it because there was such a. I don't think Joy Division were ever supported by stiff little fingers. Just, I think probably your brothers saw them with the buzzcocks when you saw them.
England. Just sorry, quickly, just England fiddling with the field here. Joe Root's gone in a leg slip. They've got almost 4 men within a few yards on that leg side.
Yep. He's surrounded. Is Cameron, but successfully negotiates it round the corner to the man at just behind square for a single.
Leach got a nice bit of drift as well as the turn in the last in the previous over. It's always so nice to watch when you just watch a ball drift in and spin away. One of the best things in cricket.
8.1 degrees of turn there. That's a lot of turn. Bashir defends. Saeem, he's 22 off 38, so although he's looked very uncertain, he is 22 off 38.
Yeah, last ball of the session, you would think.
An interesting session.
Do you want to run us through it?
He's gone.
Hello.
He's gone. He's caught him. It's gone straight into the hands, we think, probably of Pope. And the last ball before lunch has worked the magic. Pakistan 43 for 3. And that will be Saeem, who never looked at home. And he's gone for 22. England are jubilant. And that, I would suggest, rather makes it England's morning. And Pakistan 43 for 3 at the end of the 15th over. And the lead 118. But that can get whittled away as the afternoon goes on. Your thoughts, Billy?
Well, he's just pushed it. We mentioned earlier that he needed to be careful with that. And he hasn't played it with soft hand. He's pushed it. He was on kind of...
Sorry, Billy, go on.
No, don't worry, he was on kind of leg stump line, just pushed it, turned away, nicked to Pope once more, who takes another good catch under the helmet.
Indeed, maybe just a momentary lapse of concentration just before lunch, because there were hard hands indeed. Over to Tony for his thoughts on that one.
Yeah, it's it was what England needed. Has it been England's morning? I mean, they've done what they had to do. They would have loved, I think, 50 more runs would have made it England's morning. Those two, the loss of Smith and Carse, both down the ground, both in similar fashion, was, I think, a disappointment. And I would still put Pakistan in the stronger position, but given the start of this innings, England would have taken 43 for 3 happily, I think, and that's where they find themselves.
Yeah, we've worked hard. Bashir, all 3 wickets have gone to him. 2 catches for Pope, who's bowled very nicely. He's managed to get a bit of turn and bounce. And as people have said on this pitch, it's very hard to get yourself in. It seems okay when you're settled, but the difficulty is getting yourself in. But no, all good from all the 3 England spinners. Root just the 3 overs. But yeah, I still think you have to say, I'd agree, Tony, you'd have to say it's Pakistan's session. Just the way England went about it with the bats was difficult. But no, Pakistan effectively 118 for 3 at lunch.
Kieran Roseblade says, I do love a pitch when it starts spitting snakes like this one. Yes, indeed. Leah says 5'8". What a runt, she says, being a 6'3" herself. Well, yeah, it's been interesting, very interesting morning.
Great stuff. Great test match, actually, really good.
As we found a new hero/villain from Pakistan, that's for sure, with that celebration. The Bears obsessed with finding out what his celebration is about. Is it some sort of... Well, he keeps saying the word tribal, but I know what he means.
I heard what it was about earlier. I'll try and find out in the lunch break. I mean, it does have something to do with kind of Pakistan. It's something. It's a sign in Pakistan, or it means something. I heard, but I've suddenly forgotten what it actually meant.
I'm sure we'll both go away and do some homework on that, Billy. Right, some lunchtime entertainment. Always seems a bit strange to be saying that when I'm about to go and have a bite of breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll have a bit of Hector and Henry, I think. Why don't we have a bit of Hector and Henry, the youth wing, and their interview with the man who stood alone on the Gaul fort, Randy Caddick. Here you go. Hopefully. Play. Is it loading?
Your
Yes.
life is full of times like this. Oh yeah. The gaps between the good stuff, like killing time in waiting rooms. It's not long until you've had enough. Listeners, it's time for some tombola. Vibing on your tea break. Chilling with a sponge cake. Get in. Just won £53. Just a bit of bingo. Tombola! Open for fun. Terms apply. 18 plus. Please play safely.
This giving season, think outside the box and give a little bit more ooh from AO. For the star bakers, for the glower-uppers, for the fitness fans, there are electricals to please everyone on your list. With brands like KitchenAid, Shark and Samsung, and finance options available. No wonder we're the UK's most trusted electrical retailer. For gifts that keep on giving, shop now at AO.com. To verify most trusted, visit AO.com/trust.
Live on the Zone, October 19th, Francis Ngannou returns to the cage versus Reina Ferreira. When giants collide, the earth shakes. The Professional Fighters League presents Battle of the Giants. The two most feared MMA fighters clash in the cage for the World Heavyweight title. Plus, MMA legend Chris Cyborg faces two-time PFL champion Larissa Pacheco in one of the biggest women's MMA fights ever. Battle of the Giants. Ngannou versus Ferreira. October 19th, live on the Zone. Buy now at thezone.com.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another episode of Hector and Henry's World of Cricket. With the English summer now a thing of the past, there is much to discuss. The rise of the Sri Lankans, the peculiar ODI series between England and Australia, and the recent shock investment of the Delhi Capitals into Hampshire. Now before we start this episode, Henry joins us today from Dublin, so just apologies if his connection's a little bit off. I think he refused to back a microphone as well. But Redis, thanks for joining us. You actually slept through the beginning, so we're running late today.
Right. Thanks, Heck. Yeah, for a wonderful introduction. That's not true. I was up before you. I messaged before you messaged to check if you were actually getting on today at 9:30. But yeah, no, I'm happy to be back. I've been ill for 3 weeks. Went down with a tough illness. I was actually generally quite ill, and now I'm back. I'm seeing the family in Ireland. So yeah, a microphone. It wasn't on like my top agenda.
Okay, well, it's good to have you anyway. And just before we start, you're off to Australia soon, right? To play some cricket.
Yeah, I'm off to Australia on Tuesday to go out and play for the Darren Lehman Academy as well as the Adelaide Uni Cricket Club. So yeah,
you can give us some updates on what it's like playing in Australia in comparison to England.
Yeah, I'll try to squeeze my microphone in my crew bag so you don't get angry.
That'd be nice. Well, anyway, today we were lucky enough to speak to the famed Barmy Army supporter who stood upon the Fort of Gaul during the 2021 COVID-affected England tour of Sri Lanka, belting Jerusalem out to the empty stadium. He's risen the ranks in Barmy Army status as of late. So yeah, here is our interview with Rob Lewis, aka Randy Caddick. So Rob, thank you so much for coming on today. Most of our listeners will know you best from their TV screens back in lockdown. First of all, I'm sure you will be bored of telling this story by now, but can you just take us through how you came to be standing on top of the Fort of Gaul in 2021?
Hello, James. Thanks for having me. Firstly, Yeah, so I went out to Sri Lanka for the test in March 2020, and that was when lockdown was happening, and it was like one of the last events to be cancelled. So it got cancelled when I was on the flight over to Sri Lanka. So we got there, and everyone knew it was being cancelled, but people were still sort of milling around. Then when COVID got a bit more serious, people started bricking themselves and booking expensive flights home. I was a bit like blasé about the whole situation. I had my laptop, so I could do remote work. I thought I'd just hang about for like a month until COVID kind of shifted, but we all know how that went. It just went on and on. All my mates were saying, whatever you do, don't come back to the UK. I was like, all right. And then obviously time went on, and there was talk of England coming back in January. I'm like, bloody hell, I'm going to be here. I kind of just thought, like, in my head, well, I could just be like the only fan here. But then never actually thought it would happen. And then when it kind of did, yeah, like they banned people from watching on the fort, but I managed to get media accreditation because there was another fella up there. I've forgotten his name, Rex Clementine. He's like the famous Sri Lankan reporter. He was up there. I was like, why can't I be up there? And they're like, you only need your accreditation. So like, luckily, Danny Rubin from the England squad, their marketing manager, he approved, and I got up there. Yeah.
Nice. So was that something like with the Barmy Army? The Barmy Army helped you like get up there. Or was that more of the like ECB side of things to get on?
No, I wasn't anything to do with the Barmy Army at the time. They contacted me when it was kind of coming to light, just saying, can you just hang some banners up for us? I'm like, yeah, sure, no worries. This was nothing to do with the Barmy Army. It was kind of like all my doing, and yeah, with a little help from Danny Rubin. That's how I got up.
What was it like on the fort and around the ground? Could you do anything? Were they properly strict with COVID there?
Pretty strict, yeah. Like, you kind of have to wear your mask walking around. I wore my mask on the fort most of the time. Just thought it'd be a bad idea to kind of not wear it and set a bad example. But yeah, it was kind of cool. And then just kind of walking around like just lots of Sri Lankans wanting selfies. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, you must have turned pretty famous there. Did you have to learn the trumpet to play that the iconic, like when you played Jerusalem in the morning? Did you have to learn that, or no? You sung it, didn't you?
I sung it, yeah.
Like a big practice before.
I kind of sort of knew half the words, but like when you're in a crowd and when you're chanting, sometimes you forget words, but it doesn't matter because everyone else remembers them. You kind of just mumble your way back into it.
Yeah.
When it's just you, when you get anything wrong, it's just like, really fucked up. The first time I did it, I like fucked up a little bit. I had to kind of like rewind a bit and then do it again.
And you got like the whole thing and watching.
Yeah, I know. Like, Jesus Christ, the whole nation was watching. I'm just like messing my lines up. But my mate who managed to get up there like recorded it because we needed to get a recording. This was before we got like chucked off. So yeah, we managed to get like a good bit where I didn't mess up. So all good in the end.
The England boys. Did you know that they were listening? Like, was it quite obvious?
Yeah. They like clapped after a few songs every now and then. Some of them didn't kind of like acknowledge me at all, which was weird, but okay. But like the best thing ever was like at the end of the second game when like I think half of the team come over just to clap me. It was mental, and that was like I've got a little snippet on Sky Sports. It's probably like the happiest moment of my life. Like I've got like the biggest smile on my face. Yeah, it was so good. Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah. Didn't Ruti race his bat at you when he scored like his 5th double 100 or something? I thought.
Yeah, he did. Well, he scored a double tan, and then he scored 180 in the next test. Like he was just batting on another wicket. Like no other England batsman got too many runs that series. Just Ruti just kind of like showed his class. But yeah, it was a nice moment because I was actually when he got his ton, that was on the first day I think, and I was struggling to get in the ground. So when I did manage to get up there, like it was nice that you got a double tongue because it gave me time to get up and give him a clap. Yeah.
Yeah, that was unreal. And you mentioned that the sort of reception after, obviously you were on Sky Sports and the Barmy Army were sort of working with you, and then you were like famous in Sri Lanka for the time being. What was the reception like, just generally online on social media after that? Was it as big as it had seemed at the time?
Yeah, it was pretty mental. I actually remember telling my boss I can't do any work today, I've got too many media responsibilities, which maybe sound like a right knobhead, but I was just kind of going, like, I'm not going to be famous for that long, so it's kind of just fun to stay with it. Yeah, but I was also raising money for a dog charity out there. So one of my reasons for trying to get on as many kind of podcast interviews as I can was just kind of promote this and trying to raise a bit of money. So we managed to raise like $3,500 for the dog charity, which was pretty cool. Yeah. So like selling.
What's the charity?
Yeah.
What's the charity called?
We Care. They're just one of quite a few. Like obviously, there's a stray dog kind of problem in Sri Lanka. They're kind of everywhere. They need to be nurtured and they get hit by cars. It's kind of like a prevalent problem. But like there's these charities that do like such amazing work. I'm like in awe of what they do. So it was nice to kind of give something to them.
Nice. Are you still involved with them now?
Yeah, I still talk to. So Janie is the girl that runs it. Yeah, she's amazing. Ben Fogel's been over there doing shows with her, which is pretty cool. There's a guy in Thailand.
Oh, I did see that actually. They were on. I think there was a big episode a month ago or something.
Yeah,
with
quite
Ben
recently,
Fogel. Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, and then there's a guy in Thailand who looks after stray dogs who's become famous on social media, and they met up fairly recently. So yeah, they're doing great work. It's pretty awesome.
And along with that, you're also a DJ now, right? Or did that start from Sri Lanka? And just how Randy Caddick, the stage name came.
It did. Yeah, so like with all this extra time on my hands, I met a guy who had some decks. Started to learn, played at a few bars and stuff, and I'm like, I still play now. I've played at this club called Tracks in the south of Sri Lanka, which is pretty notorious, which is like, it's great, it's got a great sound system. That was pretty amazing. But yeah, like I wanted a cricket themed DJ name, so me and my friends just plucked a load of names in a hat. Like they were just like, some were rubbish, some were just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
But somehow kind of Randy Caddick was in there, and it was like the funniest stuff. So yeah, we got that. Yeah.
Stuck ever since as well. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Do you DJ when with all the Barmy Army? Like, do you reckon you'll do a bit in Pakistan on a night or something?
No, I did in the West Indies tour in 2022. I was like, yeah, I'll DJ a gig, but it's kind of like being a wedding DJ because everyone comes up and wants requests, and my music taste is a bit kind of like underground to what
can't be playing ABBA, just rims.
Not a bit of Mamma Mia.
Yeah. The clientele, I was like totally impressed with what I play, and it was a bit like, it's just not really. I don't know. I'm not a request DJ. I get really annoyed. So I tried, but like I can't imagine me doing it again.
Yeah, and just in terms of like the Barmy Army, obviously you say you weren't involved before Sri Lanka, but now you seem to be going on a lot of their tours. Just how does that whole system work? Because everyone sees it as just this sort of fan base, but then behind closed doors they're organising all these tours and doing some charity stuff. Just what's the whole setup like there, and are you involved in like admin side of it?
Yeah, so it's been great meeting everyone from the Barmy Army. So it's run by Chris Millard and Adam Canning, who are great guys, and then I've all the sort of staff. So the social guy Chuck, he's amazing. Gravesy, Harry, obviously Finchley the trumpeter, Rodney the merch guy. Like there's tons of people behind the scenes. I love them all. It's great. And it is a business. They have Barmy Travel, so they're essentially a travel agent, and they like organise everything. And they obviously put a markup on the price, but people want everything kind of their trip sort of insured, staying in nice hotels, then they pay the premium. Like it's just what they want to do. Like it's great, but there's many independent travellers. Like the best bit about the Barmy Army is meeting people. So I've only been on a handful of tours. Like I've not been on too many, but there's people that've been on so many tours. Like honestly, like six Ashes Away tours, and there's some like really awesome characters. They have amazing stories, and it's fascinating. Like it's awesome. They have like stories of partying with Graham Thorpe, which has been obviously a topic of conversation lately. Where he's just crowd surfing in the pub in Australia. Like, oh my god, they used to get so close to the players. You kind of wouldn't ever do that now because of camera phones and social media. Like it's a dangerous game. But like listening to those stories, it's just like, it's so good. Yeah.
That would just be unreal.
Do they ever come out for a drink or see you after a game, or does that not really happen anymore?
Yeah, they do. So some people kind of know players personally. My two friends, Tiny and Sophie, they know England players. They had a drink with him in the West Indies. This is actually what led me to meeting Joe Root after the Sri Lanka tour. So I was drinking with said England player, who I won't name. We got very drunk, and then Joe Root turned up. And so we're drinking these very strong rums, by the way, and I'd been at the test, so I was absolutely steaming. Joe Root popped up behind me, so I remember jumping up, going, Rooty, giving him a big hug. Don't really remember too much in between. And then being next to Ben Stokes went, come on, Joe, let's go. I'm like, I kind of like woke up with the horrors the next day. I was like, oh, there goes my chance to be mates with any England players. They say never meet your heroes, but you never think it's because you just embarrass yourself.
That is a shocker. That's such a shocker.
Thoughtful driving tips from Esso, number 16. James is off to work. As a qualified advanced driver, he's a stickler for good behaviour on the road. So it's a bit odd that he's one of the 90% of people who drive to work on their own, when he could easily car share with his colleague, Dave. Think how many helpful hints you could give Dave on his driving, James. Car sharing with a colleague. That's thoughtful driving. Esso. Visit esso.co.uk for more information.
Your daily life often goes like this. With Air France, choose instead. Wow. Until the 21st of October, put your daily life on hold. Take advantage of Air France Moments and book your flight to Beijing from £449 flying from London Heathrow via Paris. Return including tax. Elegance is a journey. Air France. To book and for terms and conditions, visit airfrance.co.uk.
Wow, that is a shocker. So just moving on to sort of section 2 of the episode, sort of discuss what's going on in the cricketing world at the moment. And Redders plays for Derbyshire and he's going out to Australia to play for the Darren Lehman Academy. So he's sort of like the resident expert in this. But we're just wondering if we could just discuss the international summer, which is obviously just finished. I found it a little bit underwhelming, both Red Bull and White Ball. But if we just kick off with the Red Bull season, 'cause obviously you're a big Sri Lanka fan, what were your takeaways from the series? Because obviously now they're dominating New Zealand at the moment, but pundits were saying that England were almost a little bit too cocky playing Sri Lanka in the summer.
I think, I don't think that sticks too well, because England have played, especially batted with kind of a blasé attitude and thrown wickets away consistently, but still won test matches. We can't go too deep. And remember, we'd already won the series 2-0, so we probably were a little bit like, don't care so much. But I think full credit has to go to Sri Lanka, because they did, considering they did get they kind of like competed for a bit, then ended up getting pasting for the first 2 tests. They did do incredibly well and applied themselves and totally deserved to win that test, and I was well happy for them. And the fact that they've now brushed aside New Zealand, which is pretty impressive, to be honest, actually kind of reinforces the fact that they did deserve to win rather than England lost. Like, Sri Lanka are a good side now, and I think they're only going to get better. And it's great for Test match cricket when we just don't want it to be England, Australia, and India. We do need the other Test match nations fully involved.
And
I think someone was it. Heck, do you know what was it? Mendes's record. What's he now? He scored 600s or something this year already.
He's second highest
he's
average,
unreal.
just after what's his name, Don Bradman now. And they're all just scoring tons the whole time.
Yeah.
Good to see. I haven't been able to watch a lot of it, but just looking at the scorecard and seeing like 5 tons in one innings, and then
Yeah, but he's a proper player.
Yeah, and what do you think about, obviously you're going out to Pakistan for the series soon, but how logistically tough was that? Because obviously they hadn't finalised any schedules or where the matches were meant to be played. How frantic was that as a Barmy?
For me, not at all. Late, so I was just kind of waiting on, just let me know where to go, and so like for me it's fine. For the Barmy travel, it was a bit of a nuisance. Obviously they have to arrange hotels, transfers, flights, all up front, months in advance, so they were freaking out. The good thing is all they've done is changed Karachi, the second test, to keep it at Multan, so I don't think it's affected anything that much, because people are still flying into Multan for the first test. They're not going to Karachi, but they're to Rawalpindi for the third test, where they'll fly out from. So in terms of logistics, even though they left it late, I think it was the only option they had in terms of to be the least disruptive. So I'm hoping that there won't be too many fans that will not be going because of the late arrangements. But to be honest, like, it's a bit of a shocker. You can't be kind of making arrangements for 2 weeks before the start of a test.
Yeah,
it's mental.
That looks stressful on the Instagram. Right,
Yeah, right.
you go around.
And well, just going back to cricket this summer, about the white ball series of Australia. Some people thought it had limited significance, but did you get to watch a lot? Like, what was your thoughts on sort of a bit of a white ball reset with like Ben Ducket opening the batting and everything?
I watched a little bit on TV. Yeah, it was all right. Like, like Ben Duckett's a great player, and I think he has got a future opening the batting. Like, I do like 50 overs. It's just kind of just a forgotten format. But it's, when you do watch it, it's way better than 2020. And we did well. We obviously got the rain saved the Australians again. But yeah, it was kind of just like, I don't know why there was a white ball tour at the end of September in England.
Yeah, I know.
Like, the players are in like 4 jumpers. Yeah. Like, everyone in the crowd is absolutely freezing their nuts off. Yeah, it's a bit.
I thought it was stupid as well. The county championship, that their last week as well was last week September. Surely they've got to schedule it a bit differently, because I think there was like 2 days at best played in the 4-day stuff.
I mean, there's an elephant in the room. We all know why the schedule is messed up.
Yeah,
stinks.
And do you are you a fan of things like the 100 and everything, or not?
No. Like, I don't mind it, like, for what it is, getting get like girls into cricket in particular, and kids. But having 2 short formats is totally disruptive. Have 1 short format, like, merge them, do something. Don't have 2. There's not the capacity for 2.
Yeah, and obviously now they're being taken over by all the IPL teams. And just on that, did you see Hampshire's now been bought by the Delhi Capitals, which is pretty rogue? Like, what do you think of that? Do you think the IPL is sort of slowly going to monopolise domestic cricket in England?
I can't say I don't have my concerns about it. I don't know too much really what it will mean, but like, I'm a bit sceptical about it all, to be perfectly honest. I just hope it's not bad news.
I think the Vitality Blast is such a good competition.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I've never gone to watch a 100 game ever. I've sort of got like a pact that I don't really want to.
Yeah, I'm pacting up with you, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get involved.
I've been to a couple.
Yeah.
It's not actually working.
Yeah, heck.
Man. Like, it's quite. I don't know. It's fun to watch.
Heck.
Get great players, but
You've got an obsession with the Minstrels. Like that's
with oval full stop, not the Invincibles, but yeah. Well, I'm surprised you haven't been asked to DJ at one of the 100 games. So
if they ask me, then I might consider. But
for the money.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that my kind of dance tunes would go down too well, but we'll see.
Yeah. So just back to the white ball stuff. Obviously, Brendan McCullum recently been announced as the new white ball coach in January. What do you think about that? Because I thought when he joined, he made it clear that he wanted to keep it specifically to keep red ball and white ball separate. But now he's joining, and that might see Ben Stokes come back into the side. Do you think that's a little bit confusing, or good decision?
No, I think it's great. It definitely brings a bit of cohesion between the teams. There'll be some joined up thinking. I think there's more of a chance we'll bring our best players in, like Joe Root and Ben Stokes, who are still like supreme one-day players.
Cool.
The only factor is because obviously the scheduling is just nuts. I don't know if Brendan McCullum's got a family, but he's not going to see much of him, is he?
No, well, that's the thing as well, because I'm worried that he's going to be doing so much on both sides, he'll just tire out quicker than he would have if he just did a Red Bull. So he'll leave the test.
He's not the fella to look too stressed, to be perfectly honest. But if he can handle the workload, I think it's great. But it is a lot. Let's face it. The schedule is mad. I don't so. They have test matches that end. So I remember a couple of years ago, the last day of the test in New Zealand. The following day, there was a one-day game starting in Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
I had to send out a D team.
How's that going to work? You have to have some private jet from New Zealand to Bangladesh to get our multi-format players over and coach. Yeah, so interesting ones. Let's see how that pans out.
Yeah, it's just happening more in just every sport, pretty much. Like Premier League, you see, Rodri said that he was going to go on strike, and then he injured himself the next day, so he's out for 9 months. But it just feels like all sports are just trying
to go on strike.
Trying to camp it in. Yeah. So yeah, Red, if you just want to lead on to the section 3 now, it looks like we've got 8 minutes left of the Zoom.
Yeah. Oh, is there a time limit on the Zoom?
Yeah, it is. I didn't actually know that, but it says you can upgrade to premium.
Okay.
Actually, fine.
Yeah, we should upgrade. Upgrade. All right. Yeah. So just segment 3 is just a bit of behind the scenes stuff, like questions for you. And you said you've only been on a handful of tours, but what has been your favourite tour, Rid the Barmy Army?
I can't say Sri Lanka because I was on my own. I'd probably say New Zealand. I haven't been to them all, by the way. I haven't been to Australia, so I'm hoping to go there next year. And I haven't been to South Africa, which I've heard many good things about.
Yeah.
But the ones I have been on, New Zealand is amazing. It's just such a beautiful country. Common sense prevails. It's just awesome. Yeah.
Are you going again?
Are you?
For this?
I'm not. No, I might have to swerve it for 2 reasons. I've got a good mate's 30th, the same time as the test match in Christchurch, which is the ground I haven't been to yet.
Yeah.
Which is totally selfish of him, and I'm not happy at all. Sure. And also, I do want to go to the full Ashes tour next year, which is going to be mad expensive.
Yeah.
So going to New Zealand the year before, I need to kind of watch my money. I do have a savings pot, but I'll totally have to eat into that if I did go to New Zealand. So, yeah, I might have to make the sacrifice of New Zealand for the big.
So are you planning on doing all 5 test matches down under?
Yeah, that's the plan, mate. Yeah. I mean, it's financial suicide, but I'm all for it.
So worth it.
Have you heard? Is there a lot of beef between the 2 supporting nations, or is it not really that much?
I heard it can get pretty nasty down there. Yeah, there's there's some members of the Barmy Army said they won't go there again because the Aussies can get a bit, feisty. But yeah.
That was all just like a bit of a joke there. As in, like, you like actually quite liked each other, but just because of the sandpaper stuff that you had to just joke around with. I didn't know that the Aussies were actually that as bad.
Yeah. I'm keen to find out firsthand.
Yeah.
And especially if they're smashing us, and it'll be quite a predicament. Yeah, spend thousands of pounds just to be kind of shouted at.
No, I think it's all worth it. And then right, just two more questions for Heck ruins the call. So obviously there are a lot of chants and songs that have been changed obviously through the years. I was a big fan of the Johnny Bairstow one actually, but have you got a favourite chant?
The Markwood one, Shake It Up Woody, is pretty good. The One Run Leachy one is pretty good as well. There's tons of songs,
Also,
I've written one for Ben Ducket, Ducket Man, to the tune of Rocket Man.
Oh, that's class. That's class.
Red,
has that come out yet?
It's been out. Yeah, listen out in Pakistan. I'll try and get it on the telly. Yeah.
I will definitely. Yeah, Heck, what
you only like the Johnny Bairstow chant because at school Red played rugby and then changed the Johnny Bairstow to Henry Red, mate. So that's the only reason he liked it.
I changed it. I didn't change it.
No, I'm pretty sure you did, and you just leaked it to everyone instead.
Yeah, what a joke. Right, last question. We asked this to everyone on the pod, but if you had to have a dream 4-ball with any cricketer, dead or alive, who would it be?
Andy Caddick, by default. I owe him a couple of beers.
Yeah.
So, by default. Bit of a rogue one here. Banura Fernando, who is the tallest Sri Lankan cricketer. He's fairly injury prone, so you haven't seen him around lately. He plays more one day. But he recognised me when I came to England, and he's like, "Oh, you want to go on the fort?" And I thought that was amazing. I got recognised by an international cricketer, so I'd like to kind of get him a beer and then play golf with him. And I guess Joe Root, because I wanted to
need to make up.
I'm not.
Apologise for what.
I can be a knobhead, but like not all the time. So nice to be less of a knobhead. But a bit of a weird one, but
No, good group, definitely.
Nice.
All right, thanks so much, Rob. Thanks so much for coming on the pod. Loved it. It's been very nice.
Have
a good time in Pakistan.
Pleasure.
Hope Multan's everything you could ask for.
Thanks, mate. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and thanks everyone for listening.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Well, we're back, unlike the players, because they're slightly late finish with the wicket has meant that off the last ball of the morning session means that slightly delayed start to the post-lunch session. The game is nicely poised. Pakistan lead England by 118 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Consensus in the green room, and I'll bring you in, Jazz, on this, is that kind of 220 would be the tipping point. England are favourites this side of 220. Pakistan would be favourites the other side of 220 as a fourth innings chase. There's still some batting for England to get through, but the form of both spinners, Sajid Bashir very much bowling as a strike spinner, looking to take wickets, and Jack Leach, to his credit, also looking to take wickets. And what I felt was the most remarkable element of the wickets that have fallen to date. Do you want to guess what I think it is, Jez?
Well, it's probably the fact that they've actually pitched it.
Well, it's partly that, but the most remarkable element for me, yet another notch on the Ben Stokes is a genius, was that 2 of the dismissals were caught at second slip off Bashir, and both by Joe Root, ironically, because Joe Root would never in a million years have had a second slip in. So Stokes, knowing, and as always with the Baz ball, how do we get to a victory? What is the path of least resistance to a victory? And the path of least resistance with the ball turning to left-handers out of the rough, bowled by the bounce of Sajid Bashir, was to get 2 slips in, and it's paid off twice already. I don't think, I'm trying to think of another England captain in my time that would have had 2 slips. You kind of think Brearley might have. Alistair Cook wouldn't have. Botham wouldn't have.
Well, Alistair Cook was very much a cookie cutter kind of figure, sort of.
Absolutely. Gooch, I don't think he would have. It needs imagination, complete confidence, and the ability to go to your bowler and say, I know you got knocked about in the first innings, but I'm backing you to the hilt. And that's what he did, and his reward has been 3 wickets. But we do have a change in bowling, and the change in bowling comes from this man.
Stick your hopes of victory up your Brian Carse. Your hopes and dreams are flying past. When the Brian comes a-calling, all your dreams will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brian Carse.
And we welcome Will to the mic for the first time in today. I'll bring you in after Bryden Carse's first ball, and he's in, and this is defended slightly off the back foot by I think that's Kamran Ghulam, it is, who has 5, the Centurion from the first innings. Your impressions on the very exciting, fast-moving first session of the day?
Well, I think that it's Ben Stokes being Ben Stokes. I think it's amazing captaincy. I think he's, like you say, he's got that sort of Brearley-esque kind of psychology thing going.
Here's Carse in again. This is slightly outside off stump and defended in a very compact manner by Kamran Ghulam, who is on debut, but one feels that Pakistan's hopes kind of rely on him making at least 50 here. That looked like an attempt at an off-cutter there from Bryden Carse. I think he was running the fingers down the side of the seam. Yes, he is touched by magic, and it happens too often now for it to be by chance. Whether he's read Brearley's Meisterwerk, the art of captaincy, I don't know. But he has an intuitive sense of where the game is going and how to move it on. 2 slips for Bryden Carse, who's not finding much yet in the pitch, just 130 clicks there. We know he can get that up towards 140 when he's warmed up.
I'll come back to your previous question, Gary. In terms of the Green Room's opinion, consensus on 220, I'd go lower than that, at 200, given that England lost 8 wickets for 80 on this pitch, and it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah.
I think 200 will be a big ask.
Well, it's plausible, your supposition there. I think England will bat better, though. As Carse is in, this is very full and it's driven. It just lands in front of Ben Stokes, who is at authentic short cover, and he throws his head back because had he been in that more catching short cover, that would have been the easiest of catches. And I think the shot would have been played because it was a half volley, but he just didn't have the timing right. Yeah, I think Stokes is wondering if he'd just gone in 5 yards and been the catching short cover, which they've had almost throughout the innings. That would have been an easy pouch. But you can't have fielders everywhere.
And why not?
Here's Carse again, and this is turned from outside off stump with immaculate timing down to deep square leg. He's looked very much the pick of the batsman in the Pakistan side, and it was one of these. Rolled the wrists on it, old style. That's the way they used to play it, isn't it, Jez?
Well, yes. I wouldn't claim it personally, but yes, I certainly used to see that.
Yeah, I do like this thing that the Pakistan batsmen do, where their bats just kiss in congratulation. There's a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm from Kamran Ghulam. Reminds me of when Kevin Peterson would see movement behind the bowler's arm and pull out of a shot, although he would do it at Lords when the movement that was behind the bowler's arm was at the Oval.
India all out for 46.
All out 46? Wasn't that what England were all out in Trinidad back in the day? 46 all out, rings a bell. Somebody on Twitter will enlighten me. I think England were 46 all out. Kirtley got 8 wickets, I think. This ball is full and just pushed to the man at short mid-off, saving 1. It's the end of the over. Pakistan are 47 for 3. There was 4 from the over. To remind you, Kamran Ghulam has 9 and Saud has yet to face a ball. He's on 0. So your tweets or your comments?
Well, Chris Acquire says India do have previous 36 all out versus Australia in 2020. That's true.
Didn't they win that match? Did they win that match?
In an innings now. No, they didn't. They won the series.
Yeah.
Bangladesh managed to highest with 6 ducks. There were 5 ducks in the Indian innings.
5 ducks.
One thing that will make you happy, Gary,
over 8.
I'd like to see happy, Gary, is that the number of overs required to be bowled from lunch till stumps today is only 58.
58. Well, that means they're on time because we did lose 2 overs, didn't we, for the change in? So that's good. They should be on time, but there have been some quite long DRSs, so they're doing well. Well, we should jingle up the batsman before I bring Will in, so we will do here.
Well, let me tell you about the way he hooked, the way he bowled, and the slowness of the ball.
And it's Saud Shakil who gets a ball on leg stump and tickles it into the leg side and helps himself to an easy single, which is my recommendation for playing the first 20 deliveries of an innings. Will, thoughts on Sajid Bashir's bowling, because he's been sensational?
He really has. I mean, he's been due. I think him and Jack Leach have been sort of... I think they really, really complement each other because they are very, very different bowlers. So when Jack's not firing, Bash comes in, and vice versa.
And
he's,
toss that one up outside off stump, and there is no run. So I'll come back to you.
With Jack Leach taking 4 in the first innings, I think it sort of follows.
Yeah.
But that I think it also kind of shows. It shows the sort of very Ben Stokes thing.
Well, I should just say, sorry, I have to interrupt because that ball was a poor one from Bashir going down leg side. It was helped round the corner for a single by Kamran Ghulam, who's now in double figures, 49. Pakistan just 1 short of the 50 as Shoaib is round the wicket to the left-handed Saud Shakil, and that he sweeps Ducket-like in more senses than one. Both left-handers, both sweeping the ball down to Matthew Potts, who's at deep square leg, And Pakistan now raise their 50 for 3. Yep, it's different. Right arm, left arm, the ball going different ways, different trajectories.
Yeah.
Jack Leach more flat, Sajid Bashir more tossing the ball up and getting bounced as he does with this one, and indeed dip, but fielded at short leg by the Ollie Pope, who's now he's not captain, is under the lid at short leg for much of the game. And Sajid is about to finish his over, delivered in quick time. And this is the ball just takes the gloves there, but it's Pope was slightly backward of square, which I think is the right place to be, and this landed forward of square. So almost any delivery Sajid Bashir might get them out at the moment. Is there excitement in the comments on the socials?
It's actually very quiet. I think everybody's still having their breakfast. I can tell you though that India's total of 46 all out, although not their lowest test total, obviously, is the lowest they've ever made in India.
In India, wow.
So it's quite a feat by New Zealand. I mean, fantastic bowling conditions, but India won the toss and chose to bat in mainly, I think, because they picked 3 spinners and didn't have the seam attack for the wicket.
Well, I'm a big fan of the attack that New Zealand have. Matt Henry is a very smart operator these days. He's taken a lot of wickets in county cricket with wobble seam, bowls wicket to wicket and moves the ball both ways. As Bryden Carse is in. This is outside off stump, takes an inside edge there. He's reaching across to that with Sajid Shaquille, and he shakes his head because he knows he's got to get further, he's got to get his head over the ball. And Willow Rourke, who sounds like a character in The Wicker Man, does Willow Rourke, and he's got real pace. He's got real pace, Willow Rourke. And who's the other bowler? It's the old warhorse, Tim Southey, giving up the captaincy.
I think he'll reach his 400th wicket against England later this year.
Well, there was some talk he might be dropped, some talk he might give it up. Lets that one go to Sajid Shaquille. It wasn't that far away, and Jamie Smith and Bryden Carse both do a little bit of performative raising of the hands to the head. You're lucky there, mate. It wasn't really. It was pretty well outside off stump. They're all watching the replay now to get in his ear saying, you don't want to be leaving them, mate. 50 for 3 still. Yes, Will, any thoughts on India's capitulation here to New Zealand?
I think it's interesting that yesterday there was a bit of chat going around that the New Zealand bowling attack wasn't sort of what it used to be.
Outside off stump, but this is hit hard off the top edge. It was short. There was a bit of bounce from Carse, which is his stock in trade, and it went to first slip. I think it's Joe Root at first slip. It would have been a good catch, but really, professional cricketers, I think they should be taking that, 7 times out of 10? It did go quickly. He is wearing a helmet because he knows he's standing quite close there at first slip, but he was slow to react. It would have been a fantastic catch, but I've seen both of them take that kind of catch countless times. Didn't even get a hand on it. Dear oh dear. So when you've got a first innings deficit like this, you've got to take those chances. This ball is very full and punched into the leg side, and a slightly labouring, I think that's Zach Crawley runs after it. They're always getting 2. And it's flung back, bit of frustration, and Carse is doing that thing where, if I was Bumble Lloyd, I'd say he was ticking a bit. He was just, it did go quickly off the upper edge.
I think it touched his wrist as it went through.
Yeah, he didn't get it. Go on, Will.
It's that speed. I was just going to say, I think it would be harsh to say that he has to catch that.
No, he doesn't have to, but Root drops too many in the slips these days as this ball is pushed back, and the bowler could have fielded it, but instead his mate comes in from extra cover. Yet the eyes do go in your mid-30s, and I just wonder, his batting technique is so glorious, I think sometimes he barely needs to see the ball, but I'm just wondering in the slips, especially as close as he is there, whether the eyes are picking up the ball quickly enough.
He has started wearing contacts.
Has he?
Recently, hasn't he? I believe so.
He's got sunnies on as well.
Yeah. Carse is in, and this is outside off stump, and it's left alone by Sajid Khan, who seems to be favouring the leave. It's the end of the over. Carse will be a little disappointed. Any reaction on the socials to that?
Well, Chris Quire says India joined England as the 18th lowest test innings, their infamous 46 at Port of Spain.
Oh, yeah, it was Trinidad, yeah.
94. Over half of all tests have been played since then. That's remarkable to think that 30 years has seen half of all the tests played, isn't it?
I can remember watching it in my living room, you know, and it seems like 10 minutes ago.
Time flies.
Kirtley had that look in his eye, you know, the night before. He was just, I mean, he's had that when he took 7 for 12. He gets 7 for 1 in Australia in a spell where he was just completely unplayable.
So for something that's supposed to be dying, Test cricket has half of its Test matches in the first 110 years, and then the second half in 30 years. So, you know, it's doing quite well for a dying thing.
I always say there's more cricket played now than at any time in its history, and there are more people watching it. That's partly because of television, but this whole narrative that it's dying, it might be being killed, but it's not dying. And we do have a change of bowling, and I'll come to that change in a moment on the jingles. This is short outside off alone, and it is this man.
Coming up, here's a face that I know.
And he's in again, and this is defended with an immaculate forward defensive. And that's a shot I want to see from England. Foot out, not quite to the pitch of the ball, but flat, straight defensive bat. I'll bring you in a sec, Will, as Leach is in again, and this is tossed up, and it's defended, no run. Off you go, Will.
I think this is the Stokes thing of he's very able to actually manipulate the game rather than be manipulated by the game.
He absolutely is, and this is swept, and it's swept hard forward of square. Pretty good shot, I thought, from Sajid Khan, and it runs to the sponge for and we've seen some Looney Tunes with the game moving on so quickly today. 60 for 3 now, Pakistan. As Leach is in again, it's a good ball, but it's made to look a good ball by Kamran Ghulam going all the way back onto his stumps. But he watches the ball onto the bat. That's one of the many attributes that Kamran Ghulam has brought to this team. You wonder where he's been. He's 29, I think. This is his debut test. Has 14 from 29, and Leach is in again, very full, and just defended again. Smart cricket from Kamran Ghulam. He's got his boundary in the over. He doesn't need another one. The lead now 135.
I reckon Pakistan are more bothered about getting new selectors in than new cricketers, to be honest. So that's probably why he's missed out.
Well, I did see, I think it's Dan Liebke suggested that what needed to happen is the committee that selects the selectors needs to be expanded.
There is never rhyme nor reason in Pakistan selection, either in its management or its delivery of 11 players. So it's a fool's errand to be looking for rationales. We simply take what we get, and we hope that the traditions of Pakistan cricket are maintained. Exciting batsmen, bowlers with plenty of mystery and swing and spin, and a mercurial talent that's as likely to be all out for 46 as it is to make 546.
Well, not a single run out in the first innings, was there?
Oh, disappointing.
Yeah.
So Bashir has changed ends, I think, but Ben Stokes is in one of his stick or twist moods where bowlers come and go quite quickly in spells, so I'm not absolutely certain, but Bashir is back, and this takes the outs, it spins from a line of middle stump, and again it takes the outer portion of the bat, but he was playing with soft hands, was Sajid Khan, and even though the slips are very close there, it didn't carry. It didn't miss it by much. In other words, he picked it up on a half volley, and Bashir's in again, and this is just pushed off the outer portion of the bat through vacant point to the man coming in off the boundary, and they walk the easiest of singles. Yes, Will?
Have they changed ends just because there's a bit more sort of roughage at that end for him to sort of play with his extra height and coming in from that angle and all that sort of thing? Is it that he
could be
more likely to?
It could be, and he certainly had his shredded wheat this morning as Sajid Bashir, so I think there's plenty of roughage in play. But sometimes with Stokes, I just think he doesn't want the game to drift, and he's looking here. A partnership of 30 or 40 would be critical, so he wants to break it, and he'll keep flicking cards over until he gets the card he's looking for. There's a leg slip in now, a short mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket, and then men saving one in what would be the ring. Again, slip is standing very close. As he's in again is Sajid Bashir. This is hit high and handsomely. Is it going to go all the way? Is there a man at cow corner? There's no man at cow corner. And it drops short of the boundary, but hats off.
Wow.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Kamran Ghulam looks so much the pick of the Pakistan batsman here. He didn't get absolutely all of it, but using the intelligence, the game intelligence that we've seen throughout this match, even though he's on debut, he hit it to a place in which there were no fielders. It was against the spin. To some extent he got away with it, but he's got to 18 now. This is defended, looking for the single, boundary single, always a smart move in my book. And the game's not getting away from England, but they can't afford half an hour more, I'm not saying they can't afford half an hour more, but half an hour more of this, another 20 runs or something, they'll be getting twitchy. As Bashir is in again, and this ball turns, but it's going down the leg side, and there's a bit of bat, a lot of pad, maybe a bit of bat, goes down to vacant long leg, and they're through for 2. It is leg buys, but to use a cliche, they all count.
I don't know that they will be getting twitchy, because I don't think that is the sort of Ben Stokes' England's way. They seem to be able to sort of stare out a sort of game situation.
Yeah, I agree. My view of twitchy is he'll start changing the field every ball, and I think he might start doing that.
Yeah.
If this partnership is still together in about half an hour, and he might do even more of changing the bowling every other over, as this is defended and there is no run. Obviously Bryden Carse didn't find any reverse swing after 20 overs. I think they'll have another look after maybe 30. But 67 for 3 now. We often talk about a crucial first hour of the day. I think this is a crucial first hour after lunch.
I think every hour is crucial from here.
Well, yeah, right.
Alex Ferrer has joined us. He says, good morning to all. I've been wanting to ask this for years. From which song is Leach's jingle fashioned? I don't know. Do you know?
Well, we talked about this on day 1, I think. It's On the Beach by Chris Rea.
There you go.
And obviously Beach and Leach are the rhyming. But that kind of, what do they call it? Yacht rock that Chris Rea would purvey. See, again, we've got a change of bowling, I think, anyway, because it's this. Oh, I'm not going to play the jingle because we've already been talking about
Leach
it.
Again.
I know.
No,
right. Was he already bowling?
Yeah.
You see, I can't tell.
Yeah.
Things happen so quickly. We've now got a silly mid. We've got an authentic silly mid off. It's not an off Hayden because he's closer and slightly wider, and silly mid on, I should say, as well as a forward short leg and a slip. Leach is in, and this is just touched off the toes there, and Sajid Bashir does the fielding round the corner, but they are through for 1. And I don't want to keep banging on this point, but sooner a batter gets through 20 odd deliveries, all of a sudden the pitch looks to be less full of vipers. They look to be more confident in their stroke playing. England have got to look at this and say, look, just give the bowlers 20 deliveries and then we'll start to assert ourselves. Round the wicket now is Leach to the right-handed Kamran Ghulam, who again shows his intelligence, getting right down as Ben Ducket would do, and sweeping to the fence. This is a good innings from Kamran Ghulam.
1, 2, 3, 4.
They found one in this lad, haven't they?
Yeah.
They certainly have.
Just how low their hands, head and bat was to make sure there was a good connection with the ball. And if it's going to start sweeping like that, England might have to think about these close fielders. That's another element of baseball, and the field is changing now. It will do quite often. This is very much the Stokes way, especially when the game is behind in the game in the field, and I think we can say England are behind now. Well, we could right from the word go. 2 slips, the short leg has come out. Leach is, and so has the silly mid-on. Oh, silly mid-on's gone slightly deeper, slightly wider, and that's another lovely shot. He just rocks back. There's Ghulam. It was a bit wide, but he's hit it with a cut all the way to the point boundary. But he's gone on to 26, and he's almost embarrassingly the most comfortable batsman we've seen today.
Oh yeah. Where has he come from? Because he's 28, 29?
I think 29 when I looked him up. Got a good first class record, but the vagaries of Pakistan selection is it doesn't lend itself, as I say, to close analysis. As Leach is in again, and this is defended by Ghulam. I do like boundary block kind of approach that he's taking. But of course, as we saw, having hit the ball through mid-wicket, he did get a 4 ball to hit through point, and he jumped all over it. Good stuff from Kamran Ghulam. Not very good stuff from Jack Leach, though, because you can't really be doing this. See if I can find a jingle for it.
It was a no ball, too.
It was a no ball. I was looking for the jingle, I can't find it, but yeah, it was a no ball. This is tossed up, and he finds the man at extra cover, authentic extra cover rather than short extra, and there is no run. So already 10 from this over. England can't afford many overs with 10s in it. As Leach is in, and this takes the pad. There's a big appeal. He's given out. He is given out. Will they review it? They must review it. It's Kamran Ghulam. But I think this is hitting middle stump. What do we think, boys?
I think that's gone.
They're talking about it, and I think Saud Shakil is sending him on his way, or are they?
I think.
Oh, they've got 3 reviews. Surely they have to take a review just in case there's an undetected tickle.
No, they've taken the review.
Oh, they have taken the review. Well, it was a good ball from Jack Leach. He got it on that line from outside, wide on the crease. The left arm spinner around the wicket. He lands it on about middle, and I think that was turning to hit middle. No, it went on actually with the arm a little bit. It's certainly no bat involved. The only possibility is that sliding down the leg side, because it hasn't turned at all actually. It's just skidded on.
Can't see it any worse than clipping.
Yeah, he's been given out, so it only needs an umpire's call here. What's your view, Will? Is this going to be out?
I think it. Yeah, like you say, worst is going to be umpire's call.
It's hit him in front of leg, and it's hitting middle and leg. It's kept quite low. So that was the breakthrough that England needs. It's got the best batsman that we've seen from Pakistan out, and just splendid stuff. So here we go.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
An unfair jingle, because he's batted with great intelligence for his 26 off 39. And yet again, Jack Leach shows this heart that he keeps showing. He's taken for 2 boundaries, conceded 10 from 5 balls. How do you rescue that situation? You get the man out of the 6th in the over.
That's the most.
Alex Ferrier acknowledges your advice to their champions. Thank you about the Chris Ferrier jingle. Kevin Collins says, pretty good shot, I thought. A touch of Richie Beno there.
Yeah, pretty good shot.
From Moscow. Welcome, Tavares.
Yeah.
Mog says, no run-outs, un-Pakistan. And one swallow a summer makes not, lads.
I have a question, though, because the graphic didn't show it for long enough. Was he bowled off the 7th ball of the over. Now, they would have taken it, I know. They would have taken it, but I kind of...
No, he wasn't actually.
It was
still one ball left.
There's still one ball left. So it was a
Don't
6
let's
ball.
go there again. I think we've exhausted.
No, we have exhausted it. I don't want to open up that can of worms, I promise you. Somebody who's definitely not a can of worms, it'll be interesting to see what approach he takes, is this man.
Everyone knows he's not hit so bold, 'cause he can hit the ball really quite far. If the bowling's so far, the runs are sure to flow. Oh, he bats and he keeps, and that's what the deal is, because he's Mohammed Rizwan.
It is Mohammed Rizwan. We're having a change, I think, after this delivery. I think I'm moving seats. The Bear will be coming in to offer his ball by ball. Always good to have the Bear talking about spin. And I think I'm going across to summarising. Yep, just slid on there. In fact, if anything, it moved in there. And, you know, that's the natural variation. The ball doesn't hit the seam. Hits just the shiny part of the ball, and through it goes. So just the one ball left to come.
This whole passage of play just shows Jacket is the most Jack.
This ball is defended. There is no run. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Messrs. And we'll hand over to the Bear on ball by ball. But first, you'll hear Tony on his thoughts.
Tony, the next message is from Chris Quire about 10 for 0.
Chris the Choir. Okay, thank you very much. Well, 77 for 4. Generally, I think I've always been saying 200 was the top in that green room chat. But you never know. You just never know. But I can't see... Well, I think chasing 250 is a big ask on this pitch. And England need wickets quickly. They're what now? It's down to about 95 odd. The deficit.
What?
152.
Yeah.
152.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
200 is about the maximum I think England will want to chase.
Yeah. So you've got to best take the best part of 50 for 6 wickets.
Indeed.
Tricky.
Well, Saud is facing up. That's a poor ball by Bashir to start next over, but it's cut out into the deep. Will only be 1 run.
I think you can start making plans for alternative ways to spend Saturday, gentlemen.
I certainly think that's the case.
Already got my plans. Local derby, we're playing the Scum. I won't be here.
Luton?
Yeah.
How are you doing this year?
6 at the moment.
Yeah, take that.
Early days though, isn't it? Liverpool have got the hardest next 10 games possible, I think, out of all the combinations in the...
Everton are away at Ipswich. Not quite must win, but certainly not. It's certainly a must not lose.
Well, taking her time here, Bashir has got a short leg who's not so short. He's a wicket's width away, and there is a slip. And that's tossed up. Oh, now that's turned back into the pads. I think that's turned too far. It's going down leg side. I'm not sure that Stokes caught it.
No, he didn't catch it. He said he grounded the ball, but there was obviously an inside edge, though, because I think they might have appealed it otherwise. No inside edge, and you're right there. It was going down the leg side.
Turned too far. That one turns again. It's a good line. It's not a bad line to Rizwan first up.
He is doing what we talked about. I can't remember who raised it in the morning session. Yeah, he's bowling off breaks round the wicket to the right-hander because he's now getting so much turn that he can land it on middle with the aim of hitting middle.
Well, he is facing up and trying to get a bet in before the ball is bowled. Fortunately, he just defends it back to the bowler and there is no run.
So this is the kind of Graham Swan attack. He was the first England bowler I can remember who used it regularly to go round the wicket to a right-hander but bowl an attacking line.
Yeah.
Ashley Giles would do it, but bowl it as a defensive line into the pads with a packed leg side field.
Yeah, exactly. Although I do remember that is defended to short leg and there's no run. Probably Giles' best wicket of his entire career was the one where he pitched the outside leg, beat the outside edge of Ricky Ponting's bat and knocked his off stump over.
Yeah. I mean,
I think everyone in England was surprised by.
He did bowl some good balls, but he bowled a lot of defensive stuff.
Yeah. Bashir is flicked into the leg side. Crawley is mid-wicket. Or is it Stokes? It's Crawley, I think.
Yeah, I think
beat
it's Crawley.
And there is no run to end the over. He's yet to get off the mark. Rizwan done off 6, 78 for 4.
We have a super chat there.
Yeah, super chat. We have one of these.
Super chat. A super chat from a huge YouTube hero.
Oh, he's gone for one of the longer ones.
They're awesome and smart.
Well, it is him who's sending it to
Super chat, super chat, super chat.
You're right. It is a Mr. D Handjob of Melbourne who says, play the Chris the Choir jingle.
Chris the Choir? I've got a Chris the Choir jingle?
Yeah, I remember we did it when we were doing our, what was it, when people got a sort of a slightly stale prawn sandwich and the opportunity to sit with us in the green room. And
Really?
Chris the Choir
Wow.
joined us.
That was during the World
He was
Cup.
great company too, he was fabulous company.
So the super chat isn't just the right to be read out, but also the right to have what you want.
Well, I mean, within reason, yeah.
Within reason.
Oh, yeah, we do as well.
Yeah,
Bloody
we do.
hell.
Yeah, no, we absolutely do. So it's coming up any minute now, Mr. Handjob.
Yeah.
Might have to time it
Again,
for
it's
the end of the next
It's
over.
another change in the field. We've got a short forward square, an authentic silly mid-on, and a man in between them, slightly deeper. Keeps rolling the dice, does Ben Stokes.
Well, Leach is over the wicket to Sal Shaquille. It's defended back down the track. There's no run. Here we go.
Of sultry Essex, thinks cricket's the best, and now he's on the scene. Cries the choir.
Never heard that before. It's just a bit quiet. I might have to make that a bit louder. We'll never use it again. That was swept down towards long leg. Did it come back for 2? No, they just got the 1. I thought it was going to go for 4. There's a man just around the corner. Kind of deep
That's
set
because
45.
every time we read social media messages from Chris, we'd always call him Christ the Choir by mistake.
Actually,
I still do.
It's that had a touch of Rodgers and Hammerstein about it. I think
It
that
certainly did. Leach is going to bolt around the wicket to Rizwan. 2.
He took a long time. He took a long time to get off the mark in the first innings, Rizwan, but he battled through. Played himself into form.
We didn't review a nick as well, did we?
Oh, we didn't. Oh, how important might that be at the end of the
Well,
match?
he didn't get too many. It was 30 runs, but it was only using single figures. So Leach around the wicket to Rizwan. He gets right forward. He's got a very stiff front leg when he comes forward. Rizwan. He's not particularly tall. Defends that. Bats the bowler. No run.
Yeah, 25 runs though in this match could be. It's
crucial.
50 in another.
Yeah. Leach gives that a little bit of air. Swept. Going to get off the mark, Rizwan, with a single.
Looked a premeditated sweep.
Yeah.
But I'm always a bit sceptical that all sweeps aren't premeditated to some extent.
To a degree. I mean, England will be sweeping for Britain, won't they?
Well, I think
certainly Ducket will be.
Ducket and Root will be. I'm not sure the others will be quite as keen as in the first innings.
Down the track then. But I think reverse swept by Sal Shaquille. He'll get himself another single. I think if they do come down a wicket, I mean, it's difficult to say because when you get down a wicket, it will happen so quick. But if you realise you're not quite at the pitch of the ball, they've got to rein the shot in and punch the single rather than carry the shot on.
Yeah,
but it's easier said than done now.
Well, we know that it's hard to hit sixes on this wicket because it's slow and it's low, and the ball isn't usually hitting the middle of the bat. We've seen any number of shots hit
into the outfield. Yeah, down the track comes Rizwan, exactly like that. Didn't get to the pitch.
Yeah, exactly it.
Didn't go through with a shot and just punched it down to the man at long off.
I mean, that's very much the Australian way of playing spin, isn't it? You trust yourself to get a bat on the ball, but if it's not there for the big shot, you just punch it down the ground, and you're not worried about getting stumped because you know you're going to get bat on ball.
Yeah.
The splendidly named Red Eye Jedi.
Oh,
said
nice.
That
like
sounds like Knights in White Satin. that jingle. Chris the Choir had said at 10 for naught, New Zealand have bettered all but one of the Indian partnerships. Lockie 6 said, what? The pitch was spitting vipers when England batted, and now it's settled down a bit. Jesus.
No, not really. There's still a lot in it for spinners.
My point about spitting vipers is that it's not so much to do with the pitch, it's to do with batsmen once they get past 20 deliveries. It's the batters sort of getting the rhythm of it. Yeah. 19 White Satin, of course, I think is based on Pachelbel, isn't it? I'm not sure, but it's certainly based on some classical music.
I don't think it's Pachelbel. Oh, it might be Pachelbel. Yeah, it might be.
Actually, it's around the wicket. That one scoots on to Rizwan. I think he thought it might turn a little bit more, and he was going to work it into leg side, but it's...
Somebody, probably Chris the Choir, will enlighten us as to which it is. Certainly Pachelbel was all together now, wasn't it, from the farm?
What's going on here? A bit of chat. Stokes deciding what he's going to do with his slips. Bashir getting ready with a ball in his hand. And it's tossed up. Oh, there is a man on the 45. It's Leach. Did they get the single? I don't think they did that time. Good fielding.
No, they didn't.
You've got to try and stop.
They did.
Oh, they did. You've got to try and stop those singles, really.
Yeah.
But they're the easy get-out shot.
He's there for the missed time top edge that goes there, but it was very much a slower ball, I think, from Bashir.
Tossed it up.
Yeah, got a little bit of dip, so there was no timing in the stroke. Had it been timed, it might have been fielded and no single.
Well, Sajid will face up. Bashir is around the wicket, into the pads. It's worked through a vacant wicket.
That's the easiest of singles. He's just got to watch his line there. But this is the Bashir deal, really, in that he's going to bowl wicket-taking balls and he's going to bowl some easy get-out shots to rotate the strike. Another ball taken on the half volley by Jamie Smith. They are throwing it into that hardest part of the pitch in order to try and get it to reverse later. But you've really got to be on it taking these throws, and Smith is on it.
Bashir continues around the wicket to Rizwan. That one comes in. And he's clipped it nicely out through mid-wicket. They're going to come back for two? Nope, they're not. It's just one. It's a bit cat and mouse at the moment.
Yeah, it is. As we were saying earlier, Sajid Khan was very open about how they were getting the effects they were getting. 6 inches outside of off stump, take 10 kilometres off the pace of the ball.
That was a little too straight. Needs that ball to be on sort of middle and off, rather than sort of middle and leg.
That didn't look like a 94 kilometres an hour delivery, did it? It looked a bit of a slower ball. I mean, sometimes the gun doesn't look quite right, but I don't know how it can get a misread, but it certainly didn't look 93 kmh.
Well, this one, patted down past the second slip. It's a bit short, and he was able to get on the back foot and punch it.
He's
going to
start getting a little bit antsy about these singles, Ben Stokes. I think he's going to start saying, look, we've got to try and cut these off, because I know 20 minutes of these singles and all of a sudden there's 20 more in the lead.
Yeah, 161, you see, that's already not a straightforward target by any means.
No, of course it isn't.
And they got 6 wickets in hand. It is, as they say, Pakistan's to lose, but that can often be a kiss of death for whoever's game it is to lose.
There's a somewhat incapacitated Amir Jamal in at 8, and after that it's a tail, which did bat very well in the first innings, but England will be looking at 9, 10, 11 and thinking we should be getting them out quite quickly on this pitch. So, add 2 wickets to score and England are very much in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Leach going to come around the wicket to Sajid Khan. He sweeps again. Now. Well, there's no appeal, so he must have got some bat on it. It was a very full ball. And
he got very low to make the sweep, which I think is absolutely critical on this pitch.
No, I don't know. That might be worth an appeal, Now, mind you, it was probably too full.
Took the glove, I think.
I thought it hit the toe actually and went up, but I don't know. No one else seemed to think so. Maybe I got that wrong. Leach bowls that straight and it's played to short leg. Burst through him a little bit, but not enough for a single.
Yeah, came forward initially there, did Sajid Khan, saw the length and had time to get back with significant side spin on the ball, but slow side spin.
Just trying to find the right length, isn't it? That's down the leg. So chipped in the air as it was. You had to come across and actually place it out there. They think about 2. That's a good bit of fielding by Ducket in the deep. They only do get the 1. But he was nearly done down the leg side there.
He pulled out of the shot
Well,
instead
he
of trying to hit
he,
it.
he kind of jabbed it because he realised it was going down leg side.
Yeah,
so
but
he got underneath it, but there was
he
no
knew,
mid-wicket.
Yeah, he knew where the open space was, so he knew if he got it on that line, even if it was in the air, he was going to be okay. Again, I think that's good planning. Know where the field is. Allow for a miss-hit that still goes to an empty space. You've got to do that on a turning wicket with capricious bounce.
Yeah, I don't think the bounce is so much the issue as the variable amount of turn. I mean, we've seen some rag now, finally. Leach around the wicket to Rizwan, who comes down the track, manages to get an outside half of the bat, goes out towards long off. They're going to think about 2 again. They don't again, it's just 1. It's good fielding by Ducket out in the deep.
Smart cricket by Rizwan. Came down, again you think he's going to try and lift this back over the bowler's head to put the pressure back on the bowler. Saw he wasn't quite there and was happy just to punch the ball into a gap at extra cover and take the single.
Leachy is going to come around the wicket now to Saud, who sweeps that pleasantly. Presumably there's someone out there. There is. It will just be the 1.
Potts, who I don't think has had a bowl yet.
No, he hasn't. We've only had 3 overs of Carse.
Yeah. He can't often have played a match or played in an innings where he hasn't bowled and 25 overs will have gone through.
No.
Stokes barely bowled at all in this match so far. He will be trying out for a little bit of reverse.
I think if the spinners keep taking the wickets, he won't go to pace unless they stop taking wickets for
they'll
40
they'll
runs.
definitely explore the reverse of this ball.
I'm not sure they will. That's just defended by Rizwan. Last ball of the over, out to the short cover. No run, 89 for 4 after 25.
Right, well, Chris Acquire is showing how terrible our memories are. I had a box meal of fried chicken, courtesy of Grubby, and I came in for 2 days of a test. Then COVID got in the way. I hope to join you again at some stage, and you can play the jingle again. Well, there you go.
Well, I hope to be on the mic with Chris Acquire.
Mark Arnold, did anyone notice India had been bundled out for 46?
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
we've been
Oh,
talking
yes.
about that. Ombre Nuevo, this match is looking tentatively poised, but off to explore the mean streets of Bucharest. Keep up the great work, GC. Kieran Roseblade.
Some of those streets used to be very
the old
mean.
add 2 wickets to see where you will be if the wickets fell strategy, similar to the add 100 runs to the score and see where you are if a batsman scored 100 strategy.
Yeah, very true. That's left by Sajid. It turns.
Well, as England proved, this is a wicket in which 1 scalp brings 2.
Yeah.
I need to catch up on the Moldova elections. I know that's not Romania, but obviously they're close to Romania, and there's talk of Russian interference. Of course, there's the breakaway Transnistria Republic in the east of Moldova, and I need to catch up. The history of democratic elections in Moldova is fraught with problems.
Well, yeah. Bashir bowls that one into the pads, and again it's just turned through a vacant mid-wicket.
Yeah, just looking for the magic ball here.
Well, yeah.
Just needs to pitch it on off, not middle.
Well, he's got 3 of those magic balls to happen. Just needs another one.
I still find these heads a little bit eerie, like it's a kind of coconut shy. That's the graphic that gives the batters and bowlers analysis in real but puts their head next to it.
That one is a little bit short by Bashir, who's going around the wicket to Rizwan too, and he just knocks it to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Be a brilliant game of whack-a-mouse, wouldn't it? Or what do they call it? Well, there's no whack-a-mouse. Whack-a-mole. Whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole.
They keep popping up, their little heads, you have to hit them.
Oh no, that's not out.
No.
It's turned too far. It's pitched on about middle and leg, and it's turning down the leg side. That needs to be on about middle and off.
Yeah, Bashir wasn't interested, was he?
You're going to still have 3 reviews left. Pakistan wasted one on that last LBW. Yeah, it's just turned too much.
Might even have pitched outside leg.
I'm not sure it did, but it pitched roughly in line with leg. I haven't one scoot yet. Oh, there's one nearly did.
Immediately it does.
You want that one on middle and off that does scoot, comes back.
The one that got Cameron Ghulam kept quite low, I thought, the LBW. I mean, it wasn't a Nasser Hussein type delivery where, you know, it would have hit his ankle, but it certainly was hitting the stumps less than halfway up from a length ball.
Well, it's like you said, it didn't spin as much as he thought it was going to do as well either, did it? He managed to get it on the flat of the ball.
Certainly value in, by hook or by crook, getting the ball to be on the line of the stumps.
Well, that one is from well outside off. It turns in sharply. They'll get one. They'll think about two again, but this time Harry Brook is the man around quick enough to prevent it. Just a single.
Real wicket-keeper's shot there from Rizwan. He never cut the off-spinner, but the off-spinner was cut, and he rocked back and waited for the spin and then just hit it gently for a single.
Well, this partnership now is what, 16? 13, no, 14. So not big. England looking for that next wicket. 5 down that'll be. And then you want to have your Aga Salmons in.
The thing about an innings or a match set up in this situation is if you go half an hour without a wicket, you start to think...
Panic.
Yeah. Well, maybe not panic, but you start to think, oh, the game might be getting away from us here.
Yeah.
And if you force the issue...
then it can go horribly wrong.
Yeah.
We haven't seen dramatic, sharp turn, though.
Oh, no.
Quite in the same way as it had done earlier.
Oh, yeah, no. The wicket that got the second, the third catch for Bashir turned 8.4 degrees.
Yeah.
That was big turn.
All right.
Yeah. There has been some... Yeah, there's been some...
You just got to hit the right mark.
Yeah.
Yeah. The turn that we've had has been the odd one scooting on, most turning a fair bit, and the odd one going square.
Yeah.
Which is the challenge for batters because they don't know which of those three outcomes is going to be the outcome, as you say.
Well, Leach is going to get the bowl at Rizwan, right-hander, 6 off 18 he is. Bowls that straight, and it's defended by Rizwan back down the track, and there's no run.
Just the one slip?
Yeah.
I think they might fancy getting Rizwan out in the deep from a mishit attempt at a sweep or a 6 maybe.
Yeah, something like cow mid-wicket, 3/4 of the way or something. Leach is swept from well outside his off stump. There's a man out at deep square leg. It's Harry Brook. It's about 15 yards in off the boundary for precisely that mishit. But Rizwan gets the single and rotates the strike.
Yeah, what they're hoping for is if he plays that shot, but he tries to hit it harder and gets a bit of a top edge.
Exactly. He's going to come around the wicket to Sound.
I mean, the only Pakistan batsman who's taken all the positive options was the captain, Shan Masood, and it's failed twice in this innings. The shot selection of Cameron Ghulam was perfect, and these two again are playing very pragmatically. They're still going along at a decent rate, but a lot of pragmatism in their shot selection.
Leach bowls that flatter, and Sound just lets it ride the face of the bat down towards the man on the 45, and there is no run. It's interesting that Gray Nichols is big in Pakistan. That's swept and swept well. Presumably there is a man out there. There is. It'll just be the one run. Joe Root out in the deep.
Yeah. See, again, the throw comes in on the half volley to Jamie Smith, trying to make sure that ball gets roughed up. Yeah, I mean, whether they're rebadged bats, whether they've got a Gray Nichols sort of contract because they know it will be shown in England, or I'm not sure. You're never quite sure about the veracity of the bats these days.
Leach tosses that one up, driven by Rizwan up towards long off.
Of course, it'll always be synonymous for people of our age, I think, with the scoop from the late 70s. The
single scoop. I had one of those.
Yeah.
We all did at one point.
I lost my brother's double scoop.
Double scoop?
Yeah. Had the 2 little scoops at the bottom and the 2 scoops down the back.
The theory was something about making the edges somehow firmer, wasn't it?
Bigger middle.
Bigger middle, oh, okay.
Something like that.
So the weight was distributed further from the middle.
That's just defended back to the bowler. There's no run.
Double scoop. Usually vanilla and strawberry for me.
Right.
Dark chocolate and strawberry or raspberry for me.
Very good.
Anyway. Farong, so Black Caps 0 for 22, 5 overs, highest partnership of the match so far. He also wants to know, will Guerrilla Cricket Merchandise and Marketing be looking into the possibilities of this item on sale in the GC shop? And what it is a beer buckle, a belt which has got a nice little tray on the buckle to put your beer on there.
Well, if they did that in Redbubble, we certainly would.
Except you wouldn't want to be aroused, though, would you? Because it might spill your beer. But there we go. We'd have to go onto Twitter to see the picture.
We keep seeing an advert for a Sky series called The Franchise, and I can't work out whether Daniel Bruhl is one of the actors in it.
No. All the people there. I was reading. Did you read about this the other day?
No.
He is. Yeah, he's in it.
Oh, is he? He's a big cheese.
It's Armand Iannucci.
Is it? Oh, well, that'll be why.
It's supposedly it's like a fly on the wall of the crew shooting a failure of a sort of superhero movie, or the making of a superhero movie. There's going to be a flop or something like that. Supposedly very good. Defended back down the track by Rizwan, and there is no run.
Plenty of superhero movies that have flopped. I hated Joker, and Joker 2 is bombed.
That's not a superhero movie, really, though, is it?
It's from the franchise, though.
He's a super villain.
He's a super villain. He never really had any powers anyway, did he? He's just an evil bastard. Down the track, driven out to a wide mid-off.
Nestle Boy explained it to me because I needed an explanation of Joker, and I was not much more impressed even after the explanation, to be fair.
Bashir in, that's straighter. Let's play to short leg, and there's no run.
See, the other thing which tends to possibly slightly happen.
Morning, Hendo.
Hendo's arrived. Is that when you're desperate for wickets, you tend to perhaps force the ball in a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. Whereas if anything, Bashir's been more dangerous when he's just taken a bit of pace off and
he did the last. To be
flight.
Fair, that was the only ball this over that he's bowled like that. The previous two, he had given a bit of flight
he needs to stick to that plan, I think.
Well, you need a little bit of variation.
I mean, Nestle Boy would talk about a serve, the server tightening up in crucial points.
That one's tossed up. It does come back in. That's a good ball, actually.
And a better ball, yeah. And
defended
slower.
by Rizwan.
And that's, from tennis, but you do see servers tightening up on the big points, and one of the things that makes the great players great is their ability to be as relaxed and as loose on sort of 30-40 and 4-3 down as they are 15-all in the first game.
And that comes from winning, doesn't it, as well? Knowing that you can get yourself out of situations. Down the track comes Rizwan. Again, doesn't quite go to the pitch. The ball covers up, gets inside edge onto pad, works itself out on the offside. Bashir fields of his own bowling, there ain't no run.
Yeah, even though they're coming down the track, they're playing a lot of defensive shots from well outside their crease, and that seems to me a smart move. England didn't do much of that.
Right, Bashir tosses that one up. That one comes back in. It's cut this time. Out in what looks like a vacant cover because they're going to get 2. They're going to come back for 3. It's picked up now by the fielder, which Harry Brook. They won't get back for 3. It is in fact 2.
Are we due a change?
Yeah, we've got another over,
96 for 4. Right, Pete Coleman. It speaks to the quality of your broadcast that as an Aussie I enjoy your broadcasts against other opponents.
Ooh.
Well, that's really kind of you, Pete. Pete, by the way, I've done these out of order. He said, all right, gents. Pete the Happy Chef here in the French Alps. He's in the French Alps.
Oh, whereabouts?
Listening intently while preparing staff accommodation for the coming winter, building flat pack IKEA beds. A truly mind-numbing exercise.
Tell me about it. I put together a couple of Airbnbs earlier this year, and I've decided to buy all the furniture flat pack. I spent about 4 days.
I know. Hard work.
It's mind-numbingly boring. I mean, some of these things have like 240 fixings just to put in a few fucking shelves and things together. And then it's not just to put them, you put them together, and then the amount of waste, the amount of cardboard and fucking polystyrene. I literally had 4. I've got a big Beamer 5 Series estate. I had 4 full bootloads I had to take.
If anything goes wrong when you're, when you're managing your various properties, you shout at the builder. If something goes wrong with when you're doing furniture, do you shout at yourself?
Yeah, get very upset. Then I go outside and have a spliff and chill out.
Oh, well,
and then everything takes a little bit longer.
Have a word with yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Roots around the wicket. Oh, that's turned sharply. Well stopped, but not caught by Pope as second slip. Not sure it carried.
No, it didn't. No, I can't even get the flat pack stuff out of the box. Never mind assemble it. So yeah.
Oh, did he get bat on that?
He did get bat on it, but dropped a bit short. They're still very close, but still dropped short.
Swept hard by Shaquille. Oh, it's in front of square. There is no one there. That's going to be 4 runs. Good shot. Good shot. We haven't had one of these for a while.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, I'm no skier, but I did enjoy a few days I spent in Les Trois Vallées in Latania.
Yeah, I've been there. Very nice.
And
Opdway I've been to plenty of times.
Yeah, and because my son Jesper had been working there the 2 ski seasons in a bar, and it was very relaxed, very pleasant. Maribel was
you a proper skier or one of those
no, I'm not a
single mono ski jobs?
No, I don't ski at all.
You just sat in a bar.
Both my brothers ski and have done for many years, and their kids ski. Jesper snowboards, Lena snowboards.
They're worried about the snow in the Alps, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they've got lots of machines these days
to
that's make
not
it
real
happen.
Fucking snow day. You're going to have to
It's
go to
good
the
enough.
Arctic Circle. Root tosses that one up. It's defended by Sajid Khan. Back down the track, and there ain't no run.
My best skiing holidays, well, I had plenty, but my best was in Pas de la Casa in Andorra.
Ooh, yes.
Because I met the local band and then started playing with them, so I'd be skiing all day and then every night I'd play gigs with the local band. It was great fun.
Reverse swept by Saud down to third man. We're riding Carse fields, and it is no run.
There's a nice picture of a
one run, sorry. One
slightly squiffy Jesper in Maribel castigating Jamie Carragher.
Well, that's where Pete is, by the way. God's country, he says Maribel.
Oh, very nice.
That's where Pete's
dodgy Russian money up at the high resort at Maribel, which some of it's now
dodgy
obviously
Russian
come
money
out.
is in a lot of places.
But it is nice. I had the best
including
tapas.
the UK.
Yes,
the best tapas I've ever had in my life in Maribel. It's a popular bar.
Right, Rizwan's going to face up. Root's going to still carry on round a wicket. There is a short leg. There's a slip. There is a mid wicket. There is a on Hayden / short silly mid on, long silly mid on. I would say
it's not really an on Hayden because he'd be closer to the bowler. I think.
Yeah, it's a short silly mid on,
authentic silly mid on. I think.
There's a guy out on the sweep of mid wicket as well. And Root is going to come round the wickets. And it goes back. Does Rizwan and knocks it into space on the offside, and they'll get a single. One more ball, and we'll have a switcheroo. Hendo has turned up with his cup of Costa, as per normal.
He gives it a real old rip, Joe Root, when there's something in the pitch. And
well, it's because he's got a round arm, so you roll the fingers and you actually get quite a decent bit of action on the ball by doing that. It's kind of slingy swing.
Well, you could.
Yeah.
I could never spin the ball.
Root's last ball of this over. He plays out into the offside. I think about a single, but Rizwan ain't moving. There is no run, and after our little half an hour, it's 102 for 4 after 29 overs. It will be drinks. Rizwan is on 11, and Sajid Khan is on 24. We are going to be joined again by Messrs is doing your tweets. Will be doing your little comments, and Hendo will come in here and take over from me.
Messrs, Red Eye Jedi, I'd missed out, is the next comment just before the Pete one I did read out.
Red Eye Jedi. I can't even see
I'd have to have smoked several doobs before doing flat pack, is what he said.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Fair enough, you've done it. Good, thank you. And Pete Coleman says, God cunt. Sorry. He says, haha, Latania is just around the corner. Leah says all Russian money is dodgy. And says, hi, Will. And hi, Hendo. He's looking through his head because he's got his glasses on his forehead. And he's just preparing to look for his 17th pair of glasses so that he can watch properly. And there is a tweet from West Aussie Leeds. He says, here we go again. England just can't roll out teams. Even if we take 2 wickets now, we can never get out 8, 9, 10 or 11. It's getting a bit like that, isn't it? What do you reckon, Hendo?
Well, I thought I'd walked into Ski Sunday because I half expected David Vine to pop up. And you know, if we're trying to get the working class listenership, which we not necessarily are, but we'd love all sorts of listenership. I'm not sure talking about our skiing holidays is the right way to go, but there you go. I've only been skiing once, and yeah, it was all right. It was all right. Again, but you know,
I've never been skiing. I don't.
Nor I. No, it's not even something I aspire to, because I just associate it with broken limbs.
Well, there is that. I mean, the best thing I did was just keep falling into soft bits of snow. I think that's the thing. Try not to collide with trees. That's always that's a problem. And I did get to a point. I did get to a point.
It's that with all sports when it comes down to it.
Well, true. But I did get to the point where on the last day we had to go up really high, and I wasn't confident enough in my turning, and then I had to go back down again because I felt like it was a bit too narrow and I might fall over the edge of the mountain. So, yeah, I think it's probably best just to sort of stay at home and watch cricket, isn't it?
Absolutely. Although I have to say that I did go to the WECA on Sunday, and I realised there's a different thing about sitting in the stands watching cricket, not distracted by my screens or anything else, and just sort of feeling the sense of the play, the size of the outfield. The WECA, the square boundaries are massive, and just seeing what's going on and not having somebody analysing every ball, telling me that they're being set up, just watching it for what it is. It's something really relaxing about that.
Well, I think also because sorry, go on, Will.
I was just going to say I absolutely adore that about sort of like pottering down to a county game or something and just watching and letting it be and sort of sitting there and not talking to anyone. Or it's nice.
It's funny that, I mean, I certainly did. I loved to do that when I was younger. I must say, I don't enjoy being on my own at cricket as much as I used to. Not that I get as much opportunity to go to cricket. In fact, I've only been to one day of live cricket when it was about 8 degrees at the Oval. And I was just sort of harbouring my whooping cough at that point as well, so it wasn't really a very memorable day. Yeah, I totally agree. It's so nice to get to live cricket, and of course when you're doing this you tend not to see very much actual cricket in the flesh.
I made a nice discovery today. I discovered that before the first test match, India are going to be playing India A at the WECA, which I think is just an ideal place to be watching that sort of game.
You lucky man, man. You can go and see Kohli, presumably.
Yes.
There's another thing I was thinking to myself, that in his career I don't think I've seen Kohli live. I did see Dhoni once at Lord's, but because the prices are so expensive now, I tend not to bother. Carse is going to bowl. We've been wibbling because of drinks, and he's bowling to Rizwan, who has an almighty swing at that outside off stump. He was trying to put it over mid wicket. Well, full marks for effort, but he got nowhere near it. It was horrible shot, and it bounced a second time on its way through to Jamie Smith. Now, I'm someone who's been a little bit.
Smith went down under that, sort of like he'd been shot or something. That was quite.
I think he was. He might have been shocked by the shot that Rizwan played. It almost put him off slightly. I have been. I've not been critical of Jamie Smith. I've just, argued: are we getting too carried away with him too early? Carse in bowls. This is good length outside the off stump, forced up to mid off where Potts fields. But I have to say, I just took the opportunity to see the highlights of the morning's play before setting out for Sydenham, and that catch, the first wicket. I mean, that's as good as anything a wicketkeeper will take. Down the leg side, off the face of the bat, standing up. Absolutely brilliant. So
I think the other thing about Jamie Smith, it's just a sense of relief having a wicketkeeper that's not Jim Bairstow, that you can pretty much rely on. He's going to make mistakes, all keepers do, but not in the way that Bairstow did.
He seems to be quite calm. He doesn't sort of draw attention to himself really as a wicketkeeper, which I suppose is a good thing.
What you want.
Yeah, pushed up to mid wicket. It's a bit like when they talk about referees in football, and if you haven't noticed the referee, it's a good thing. Anyway, the Pakistan lead is 177 runs. I think it's getting... Wait, you would never count England out. But they really seemed to get their pace right, didn't they, suddenly last night, having got that breakthrough against Joe Root, which was a little bit unfortunate from his perspective and from England's perspective, but then there were some tremendous balls bowled after that. They really did bowl. Sajid, he's a character, isn't he? Carse in again, 2 slips, pushed into the offside and offsets. Rizwan almost set off running before he played the shot. They're going to get a run to the wideish extra cover. 103 for 4. Rizwan moves to 12, and Saud Shakil is on 24. Now Carse has had Rizwan's number, hasn't he, in this series? He's got him all 3 times, I think.
Yeah.
So not surprising that he's having a go at him again. But it's
probably looking to see if there may be some reverse there as well at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Carse came on straight after lunch, didn't he? More or less, and they hadn't bowled any pace up until that point, as far as I could see. He's into his 3rd over. He's round the wicket now, still with 2 slips. It's a Yorker, which is dug out in a puff of dust by Shakil. Out into the offside it goes. There is no run. GPL, what's 64 quid today? GPL, it's building again, Messi.
It is indeed. It is. Thanks largely to Brian leaving 40 quid in there.
That's very true.
Started off.
Will, sorry, you were about to come in there.
I was just going to say, what are we thinking about Carse as a test player as opposed to the short form? Well,
I'll come back to that after the end of the over. That's driven in slightly in the air towards mid-wicket. Stokes goes down and ends up on his backside, grinning, but there is no run. 103 for 4 off 30. What I would say is I think he's come of age, really. I certainly thought that on the first day. I thought he bowled brilliantly on the first day. And yes, it's a long way to go. There are a lot of things to finesse. I kind of had a very, very brief chat. Well, just reply to a tweet or two from George DeBell about this on Twitter. I think he's beginning to look the part. That said, as we've seen in ODIs, he can go for a few if he doesn't get it right. But he's got plenty of time to finesse his skills in the next year in terms of going to the Ashes. I suppose the only thing is, will he get injured? Because pretty much every England pace bowler does at some point.
He's an England pace bowler, so you'd assume that at some point his knees are going to explode.
All his knees are fucked, as we used to say about who was it? Mushraffer.
Masala.
Yeah. We've got a new bowler. We've got pace at both ends now. It's going to be none other than this man, when I can find his jingle.
I've heard from pots that the kettle's a filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
And Rizwan sort of starts to come down the wicket to Potts, I think, a little bit, and then rather hangs the bat out at one wide of off stump. Maybe a little bit of movement off seam. Potts has got a little bit combative. I think in this Test match he was having plenty of chat in the first innings when he was being glided down to third man on a regular basis, and then came back and got that wicket. I think it was of Salman. In he is again. Down the wicket comes Rizwan. He's decided he's not going to think too much about things. He crashes that over mid-off. Fabulous shot. It's gone for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
I'm just thinking, guys, whether Rizwan in particular has decided that poking around at the spinners may not be the best way to go, and if we've got a bit of pace on the ball, let's chance our arm a little bit.
Yeah. I think that must be what's on his mind.
Potts in again, straighter ball, slightly better length, just back of a length if anything, defended back to the bowler. Yes.
I should tell you that New Zealand have taken the first innings lead over India with no wickets down.
What were India out for in the end?
46.
46.
New Zealand have 48 for no wicket in the 12th over, 13th over.
Absolutely astonishing. I couldn't believe it. I was just looking at the. I was just trying to look for the latest score on the on the front page of my phone, and I suddenly went down 42 for 9. What? Potts in. Oh, a horrible smear by Rizwan, but he's got away with it despite the presence of a shortish mid-wicket, a square leg and a mid-on, and it's run out to the boundary for a gratifying but rather less so in stylistic terms one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
He didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Closed the face, maybe deliberately. But it wasn't that far away from Stokes at mid-wicket, was it? Potts grins.
I absolutely adore Rizwan for some reason. Do you have any players that you just sort of irrationally adore?
This is Fuller and dug out towards extra cover. There is no run. 111 for 4. You said Rishabh Pant.
Yes, I love him. I just love his attitude to cricket. And Bumrah, to be honest.
I know what you mean. Yeah. I love Bumrah for his action. It's so mental.
I do have people
like
he's. I don't know if there's an irrational love, but I mean, it may be perfectly rational because they're brilliant. But I have to think about that one. It's not coming to mind.
You love Joe Root. Let's face it, Hendo.
Well,
you do love Joe Root.
I suppose Harry Brook, actually, though. I mean, Harry Brook is the one that I really look forward to batting these days. And it's always a disappointment if he doesn't make runs, which is not very often. This is tucked away behind square leg by Rizwan. He'll get one. Will he come back for a second? Carse has come in. The camera is not showing us the stump, so I don't know whether they got back for a second. Doesn't look like they did. Rizwan has advanced to 21 with 9 runs in that over. Pakistan are 112 for 4. The lead is getting away from England, perhaps 187. Messi.
Leah points out that work is the curse of the drinking classes. Peter Coleman, who's trying to assemble beds from flat packs in Marybelle, says, "I've taken your advice, Bear Ray Spliffs, and it's not helping." And then he just says, "Haha, je suis Marybelle working class. I'm a chef." Lockie says, "Elitist MCC cricketers trotting the globe, skiing off piste.
Yeah.
Denial is proof."
Absolutely.
And Tasif Ahmed says Pakistan can make 380, 400 target to win the match. Well, it's possible. I'd be surprised if it was that much. And Stephen Kelk's back with us. He says he escaped from the boss man. Well done, Mr. Kelk, as you like to be called. He's paid a whole €2 to be called Mr. Kelk all day. We've offered to upgrade him to a knighthood for another €5.
Okay, 112 for 4. Carse will start his 4th over. I'm going to say bustles him, but he does a lot more than bustle. This one is straight and of a good length, defended on the front foot by the diminutive Rizwan. There is no run.
It sort of reminds me of Matthew Hoggard, and I don't know if that's just me.
Well, I would say he's a lot taller and thinner than Matthew Hoggard. I mean, Hoggard was, what's Carse? 6'5", something like that.
But in his bustle.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I loved Matthew Hoggard. I thought he was a fabulous bowler. Although I do remember that time, Carse in bowls. Oh, that comes in between bat and pad, hits on the thigh, goes through to Smith. They raise their hands in excitement, hoping for an inside edge, but I don't think there was anything. Now, I was listening to Nasser Hussain, and I do wonder about, even top-class professional cricketers. As he was talking about, there's no seam on this pitch. Well, I've seen Carse seam it. I mean,
absolutely.
The ball that got rid of Shaquille yesterday, this one just now. I mean, it's just gone a mile. How can you say that there's swing but no seam? I haven't seen a lot of swing. I've seen more seam than swing, and I just.
There's definitely more seam than swing.
So what? Definitely. So someone tell me, what is Nasser Hussain talking about, please?
He's talking for the sake of being heard. That's what so much of that.
Well, I think generally, I think he's pretty sensible. I quite like what he says. Now this looked like whether it was a deliberate slower ball, slower bouncer, or whether it just died in the pitch. I'm not 100% sure. It was quite short, and he tried to pull it, but it really went underneath the bat as much as anything. But still over the top of the stumps. No run.
See, I think he's one of the more absolutely bonkers. He just talks for the sake of talking, and I think also if you look at certainly his captaincy, he's obviously not got an eye for talent. Considering the people that he sort of gave one cap to and then went no, and then they ended up being sort of freakish.
Was that always down to him? Carse is in again, bowls, and Rizwan again.
I don't know. I mean,
sorry, let me just do the ball. It's pushed out to deep cover. They got back for 2. In fact, there was another one of Rizwan where he was more or less moving and anticipating the run as he played the shot. He goes to 23. Yeah, sorry, Will.
I was just going to say. I mean, I am also totally aware that I was probably far too young to really know, so I sort of bow to your greater knowledge of
and
that
wisdom.
period.
Well, I am very old and very wise, it's true. I like NASA, but I agree to some extent. Carse, I actually think he's one of the better ones. Edged and caught at slip. Rizwan goes. Carse has got Rizwan yet again. And Pakistan fall to 114 for 5. And Carse, we were just talking about him, and he's done the business again for England. I was thinking to myself, is pace the way to go? And I was a little unsure, and thought maybe that they should turn back to spin, especially in the way that Rizwan was playing. But he's got the wicket. So what do I know? Despite being old and wise, I got that one wrong. Is that Pope again? Has he taken yet another catch? He seems to be.
Root, wasn't it?
No, I don't think that was Root. Was it?
No.
No. We shall see when it comes up. It was Root. Well done. How did I mistake Root for Pope? Anyway, Rizwan has gone. Let's do some tweets while we wait for the new batsman.
Okay, Chris Acquire says, next we're going to learn that Jamie Smith was a promising three-way bowler, great at football, and a constant standard pianist. People who are good at everything can be infuriating.
They can. Can I just sort of interrupt on that? I read the other day that Jamie Smith was at the AFC Wimbledon Academy at one point.
There you go.
There you go.
Obviously annoying.
Top class elite footballer.
Lucky Six says, yes, there were some people who are shit at everything. Lucky Singh wants need 5 wickets quickly. Mr. Kelk says wicket please. And Lucky Singh says glad he went a bit shorter of the fast bowler. So that's it on YouTube, and over on Twitter it's still quite quiet. Farong of course says enough is enough. Bold Ducket, you Muppet Stokes.
Yeah, I mean he's still got. I haven't actually looked at. I've got YouTube here in front of me on an iPad, and it looked to me like the last contribution was 3 hours ago. But no, I see that there has been something within the last 20 minutes even. So that's good. I mean, yes, I don't think we should downplay the fact that we're on Twitter. We're putting stuff out on Twitter. Please keep an eye on our Twitter. You might see clips of commentary there if you've missed them. I think that's what we're planning to do.
See that's being done now. That's excellent.
We need to get some good hashtags for that as well. To try and build up the audience as much as possible. New batsman is at the crease, and Carse is coming into Salman, who defends a straight full ball with his head right over the top of the ball. Bat pointing down towards the pitch. It's the end of the over, a successful one for England. Pakistan are 114 for 5, and before more tweets I shall just jingle up the new batsman if I can possibly find where on earth his jingle is. There it is.
Wouldn't it be nice if Argus Salmon could be given just a game or two? And after having spent the match together, felt at home with the whole national crew. Oh, wouldn't it be nice?
I do like that jingle. I'm glad I chose it.
Yeah, me too.
Stephen Kelk says thanks. Mr. Kelk says thanks for the wicket, boys. Leah says, did anybody else get the notification about changes in the block feature over on Twitter? I didn't.
I saw
Will Reynolds.
Yeah,
says,
I did see
harder.
that.
Who could he be?
I did see that, but I didn't really read what it was all about. Potts in, bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Shakil, who defends on the front foot. He's got 2 slips, which is interesting because the pace bowlers bowled to no slips quite a lot in the first innings, didn't they? But they got 2 in there today, and good from a Carse point of view and an England point of view that they certainly had 1 slip in for Rizwan in that previous over. So Potts is only Potts hadn't actually bowled, in fact, before that first that over that he bowled. So he's now into his second over. He's in, bowls short, onto the back foot goes Shakil, guides it with good control down to third man, and they pick up a single. He moves to 25. Bowl hard, yes, Will saying bowl harder. Bowl harder. Absolutely right. Now, as you were talking about going to the whacker and not having a one telling you how a batsman had been set up, we're now going to see on Sky
exactly
how Carse set him up.
How they've been set up.
Oh, look, I don't mind it from time to time, but when every delivery is analysed, it just does my head in.
Yeah, totally. And also I've seen people talking about arm balls, and it's not, yes, if you play cricket, you know what a genuine arm ball is. Here comes Potts again, 2 slips waiting as he bowls to Salman, his first delivery to the new batsman. He defends on the front foot, foolish delivery on the line of off. You know what an arm ball is, and quite often there is a ball that you aim to spin that just doesn't spin, even on a spinning and turning track. And to call those arm balls is mistaken. It's not. An arm ball actually is, bowled like a seamer, the grip, and it will move in the air, but it gently move in the air. Very difficult to deal with from a left armer around the wicket if you're a right-handed batsman, because it just keeps coming onto you with that extra pace. This is left. Well, I say left alone. He dangled the bat outside the off stump, and it went through to Smith.
Is there a pace equivalent of an arm ball where you sort of randomly just try and spin it, but at sort of 80 odd miles an hour?
Well, I suppose there is. I mean, I suppose a very emphasised off cutter would you talk about cutters, that would probably be. I mean, a leg cutter. I always feel like a leg cutter is something that's a little quicker than an off cutter, if that makes sense. In comes Potts, bowls, and that's nicely met by Salman. Played pleasantly to extra cover. There is no run. So has anyone got any understanding of what the hell is going on in India? Where is that game coming from? It's Bengaluru. Yeah, that's right.
Yesterday was rained off.
Yeah.
They started a little late this morning. It was overcast, and they had to stop for a little while because of the rain.
Right.
So it was perfect swing bowling and seam bowling conditions. India won the toss and chose to bat. Now it's sunny, and
Potts bowls, turns Salman round a little bit, so his attempted push into the onside becomes a little bit of a scoop into the offside, but they won't get a run, and it's the end of the over. 115 for 5. Messi.
So Hattie the Baddie says, I can't afford Sky. I feel lucky to have found Guerrilla Cricket. Thank you. I save up all year, pay for a day at the Test match at Edgbaston, and got tickets for my cricket buddy and me for India next year. I feel so sorry for you. For the cost of a seat at Lord's at the Ashes, I pay for my WACA membership. It's a bit discounted as a senior, which gets me 5 days at the Test, an ODI, a T20I, the WBBL, the BBL, and all the Sheffield Shield matches in Perth. It's just crazy. You've got to move to Perth. It's just better value.
I wouldn't be adverse to living in Perth. I mean, a lot of people don't like Perth, but I'm wondering how many
It's very
people...
hot in summer.
Yeah, I know, but it's a dry heat, though, isn't it? It's not that awful humid heat. Carse around the wicket, looking for the Yorker, dug out by Shaquille. They'll take a very easy single-out square on the offside. I remember the first time I went to Perth in 1986 and was walking along by some water. I can't remember where it was exactly. And it must have been about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, evening, and I just felt like I was having a hairdryer blown over my whole body.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I'd experienced that kind of heat, I have to say. Yeah. And it was extraordinary.
Well, you experienced it at the WACA for the Ashes matches, where you got absolutely boiled as a lobster.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really, really, really hot. In fact, I took one day off, defended as that ball just nibbles into Salman, who rather incongruously then blows a bubble with his chewing gum inside his grill, which is the first time I've seen that in international cricket, or in fact in any cricket. That would have been funny, because if that had burst against the edge of his grill, I'd have to got a new grill, because it had been all over him. Anyway, 116 for 5.
I just realised, Hendo, you are sitting with two of your biggest fans as an author of your recounting of the Ashes tour in 2006-7, was it? Something like that.
Very discerning people. This is jabbed away from in front of his thorax, really, by Salman. He's going to get a single to long leg. And how time flies. I mean, I've only just got here. I'm loving sitting here, commentating away, and then these bastards come back in to spoil my joy.
Well, I was about to say, and beautifully, but if you're going to call us bastards, I'm going to... I take it straight back.
Yeah, and if you could be asked to show up at fucking 5 in the morning like the rest of us, maybe you get a bit more time, yeah?
Well, you're still going to be on, Hendo. You're on Saturday.
I know. I will tell you, though, of course, that actually, the day that I did, it was the first day of this test, I didn't then sleep for 36 hours.
Good Lord.
I just could not sleep. I could not sleep.
Bloody hell.
It's horrible.
Carse has got his wicket. And boy, did England need it. In he comes now.
Hang on. There's still 3 balls to go.
Oh, sorry, I beg your
pardon. See what I mean? Defended out to the offside. And there is no run. You see, they're just ruthless here at Guerrilla Cricket, you know.
I love it.
You don't want the view we've got. That's the only thing I can tell you. Where Hendo and I are, nobody wants to see the view that we've got.
What's that saying? It says something about laundry. KYO laundry. That's on the top of the Bears' pants, if you wanted to know that fact. I don't know what it means. I was going to say some sort of brand. Why would you brand your underpants? Carse. It's not like everyone's going to get to see them. Well, we are.
We are, sadly.
Defended out square on the offside, but there's a big gap there, so they're going to get through for a single to backward point coming in off the fence.
Dear.
Lead is now 194. Sorry, Messi.
Mog makes the point that bubble blowing inside the helmet is the mark of a truly elite player. Is he blowing bubbles with his bubble gum underneath his helmet? That's quite something.
It takes
not
skill.
Getting it all over his grill is huge skill. That makes you wonder whether all these elite athletes, they are just good at everything, aren't they? Bastards.
Yeah, but most of us are just good. My crowning achievement is being brilliant at nothing. I am the best at nothing. 119
Mr.
for 5.
Says poor Hendo's the whipping boy of Guerrilla Cricket.
Absolutely.
And Mog says looks like Tony's a bastard after all.
He is unquestionably. This one grubs through. It's left alone by Sajid Khan, and Smith does the rest. 119 for 5. Salman 3. Sajid 26. I'm doing my absolute best to ensure that Tony gets no more. vocalising.
It's a super chat.
There is a super chat. I'll do that.
Keep
and,
Hendo on. Don't tell me it's at $50. Keep Hendo on.
Oh, that would be handy, wouldn't it? Super chat.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Lucky the Sixth says $2 Australian here. Have these. Dr. Kelk next or Captain?
It's Captain Kelk. That's a good one. I like Captain Kelk.
Well, it's time for a switcheroo.
It is.
I'll catch you after tea.
Thanks, Messrs.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Matthew Potts.
See you later.
All pace for England. All spin for Pakistan. It's all Durham pace for England. Potts in. Cut straight to point. And there's that Crawley under the hat. Just slightly backward point. 119 for 5. Remember at lunch where were Pakistan 43 for 3. England have got those 2 more wickets. But Hendo 194. That's a big lead on this track. Day 8. Remember day 8 of this track.
Yeah, I mean it was an extraordinary little change around yesterday evening, wasn't it? Once the gap opened with Joe Root's dismissal,
it did.
You just felt. I mean, there was no way that Root and
Aga Salman, bottom edges that seemed to die on him, just wide or thrown up quite well wide, in fact, of off stump, kept low, and he was looking to sort of glide it, I think, and all he did was get a bottom edge onto the ground, no run.
Well, you know how cricket in general is a great leveller, and you can be brilliant one day and then, well, not necessarily awful, but you can get out. You can get 300 one day and 0 the next, and that's really what happened with Brook. I mean, he actually played 2 extraordinarily
Sumptuous
beautiful
drive.
shots, didn't he, when he first came in? But it was a really good ball that got him.
I thought so. Gary was saying he should have been playing back, but it turned.
Well, he was playing back.
Lot.
He did play back.
I know. Gary was saying he shouldn't have been. He should have been forward, but it turned like miles.
In comes Potts.
Yeah.
Bottom edged again. Well, not really bottom edge, sort of inside edge down bumbles to mid on from Aga Salman. Just 3 so far for him off 12. Pakistan, they don't really need to rush. It's just a question, I suppose, Bear, of how quickly you need to score your runs on a wicket that's potentially always got a ball with your name on.
Well, exactly that, and I don't think England will ever die, wanting to know what's going to happen. They'll go out and be their usual selves and attack, I think.
Well, it's 119 for 5. We're halfway through the 35th over the Pakistan lead now, 194. That one just tails in a little, but that's probably the most solid shot of the over from Salman, who just defends into the offside. In other news, I was in such a rush to get in here, I washed up my coffee cup. And I don't think I rinsed or dried it particularly well, because my coffee tastes of washing up liquid.
Oh! Mind you, it's probably better than the Tesco's coffee that we sometimes have.
I drink the washing up liquid before I drank the Tesco's coffee.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well, we're nearly
Tesco's.
through
If you
that.
work for Tesco's, I beg your pardon.
With early mornings, the thing is, the Tesco coffee costs £2.60, whereas Gold Blend costs £8.
It's
and it tastes like it.
Yeah.
Right, this
Yes.
one is wide of the off stump and left alone by Salman. No
They should
run.
actually be paying you £2.50 to take it off the shelves, to be honest.
Well, exactly, but I did seem to remember wrongly, clearly, that when we bought the Tesco's Gold Blend coffee, it tasted not so that differently to Nescafe Gold Blend, but that is absolute nonsense.
By the way, if you work for Tesco's, particularly in the marketing department, and you would like us to say that your coffee is possibly the best coffee we've ever drunk, and we'd say it to thousands and thousands of people around the world, then you just have to become a sponsor, and we'll do that for you.
Do you think that's what's held us back?
What, the fact that we don't like Tesco's coffee?
The fact that we don't like anything.
Well, we do like things. We like beer.
Oh, true.
We like wine. That's defended well by Sam. And actually, he's not only defended it, he just dropped it really into the ground in front of him. It trickled to mid-on, but they ran a sharp single. He's kept the strike, and at the end of 35 overs, the lead has gone to 195. It's 124-5.
Well, I'm not actually on on socials, but I am near them, so I might as well do them.
Okay.
A bloke with the incredible name Nigel, Stegsy the dog, says, I think he's talking about New Zealand and India, mad to bat after all that rain. If you haven't heard, India were bowled out for 46 by New Zealand this morning in the delayed second day of their first test match. Armature Cricket Podcast says India batted in overcast conditions. New Zealand have got sun. Operators have shown their good application can see off any lift and venom on this pitch, and given New Zealand 10 wickets with which to secure a potentially match-winning lead. Back on YouTube, I'm not sure what this is. Disinterested Handjob says, also, how much must one super chat to get entitled Jarl or Shogun? I don't understand that. Does anyone understand that?
You might need to super chat with an explanation of what that actually means.
Richard Mountford says, I think around 250 to chase. England would be happy. I think from here they would be, yes.
Well, they'd have to get them the last 5 wickets for about 19, wouldn't they? Carse worked off his legs, bit uppish, but there isn't a forward short leg. They'll take a single. It might be a leg by. Was there
I think
bat
it was
on
a
that?
leg by. I think it was off the thigh pad.
Off the thigh pad.
Did anyone see that photo the other day of Babrazam? It was done with a hotspot camera and he was farting.
Oh, I did see that, yeah. No, I did see that.
Cool. He's obviously defending a ball and he shit himself, you know. But
well, I don't think he
hadn't, clearly, no. But
I don't think he followed through. It wasn't enough follow through on these.
No,
how do they know that that's what it was?
Well, it was a big cloud of heat coming out of his ass. Caught on hotspot.
Just as well we don't have hotspot in the green room. That's
are
all I'm saying.
there other reasons? I mean, I think there could be other explanations.
No, there isn't.
Well, seriously?
I don't know.
I'd be hard pressed to come up with any. 121 for 5.
It's a bit unfortunate, isn't it?
The tone has been appropriately lowered.
Is that not going to be a clip? That should be.
Well, as we wait for Carse round the wicket. That's nicely guided to deep backward point. There is a man down there. It's Sajid Bashir. He's been the pick of the bowlers, that's for sure. Listening clearly to Khan's advice overnight. He was very forthcoming, wasn't he?
Can you just slow down on YouTube, because it's all going through too quickly for me to...
well, you don't have to read them all.
Well, no, but I thought it was a good one here about if India win that game, it'll be a victory from the lowest first innings score ever.
Wow.
Well, that's a long way to go.
And to come back and win. Yes,
Yeah,
I'm with you. Yeah, that would be a record.
Ben McCormack says, morning all, I reckon Pakistan have got enough on the board already. Richard Mountain says, does Harry Brook bowl? Well, we have seen him bowl, but
he does.
Not very effectively. Oh my God, so I know what you mean about the coffee. We threw away 3/4 of the jar in the end. That's Chris the Choir. We're doing it all for Tesco's here on Guerrilla Cricket.
I suppose I have entertained for lunch the CEO of Sainsbury's, so he'd probably be happy if I'm dissing Tesco's. This one is turned into the onside and fielded there by, is that Ben Ducket?
Well, I have learned my lesson. I won't be buying Tesco's own again. It'll always be whatever. So Kenko, or maybe it was Kenko that was okay.
False economy. Have you heard the phrase false economy?
Yeah, I have.
Well, on the basis that you've had lunch with the CEO of Sainsbury's, is he still the CEO, or is he a former CEO?
No, he's still very much the CEO.
Oh, in that
Can you
case,
get them to
can you not
sponsor us?
leverage us and say that we'll big them up while slagging off Morrison's and
Danny Morrison,
little Danny
yeah,
Morrison?
I mean, they do make billions a year, can't they? Just bung $100,000.
Do you know what? I really didn't. I was actually quite not starstruck, but he was so complimentary about my chicken kebabs. Well, in which he showed, I have to say, an extremely healthy interest. I'll tell you in a minute, as this one is past the outside edge of a tentative prod by Salman, taken quite low down. A little cheeky grin. There he is. The chewing gum comes half out and back in the chops again, as he has a little grin down the track to Carse.
I do hope that wasn't a euphemism.
No.
Oh, he edged that. He edged. They fucking dropped that.
I think he has dropped
that.
that.
It's a drop.
Oh, for fuck's
oh
sake.
My word, it was.
Well, I was going to say,
Jamie Smith.
If he had
Boy.
edged that, I thought, oh goodness, that would have been terrible, because Smith has spilled it. But he did.
He just put that down. That's appalling.
For a man who's not moving a
muscle.
muscle.
Oh, that's a big edge.
That's a big edge, in fact. Umpire Dharmasena. A lot was going through his mind. Well, that was a big chance for England.
Wow,
that's a poor drop.
Got to put it behind you, Jamie Smith of Epsom.
Indeed.
Pulled high, isn't it always the way? No, it's not going to go for 4 though. Shoaib Bashir is thundering around the mid-wicket boundary. They should be able to come back for 2. That's hugely expensive, potentially for England. They really do need to get rid of Aga Salman there, because Jamie Smith, it was low, it was dropping. Those dipping ones are hard to take.
Oh man!
But it certainly wasn't a long way from him, was it?
No, it's gone straight to him. That's a snaffle.
Big old legitimate edge.
I mean, it happens, doesn't it? It happens. You know, the fact is that I've been bigging him up today, and then he does that.
Oh, that's an appalling drop.
But I did hear on the way over that Root also spilled one.
Well, it wasn't
lunch, was it?
No, I mean, he's in at that second slip where he's got a helmet on and he's really close, and it wasn't a defensive shot. It's a full-blooded cut at the ball. It went very quick. And
Two
it was very
slips in
close.
place. Edged! Oh, no! Dropped by Root this time. Well, England, I'm afraid. Two in three balls. 2 in 3 balls. That was definitely the easier chance. We've been talking about Joe Root's rather hit and miss.
No, the first chance was the easier chance. It went straight to the keeper, for fuck's
He's
sake.
got on a very funky pair of refractive sunglasses, and I actually wonder whether they're doing him any good at all. That was a legitimate edge. It was going again. It
Going
was
down,
dropping,
wasn't it?
It was dropping. But you've got to take those 2 drops in 3 balls.
That was a big fuck from Ben Stokes there.
Well, poor old Bryden Carse, poor old Smith and poor old Rooty, because they don't plan to drop them, but this could be so expensive. Endo.
West Aussie Leeds is determined to get us to read out his contribution, because he's written it both on YouTube and Twitter, saying Pakistan should declare, as they've got enough runs. If we include the 3 days between tests, this pitch is actually on day 11. Oh, that's an interesting point, although it actually wasn't played on. Anyway, new bowler. He's thinking, if we're not going to get wickets, I might as well have a go.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
Well, it absolutely is. And the answer to when you've just had, Saud Shakil has stepped back, not quite ready, something going on over the shoulder of Ben Stokes. We're going to watch those 2 drops again. We're going to watch the Root drop. That really should have been taken.
He was going up, he was going down.
He just
up
doesn't
to down.
move, does he? He doesn't really move quickly enough.
Jabbed his hands at it,
Yeah.
and his hands were always going down, so he pushed the ball down. He didn't get them underneath.
The only way I can let Dylan know this, by the way, is to say it out loud. So Dylan, I'll just hold this thought. Stokes, in he comes around the wicket, left by Saud Shakil, taken by Smith. No run. 2 drops in 3 balls. Come on, England. What are you doing? Something to that effect, Dylan.
Yes.
124 for 5. We have our
you can star out the fuck. You could put F star K.
Bournemouth University placement, who's working with us. The lad's coming in from Hampshire every day.
Madness.
So bless him for that.
I think you'll find Bournemouth is Dorset, actually.
Well, no, but he lives in Hampshire, this one,
sorry.
I think. Oh, no, he lives in Bournemouth, so he is coming in from Dorset. Defended into the offside. They take a sharp single. 124 for 5.
It takes him 3.5 hours to get here every day, and then this morning his train was delayed by an hour. So it's taken the poor lad 4.5 hours. Now, if that's not commitment,
I don't know what is.
I don't know what is.
On another note, you can't drop 3 catches when you're over 100 behind.
No.
And you've got to take quick
What was the
wickets
third
to
one
keep
we
yourself
dropped?
in the game. There's 2 from Smith, both on balls that dropped quite dramatically on him, but he's got the big gloves on. You should take them.
Oh, I missed the other one by Smith.
2 slips go down, defended solidly by Aga Salman, and there is no run. So the lead now is exactly 200. It's 125 for 5. Yes, the CEO of Sainsbury's, I was telling you my little story. So he came over and was absolutely fascinated about what went into my chicken kebabs and how I created them. So I was wondering if I was going to get my own signature, like Jamie Oliver. I could have my own signature chicken kebabs that might appear on Sainsbury's shelf.
Tony's Babs.
Steady on.
Steady on. You don't want to see those on the shelf of Sainsbury's. That one's down leg. Smith takes on the tumble. Rather frustrated. He takes it brilliantly.
Before it disappears from the YouTube, I'm going to just play this.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
A couple of some currency from Stephen Kelk saying to Tony Bishop to call Hattie the Batty Lady McBatty.
Lady McBatty.
Lady McBatty.
Not Lady Macbeth. Lady McBatty. All right, I'm happy to do that. As we wait for Ben Stokes.
Yeah, people are getting peerages for very cheap fucking prices, is all I can say on this show.
Only one person. That one is just guided backward a point. Once again, it's Shoaib Bashir. Star turn of the day. Should be bowling now, but I guess you have to rest the lad. They take 2.
That was either £2 on that one or €2.
Yeah, I might have given away the promotion from Mister to Lord a bit on the
Very
cheap side.
cheap.
Lockie V says, drop root for dropping. His day is past.
Oh, fuck crying out
he's
loud.
joking. Easyville, is it Easy? Easy Ollie.
Easy
sorry.
Ollie. Easy
Says
Ollie.
Gary was actually very correct about Rooty's eyes going. I don't know that's
Don't think you can say that when he's just scored 200, his highest ever test score.
But he's
always dropped them at slip. Let's be honest.
But there are times, there's never a good time to
he
drop
has
a catch.
bad days at slip.
There's definitely bad times. That one is guided nicely out towards extra cover. They'll jog an easy single, and that lead will move on to 202 for England, 128 for 5 after 37.
All we need now, says somebody who's disappearing off the screen, is Stokes to do a hammy. Jamie Wilson says, have we shelled a few?
Yes.
Stephen
3.
Kelk says, I have just purchased another title, Give Heed. I thought it said Give Head for a moment, but
well, now we could discuss that.
We can discuss that.
I'm very glad it wasn't that. Chris the Choir says, I think Hendo was channeling this hymn. Dropping, 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 dropping. Hear the catches fall. Everyone for England. They will drop them all. What is that song? Is that All Creatures Great and Small? Ben Biscuit Legs Stokes to the rescue, says Lockie. Biscuit Legs. Leah says, if you would put me in touch with the Sainsbury CEO, I have an excellent recipe for kimchi and red cabbage salad grilled cheese sandwiches. And she says, I'll send pictures over on Blue Sky.
Right, Carse in. A little bit of lift, not much. And Salmon can just guide it to backward point. Jack Leach fields. They'll take a single.
And I will say,
Super chat cash, super chat cash.
Not someone angling for another promotion, is it? No, okay.
Thank God for that.
I think it is our new lady.
Lady McBatty.
Greatly honoured Hattie McBatty has given us £3 based on being lifted
Knighted.
into the echelons of human society.
Thank you very much indeed, your ladyship. We grovellingly and humbly accept
I never
your kind
grovel
gift.
and doff my cap to Rick. No.
You do on this occasion.
Faronga sent us the picture of Baba farting.
In comes Carse. As we hear once again about Bubba's explosive rear, as that one is worked into the onside, no run.
Luigi Lovelobes on Twitter says, what is this pitch made of? We could solve the pothole issue in the UK. Possibly. Yeah, maybe just take enormous fans out to where there's a pothole and try that. And as I say, we're getting Babar Azam was. Hang on, he farted as he was out by the looks of things.
Oh, well, there you go.
As he edged it.
Shat it as he edged it.
It'd be great if you had bowlers bowling into potholes on roads, though, as a way of testing how much they needed repairing.
Yes,
as
indeed.
we wait for Carse around the wicket. That's nicely defended again. Good sharp running out towards cover. Ducket fields on this occasion. No run. Yeah, the Sajid Khan has decided that the B-27 just outside of Woking needs some repair.
He's the man to do it. Now, interestingly enough, it will henceforth be known as the fart ball. It was Court Smith bowled Atkinson, Babar Azam for 5 of 15 deliveries. So Atkinson bowled the fart ball to Babar Azam. That will probably come up in one of the Night Watchman quizzes at some point in the future.
I've got to say, I think if I had Atkinson bowling full steam at me, the old sphincter might loosen a tad. But but then I'm not a professional creaser paid to do it, am I?
Sean Tate would do that to me.
Salmon will face. That's a good ball from Carse. Ducks into him right on the top 3/4 of the way up his off stump, but he defends it well. There is a ring of 4 men on the offside. Poor old Carse, you got to feel for him. 2 drops in 3 balls. That's when you feel
getting a warning, isn't
Getting
he?
a warning about running on the pitch.
Well, umpire Damasino has indeed. He's put two fingers up. He said that's your second time.
No, I think that's 2 balls left in the over.
Oh, is it?
Oh no, actually he's talking to the batsman. He's not talking to Carse.
Ah, right. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Well, you can't.
So he's suggesting that Salmon's deliberately
Running.
moving in a way that's going to help his bowlers when the time comes.
Yeah.
I doubt that it was deliberate. As a batsman, you just set off, don't you? I don't think you think about those things, generally speaking.
134.5. A first and a 2.5 slip for England. That's taken again. It's not easy as a wicketkeeper when the ball is dying on you. You've got to say that.
I know
and
that.
he is having to contend with that. is Smith. He took that one perfectly well, but of course there was no edge on that
No.
occasion. 130 for 5.
Well, I was bigging him up when I came in for that catch he took just after lunch down the leg side, saying that's a brilliant catch. Off, standing up to Shoaib. I didn't realise he dropped another one in addition to the one that we just saw.
I didn't realise that either.
Must have been during one of Tony's fevered dreams.
Well, you never know. I have plenty of them. Bryden Carse, last ball of his 7th over is going to be bowled. Still with plenty of heart and intent. Well, that popped up.
Ooh, hang on.
Plenty of bounce.
Hang on, Carse. He's done himself.
Has he?
I think he's done
that was an
something
effort
then.
ball. It definitely bounced.
Well, that is the end of the
It's
over.
a no ball.
It's a
No, it's a no ball. That's what it was.
Well, but was that kind of disappointment at bowling a no ball, or was that? It struck me, and he doesn't seem to be walking terribly enthusiastically back to his mark. I thought he might have done a calf or a hamstring there.
I don't think so.
Maybe twinged it. Maybe no. Hopefully,
It is
nothing
interesting.
worse.
So in getting the ball to bounce the way he wanted it to, which was clearly an effort ball, he did overstep. But yeah, he doesn't. Well, I see what you mean,
it
Hendo.
looks all right.
It's not the most. I mean, it would be a fast bowler's trudge in the great Fred Truman or Toby Rowland Jones tradition, wouldn't it?
Look, he's hanging around. He's definitely done something.
Yeah, he is. He's.
Is it knee?
He's
maybe?
tweaked something.
Hip.
His Durham colleague, Matthew Potts, Dr. Potts, is there to give advice. Is he going to try one more?
Well, he is. I'm not sure this is wise. I would, go off and get it checked before and let someone else bowl the final ball. Unless he knows and he feels it in a sense it is just a twinge.
Let's see, and he comes. That's a perfectly good ball. Again, it's just marginally short of a length, and up onto his toes goes Salman to guide into the offside. They take a single. He'll keep the strike. He'll move on to 11. Saud Shakil is on 29, and Pakistan with a lead of 207 or 132 for 5.
We're moving towards tea, 4 minutes away. Stephen Kelk says route is Brother Dusk. Jonathan Shortland says Bournemouth used to be in Hampshire but moved to Dorset. He got up, went out the door, said I've had enough of fucking Hampshire, I'm off to Dorset. That was in 1974. Chris Squire says the hymn is actually Hear the Pennies Dropping, Every One for Jesus. I think it must be one of those TV evangelist things. Nick Cook says you guys are up there with not the 9 o'clock news. Hilarious. Well, that's going back a bit, but wow, thank you.
Now that is praise indeed.
It is
We'll
praise
take
indeed. And in fact, didn't all those people get MBEs or something? Shouldn't we have?
Yeah, can't we all become
long overdue
knights of the
I'm
realm
fed
or
up
whatever it is?
living in the shadow of my other half.
It's no good. It's no good being brilliant at something if nobody knows.
Exactly. Spread the word, peeps.
Yeah.
You know what you do? Smash the like button and share.
Ben Stokes, he's going to do everything he can to try and get England another wicket here, but that's wide of off stump and easy enough.
And smash the
Salman
like
to
button
leave.
and subscribe, of course.
Smash. Where is the like button on here?
Well, you don't get it. We're on our back end.
Oh,
If you're on the front
the
end,
like
obviously
button.
watching the video, there's a big like button.
I must have
The
told you,
thumbs
Mike,
up.
when I worked for Compact Computers years ago, it even dates them, the fact that it was Compact, if you remember.
Oh, vaguely, yeah.
Yeah.
With a Q.
With a Q,
I must
yes.
have asked you this. Do you know what the most common cause of a call to the help centre was? I'll just wait. Stokes in. That's defended into the onside. By
How do I
Salman
turn this
into
on?
Mid-wicket. No. Probably just over 50% of calls were asking this question. This is in the comparatively early days, particularly of sort of mobile computing.
I was distracted by Lockie 6 saying this is a societal game challenge. Who farted? No one. Let's go to hotspot.
You can't deny it then, can you?
No.
You can't get away with it. That's left alone outside of off stump by Salman. I'll give you the answer. It was people asking where the any key was, because they read the instruction that says press any key to continue.
I
have to ring up and say,
kind of thing I'd do, really.
Can you tell me where the any key is? Well, I was just thinking of you and me, Hendo.
I wouldn't ring up because I'd be too angry waiting to be connected. But yeah, I'd be going, where's the bloody any key?
Right, Stokes in. He's still those two slips. Oh, that's slightly inside edge down to his toes by Salman. Stokes just picks up the ball, wheels away, back to his mark. He wants to get on
If he
with
gets
things.
2 balls down here, we might get another over.
Do you think so?
Well, we've got 2 minutes left, I think, on my clock.
Do we want another over?
Yeah, well, I think England do.
Yeah.
Well, do they? I mean, if Carse has got an injury, I wouldn't bowl him again before
No.
tea. I'd get him off and have a look.
But
check
then
everything's okay.
that's a good reason to bring back a spinner for an over, surely.
Yep.
That one is well defended, very solidly defended by Salman Ali Agha out into the covers. There's no run.
There is nothing sacred anymore, is there, in cricket or in any form of life now? You can be filmed doing anything.
Yep.
You can't even get away with a
Can't even get away with a sneaky fart at the crease in a test match.
It really
It's outrageous.
We live in a world of...
And the fact that it gets caught on a heat camera as well is the worst bit about it.
Yes, right. Stokes, that's full and floaty and is bumbled really towards... who's that? It's Ollie Pope, isn't it? Ollie
No, I
Pope,
think we
who's
get another
upright.
over here.
132 for 5 after 39. The crucial figure, though, from Pakistan's perspective, and indeed England, is that the lead is 207, Hendo.
Yeah, well, I had to get that Lockie one in because that's quite funny. Will England go spin after tea, says Jamar the
I imagine
Statsman.
so.
They might well do. Darmasina says, messages, was actually signalling to the other umpire. I noticed this at the Wacker that they supported each other in making sure they counted the balls in the over correctly. I know what you're saying, Messi, but I think there was actually also
there was definitely an indication that the batsman shouldn't be running down the track, and then he signalled 2, and Tony thought that was the second warning, but no, they often single.
Well, they are going to
How
go
many
spin
overs
for the
left?
final over because we're going to have a look at Bryden Carse. It's going to be Shoaib.
It's going to be the man with 3 wickets, and it's Shoaib Bashir. Carse, well, he hasn't gone off the pitch. Thrown up.
Oh!
No, it's played into the ground. It was up in the air, down to the ground, then up in the air and away towards square leg, and they took a single.
Is that some sort of Disney song? Sounds like it.
No, it's Joan Armour Trading, wasn't it?
What, Drop the Pilot?
No. Oh, the feeling when you
Drop the Pilot.
Down
Try
to
My
the ground,
Balloon,
down
wasn't
to
it?
the ground.
Was that right? Was that the lyrics? Drop the Pilot, Try My Balloon? Something like that?
I don't think so. Not Joan Armour
Try
Trading.
My Balloon.
No, I think you might be got your artists.
No, Drop the Pilot was definitely Joan Armour
Was it?
Trading. Yeah.
Oh well, all right. You could be right, but not down to the ground. Called, funnily enough, down to the ground. That one is out towards point. The throw comes flying in. They thought about a single, changed their mind as well. Thrown up by Bashir. Still trying to work that 6-stump line. That's what you got to look for, particularly as an off spinner bowling to a right-hander, because that's the one that was working for Sajid Khan so well. Defended nicely though by Salman, who gets a big front foot forward, something that 1 or 2 England players failed to do, and that was their downfall yesterday. 133 for 5. Well, and indeed this morning, 4 for 14 they lost. Do you see that Andy Saltzman stat? I'll give it to you in a moment. Oh, that one comes back in. Yeah, moments exciting. I think there was a bit of an inside edge.
Came off a pad in front of square though, didn't it? It didn't balloon up, it went down.
I mean, we obviously do have to credit Mr. Saltzman, although formerly of this parish in days gone by. I'll give it to you after this ball. Slip and a forward short leg go down. Thrown up. Nicely defended. In fact, he'll get a single for it because it was pushed along on. In comes the Duckster, and they do take a single. When England lost 4 for 14 in 18 deliveries, but prior to that in the series they'd scored 1,034 for 9, and then lost 4 for 18.
But didn't
14?
They actually lost 3 for 1 yesterday at one point.
They did.
Yep.
Bashir, it's going to be the last ball, we think, before tea. It's defended. It was a hint of turn, but Saud Shakil was right in behind it. Steers to Crawley. Crawley's at cover, and we would imagine that will send us off for tea. It's almost nearly session for England. Those 2 catches, 2 more wickets, they'd still feel that they
well, it
will
was the
still
same
feel they're
guy,
in it.
2 balls apart.
Well, that's true. You can't get a bloke out twice, can you?
But at least
Double
one
jeopardy
more.
and all that.
Yeah, it would have been at least 1 more, and then it would have brought in Ahmed Jamal.
I think England got to be disappointed, haven't they? I mean, you look at the fact that they took 3 wickets in the session that they had after batting before lunch, and now they've they've only taken 2 in that last session. You will argue that should have been at least 3, if not 4. But they've only got themselves to blame for that, really.
All right.
But there you go. That's
any more messages, Hendo?
I don't think so. I think everyone's just going to have a nice cup of tea.
Well, we will go and do the same thing very shortly. Where were we? Lunch. Pakistan were 43 for 3. They progressed to 134 for 5. 2 wickets, but it really should have been at least 3 for England. Salman Ali Agha's there on 12. Saad Shakil on 30. The deficit for England, 209 after tea. Quick wickets are essential for England. Pakistan will be looking to stretch that lead.
We have one YouTube contribution just before we go, although I will raise the prospect of, as no one knows what happens on the 10th, 11th, 12th days of test matches played on the same pitch, could the pitch...
It's like the 12 days of Christmas,
Could the pitch actually suddenly get better?
No. This one isn't.
It's just a thought. Stephen Kelp says, disappointing session for England, but the Kingdom does have at least one new peer. Absolutely true. Are we listening to Hector and Henry's World of Cricket? Is that the... click on... Where is it? It's here. Where is it? I can't hear anything. Bear, you might have to come and... sort this. I tried my best. It seems to be playing, but I can't hear anything, and if I can't hear anything, presumably no one else can hear anything. The bear is going to sort it out. He's going to sort it. He's going to. How long is to go? How long to go? Is it finished?
Charity out there.
Oh, no, there it is.
So, one of my reasons for trying to get on as many kind of podcast interviews as I can was just kind of promote this and trying to raise a bit of money. So we managed to raise like $3,500 for the dog charity, which was pretty cool. Yeah. So like setting.
What's the charity?
Yeah.
What's the charity called?
We Care. They're just one of quite a few. Like obviously, like, there's a stray dog kind of problem in Sri Lanka. They're kind of everywhere. They need to be nurtured and they get hit by cars. Kind of like a prevalent problem, but like there's these charities that do like such amazing work. I'm like in awe of what they do, so it was nice to kind of give something to them.
Nice. Are you still involved with them now? Or
yeah, I still talk to. So Janie is the girl that runs it. Yeah, she's amazing. Ben Fogel's been over there doing shows with her, which is pretty cool. There's a guy in Thailand.
Oh, I did see that actually. They were on. I think there was a big episode a month ago or something.
Yeah,
with Ben Fogel. Yeah,
it was interesting. Yeah, and then there's a guy in Thailand who looks after stray dogs who's become famous on social media, and they met up fairly recently. So yeah, they're doing great work. It's pretty awesome.
And along with that, you're also a DJ now, right? Or did that start from Sri Lanka? And just how Randy Caddick, the stage name came.
It did. Yeah, so like with all this extra time on my hands, I met a guy who had some decks. Started to learn, played at a few bars and stuff, and I'm like, I still play now. I've played at this club called Tracks in the south of Sri Lanka, which is pretty notorious, which is like, it's great, it's got a great sound system. That was pretty amazing. But yeah, like I wanted a cricket themed DJ name. So me and my friends just chucked a load of names in a hat. Like they were just like, some were rubbish, some were just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
But somehow kind of Randy Caddick was in there, and it was like the funniest stuff. So yeah, we got that. Yeah.
Stuck ever since as well. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Do you DJ when with all the Barmy Army? Like, do you reckon you'll do a bit in Pakistan on a night or something?
No, I did in the West Indies tour in 2022. I was like, yeah, I'll DJ a gig, but it's kind of like being a wedding DJ because everyone comes up and wants requests, and my music taste is a bit kind of like underground to what.
Can't be playing ABBA, just rims.
Not a bit of Mamma Mia, yeah.
Yeah, the clientele are like totally impressed with what I play. And it was a bit like, it's just not really, I don't know, I'm not a request DJ, I get really annoyed, so I tried, but like I can't imagine me doing it again.
Yeah, and just in terms of like the Barmy Army, obviously you say you weren't involved before Sri Lanka, but now you seem to be going on a lot of their tours. Just how does that whole system work? Because everyone sees it as just this sort of fan base, but then behind closed doors they're organising all these tours and doing some charity stuff. Just what's the whole setup like there, and are you involved in like admin side of it?
Yeah, so it's been great meeting everyone from the Barmy Army. So it's run by Chris Millard and Adam Canning, who are great guys, and then I've all the sort of staff. So the social guy Chuck, he's amazing. Gravesy, Harry, obviously Finchy the trumpeter, Rodney the merch guy. Like there's tons of people behind the scenes. I love them all. It's great. And it is, yeah, it is a business. They have Barmy Travel, so they're essentially a travel agent, and they like organise everything. And they obviously put a markup on the price, but if people want everything kind of their trip sort of insured, staying in nice hotels, then they pay the premium. Like it's just what they want to do. Like it's great, but there's many independent travellers. Like the best bit about the Barmy Army is meeting people. So I've only been on a handful of tours. Like I've not been on too many, but there's people that have been on so many tours. Like honestly, like six Ashes Away tours, and there's some like really awesome characters. They have amazing stories, and it's fascinating. Like it's awesome. They have like stories of partying with Graham Thorpe, which has been obviously a topic of conversation lately. Yeah, where he's just crowd surfing in the pub in Australia. Like, oh my god, they used to get so close to the players. You kind of wouldn't ever do that now because of camera phones and social media. Like it's a dangerous game. But like listening to those stories, it's just like, it's so good. Yeah, that would just be unreal.
Do they ever come out for a drink or see you after a game, or does that not really happen anymore?
Yeah, they do. So some people kind of know players personally. Yeah, my two friends, Tiny and Sophie, they know England players. They had a drink with him in the West Indies. This is actually what led me to meeting Joe Root after the Sri Lanka tour. So I was drinking with said England player, who I won't name. We got very drunk, and then Joe Root turned up. And so we're drinking these very strong rums, by the way, and I'd been at the test, so I was absolutely steaming. Joe Root popped up behind me, so I remember jumping up, going, Rooty, giving him a big hug. Don't really remember too much in between. And then being next to Ben Stokes went, come on, Joe, let's go. I'm like, I kind of like woke up with the horrors the next day. I was like, oh, there goes my chance to be mates with any England players. They say never meet your heroes, but you never think it's because you just embarrass yourself. That's a shocker.
That's such a shocker.
Thoughtful driving tips from Esso, number 16. James is off to work. As a qualified advanced driver, he's a stickler for good behaviour on the road. So it's a bit odd that he's one of the 90% of people who drive to work on their own, when he could easily car share with his colleague, Dave. Think how many helpful hints you could give Dave on his driving, James. Car sharing with a colleague. That's thoughtful driving. Esso. Visit esso.co.uk for more information.
Your daily life often goes like this. With Air France, choose instead. Wow. Until the 21st of October, put your daily life on hold. Take advantage of Air France Moments and book your flight to Beijing from £449 flying from London Heathrow via Paris. Return including tax. Elegance is a journey. Air France. To book and for terms and conditions, visit airfrance.co.uk.
Wow, that is a shocker. So just moving on to sort of section 2 of the episode, sort of discuss what's going on in the cricketing world at the moment. And Redders plays for Derbyshire and he's going out to Australia to play for the Darren Lehman Academy. So he's sort of like the resident expert in this. But we're just wondering to we could just discuss the international summer, which is obviously just finished. I found it a little bit underwhelming, both Red Bull and White Bull. But if we just kick off with the Red Bull season, 'cause obviously you're a big Sri Lanka fan, what were your takeaways from the series? Because obviously now they're dominating New Zealand at the moment, but pundits were saying that England were almost a little bit too cocky playing Sri Lanka in the summer.
I think, I don't think that sticks too well, because England have played, they are especially batted with kind of a blasé attitude and thrown wickets away consistently, but still won test matches. We can't go too deep. And remember, we'd already won the series 2-0, so we'd probably were a little bit like, don't care so much. But I think full credit has to go to Sri Lanka, because they did, considering they did get they kind of like competed for a bit, then ended up getting pasting for the first 2 tests. They did do incredibly well and applied themselves and totally deserved to win that test, and I was well happy for them. And the fact that they've now brushed aside New Zealand, which is pretty impressive, to be honest, actually kind of reinforces the fact that they did deserve to win rather than England lost. Like, Sri Lanka are a good side now, and I think they're only going to get better. And it's great for Test match cricket when we just don't want it to be England, Australia, and India. We do need the other Test match nations fully involved.
And
I think someone was it. Heck, do you know what was it? Mendes's record? What's he now? He scored 600s or something this year already.
He's second highest
he's
average,
unreal.
just after what's his name, Don Bradman now. And they're all just scoring tons the whole time.
Yeah.
Good to see. I haven't been able to watch a lot of it, but just looking at the scorecard and seeing like 5 tons in one innings, and then
But he's a proper player.
Yeah, and what do you think about, obviously you're going out to Pakistan for the series soon, but how logistically tough was that? Because obviously they hadn't finalised any schedules or where the matches were meant to be played. How frantic was that as a Barmy Army?
For me, not at all, because I booked late, so I was just kind of waiting on, just let me know where to go, and so like, for me it's fine. For the Barmy travel, it was a bit of a nuisance. Obviously, they have to arrange hotels, transfers, flights, all up front, months in advance. So they were freaking out. The good thing is, all they've done is changed Karachi, the second test, to keep it at Multan. So I don't think it's affected anything that much, because people are still flying into Multan for the first test. They're not going to Karachi, but they'll be going to Rawalpindi for the third test, where they'll fly out from. So in terms of logistics, even though they left it late, I think it was the only option they had in terms of to be the least disruptive. So I'm hoping that there won't be too many fans that will not be going because of the late arrangements. But to be honest, like, it's a bit of a shocker. You can't be kind of making arrangements for 2 weeks before the start of a test.
Yeah,
it's mental.
That looks stressful on the Instagram.
Yeah, right.
And well, just going back to cricket this summer, about the White Ball series of Australia. Some people thought it had limited significance, but did you get to watch a lot? Like, what was your thoughts on sort of a bit of a White Ball reset with like Ben Ducket opening the batting and everything?
I watched a little bit on TV. Yeah, it was all right. Like, like Ben Duckett's a great player, and I think he has got a future opening the batting. Like, I do like 50 overs. It's just kind of just a forgotten format. But it's, when you do watch it, it's way better than 2020. And we did well. We obviously got the rain saved the Australians again. But yeah, it was kind of just like, I don't know why there was a white ball tour at the end of September in England.
Yeah, I know.
The players are in like 4 jumpers. Yeah. Like, everyone in the crowd is absolutely freezing their nuts off. Yeah, it's a bit.
I thought it was stupid as well. The county championship, that their last week as well was last week September. Surely they've got to schedule it a bit differently, because I think there was like 2 days at best played in the 4-day stuff.
I mean, there's an elephant in the room. We all know why the schedule is messed up.
Yeah.
Stinks.
And are you a fan of things like the 100 and everything, or not?
No. Like, I don't mind it, like, for what it is, getting get like girls into cricket in particular and kids. But having two short formats is totally disruptive. Have one short format, like merge them, do something. Don't have two. There's not the capacity for two.
Yeah, and obviously now they're being taken over by all the IPL teams. And just on that, did you see Hampshire's now been bought by the Delhi Capitals, which is pretty rogue? Like, what do you think of that? Do you think the IPL is sort of slowly going to monopolise domestic cricket in England?
I can't say I don't have my concerns about it. I don't know too much really what it will mean, but like, I'm a bit sceptical about it all, to be perfectly honest. I just hope it's not bad news.
I think the Vitality Blast is such a good competition.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I've never gone to watch a 100 game ever. I've sort of got like a pact that I don't really want to.
Yeah, I'm pacting up with you, mate. Yeah.
I don't want to get involved.
I've been to a couple. Yeah. It's not actually worth it. Like, it's quite, I don't know, it's fun to watch. Get great players, but
you've got an obsession with the Invincibles. Like, that's
with Oval full stop. Not the Invincibles, but yeah. Well, I'm surprised you haven't been asked to DJ at one of the 100 games. So
if they ask me, then I might consider.
For the money.
Yeah. I'm not sure that my kind of dance tunes would go down too well, but we'll see.
Yeah. So just back to the white ball stuff. Obviously, Brendan McCullum recently been announced as the new white ball coach in January. What do you think about that? Because I thought when he joined, he made it clear that he wanted to keep it specifically to like keep red ball and white ball separate. But now he's joining, and that might see Ben Stokes come back into the side. Do you think that's a little bit confusing, or good decision?
No, I think it's great. It definitely brings a bit of cohesion between the teams. There'll be some joined up thinking. I think there's more of a chance we'll bring our best players in, like Joe Root and Ben Stokes, who are still like supreme one-day players.
Sure.
The only factor is like, because obviously the scheduling is just nuts. Like, I don't know if Brendan McCullum's got a family, but he's not going to see much of him, is he?
No, well, that's the thing as well, because I'm worried that he's going to be doing so much on both sides, he'll just tire out quicker than he would have if he just did a Red Bull. So he'll leave the test.
He's not the fella to look too stressed, to be perfectly honest. But I mean, if he can handle the workload, I think it's great. But it is a lot. Like, let's face it. The scheduling is mad. I don't like. So they have test matches that end. Like, so I remember a couple of years ago, the last day of the test in New Zealand. The following day, there was a one-day game starting in Bangladesh.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And they had to send out like a D team.
How's that going to work? Like, you have to some private jet from New Zealand to Bangladesh to get our multi-format players over and coach. Yeah, so interesting ones. Let's see how that pans out.
Yeah, it's just happening more in just every sport, pretty much. Like,
I've got a good mate's 30th, the same.
And then he injured himself the next day, so he's out for 9 months. But it just feels like all sports are just trying
to go on strike.
Trying to cramp it in. Yeah. So yeah, Red, if you just want to lead on to the section 3 now, it looks like we've got 8 minutes left of the Zoom.
Yeah. Oh, is there a time limit on the Zoom?
Yeah, it is. I didn't actually know that, but it says you can upgrade to premium.
Okay.
I'm actually 5.
Yeah, we should upgrade. Upgrade. All right. Yeah. So just segment 3 is just a bit of behind the scenes stuff, like questions for you. And you said you've only been on a handful of tours, but what has been your favourite tour with the Barmy Army?
I can't say Sri Lanka because I was on my own. I'd probably say New.
So we're back. Bit of a shift in accents from those cultured tones to my Liverpool comprehensive, but if we do something at Guerrilla Cricket, we do variety. Who have we got? Yes, we've got Messy Jazz in the Weather Cave. And we've got Will. I'm not sure where you are, Will, but I'm glad you're here, so to speak, in this virtual world. As Leach is in, it's a bit of a loosener there. Full toss, which was just paddled to long leg, where a labouring Bryden Carse, who did look a bit injured, and he's wincing throwing that ball back, gets round. And I think that was probably a couple. So Salman goes to 14. Sajid Khan is on 30. Pakistan are 136 for 5 with a lead of 211. I think if Pakistan are still batting in an hour's time, I think England's going to be in real difficulties. There's a big, horrible, swipey sweep. Jack Leach appeals half-heartedly. He gets no support from behind the wicket, and it dribbles away past the one slip, and they run a leg by. We're seeing it again here, but it's pitched outside off. Hit him on the shoulder, and was both outside off and high. So Pakistan looking to play positively the first two deliveries. Jack Leach has 1 for 34. He's probably bowled a bit better than that, but as ever on pitches, you need a bit of luck, and Bryden Carse was the luckless man today. 2 pretty easy catches dropped. The regulation one to the keeper, Jamie Smith, just put it down, and Joe Root for the second time dropped a pretty straightforward catch at well, the first one was difficult, the second one was not at slip. Nobody's going to tell me that he's sighting the ball early enough to move. Decent ball from Jack Leach to the left-hander, but it misses the bat by a mile. It hits the pad, popped up to Ollie Pope at short leg, but only a half-hearted appeal. As Leach is in again, he goes right the way back to Sajid Khan, but he tickles it round the corner, and Leach Bashir picks the ball up. England need a bit of energy here. They need what not Sajid Khan, what was his name, the Pakistan off-break ball. You can see I've been up since 4 in the morning, can't you? Sajid Khan brought that energy and vibe to the Pakistan team, as this ball is defended a little bit off the inside edge, but there is no run. I am going to bring you in, boys. So
whirling dervish energy is what you're looking for. Sorry,
I was going to bring Will in first. Go on.
Not the energy of the London mayor.
No.
Sajid Khan.
No. Not the Lord Mayor of London, as he was described on day one, but the Mayor of London. 2 different jobs. As Leach is in, and this is another full toss, so it's a scrappy start from England, and it's paddled round to Harry Brook, who is sweeping on the leg side boundary, and they're through for a single. So that was a bit of an inauspicious start for England. Jazz, have we had any thoughts on the social environment?
Indeed. Well, Mog, alert as ever, says it must be evening in Perth. Messi has his formal cap on again. Yeah, it's getting cool, so the cap keeps my head warm. I've also just had a major animal crisis. A possum fell out of the ceiling down the back of the fridge, and I was chasing that around the room and discovered the cat was in here as well. So I've been trying to keep the possum and the cat apart, or getting the possum out without letting the cat out. It was innovating, put it like that. It
sounds like
a
kind of song from an Australian Oklahoma. The possum and the cat cannot be friends, or something.
Well, I did single Surrey with a fringe on top.
Yes, indeed. Well, England will need a beautiful morning tomorrow if they're going to rescue anything from this match. But there's still some way to go. And somewhat surprisingly, looking for a bit of reverse, this man is opening the bowling after
Ben
lunch.
Ben Stokes.
I'm a little surprised that Sajid Bashir hasn't had a go straight after the break. You know, you use your best bowlers after a break, and he was certainly the pick of England's bowlers. As Stokes is in, looking for a reverse, but gets on with that ball, just knocked into the net that is the field on the offside. What would you have done, Will? Would you have gone with Shoaib?
Do you know, I think I would. I completely understand why Stokes has done this, because it's more of a mentality thing. I think because if you look at the he backs himself, and also if you look at Ben as a person, he's one of the most determined, gritty, sort of I'm gonna do this even if I have to run through a brick wall kind of blokes.
And he's in now, and this is swiped into the leg side. That was a very medium pace short ball, 128 Ks, and boy did it look it. And it was hit to square leg for one of these.
1, 2, 4.
I mean, we can't afford to leak 20 runs off a half-fit Ben Stokes bowling at 78 miles an hour here.
Yeah, but I mean, how is he gonna get back to bowling kind of at his height if he doesn't bowl?
Well, he can't afford to leak runs here. That's kind of my point, is that Shoaib should be on because England need wickets, and he's the wicket taker in these conditions. This is on off stump and just squirted into the offside. There is no run. I mean, I was at Edgbaston when Virat Kohli was winning the match for India, probably 2015 or something, and that was Ashes 2015, may have been 16, and Stokes came on and just wrested the game away from India. He got Kohli out. And once he got Kohli out, that was it, and I think England ran out 40 runs, winners by 40 runs. But that was a very different Ben Stokes to the man on the comeback trail here, who is, three-quarter pace. He's in again, and this is on leg stump, and it's just turned very easily off the pads down to long leg, where Shoaib does the fielding. I take your point, Will, but he's being picked on reputation to bowl at the moment. Give Shoaib 5-6 overs and then have a go.
Isn't it just that he's trying to sort of feel it out and see if you can sort of like what the ball's doing, where it's going, and all of that sort of thing? And because he is an all-rounder, he sort of does that in person rather than kind of with your batting captains that kind of just...
Yeah, well, I think you should know, really. He's in again. This is down the leg side, and this is rubbish, really, from Stokes. Goes through to Jamie Smith. I mean, if he wants to see what it's doing, he's got Matthew Potts. He can stand at mid-off and see what Potts does. My problem is not Ben Stokes bowling. It's Ben Stokes bowling now, because this is really critical. England need a breakthrough. They need to lift themselves in the field, and having a bowler who can bowl at 86 mile an hour, bowl at 78 miles an hour, is not really energising the troops. It's rare for me to criticise Ben Stokes in captaincy, but I think he's getting this wrong. Pakistan lead now 220, which I think earlier we might have said was a tipping point, as Stokes is in, and that does offer to swing away, but it swings away from a line well outside off stump, and a kind of half-hearted prod at it from Salman. It goes through to a sprawling Jamie Smith, and the problem with that ball is even if he edges it, it's not carrying to the keeper or the slips. So we'll have your socials.
Okay. So Mark Arnold says, does the Fremantle doctor blow colder at this time of year, Messi? It's actually very much a summer breeze caused by the heating up of the land, so it doesn't arrive till it's much warmer. But
does it make you feel fine? Summer breeze.
It doesn't usually get as far as where I am in the hills. Mutley says, welcome back, Primates. I slept through the second session, and all of a sudden YouTube's decided to crash on me, but I've uncrashed it. Cat Martin says, thank goodness the geese weren't involved in your goings on.
You need to get the geese off. The late Steve Wright would have been with you. He'd have got the geese off.
And Mog says, what a fucking shit show in the weather cave. It was a bit, really. Lockie6 says, can we get hotspot on the gorillas? I'm betting that Messi let a few go in the possum cat engagement. And denial is proof.
Well, you're not missing any cricket because you're not getting any cricket. Various heads have been used to apply sweat to the ball, something I'm sure the ICC will be having a look at because it's becoming a bit of a thing. But we've had 3 or 4 minutes here without a ball being bowled. I don't really understand it. I don't know what the advantage is for England taking time out of the game here, because this surely is their opportunity to take the wickets they need. A draw is not on the cards. 2 more days to play after this session, and still we're not getting any play. It really is ridiculous. Leach is ready. now, and he's round the wicket to the right-handed Saud Shakil, and gets a bottom edge round the corner to is that Ollie Pope? It might be Ollie Pope there. It's very hard, helmets and glasses and everything else, and you've got these big wraparound glasses these days which make identifying players particularly tricky. But anyway, there was no run.
Got some sort of
sponsorship deal.
Glasses.
This ball is punched to mid-wicket and there is no run. England look very, very flat. Come on. That's why it was bad not to get this over started quickly. Still we're not getting a delivery here. I mean, Saud is waiting for the field to be placed. Round the wicket again is Leach to the right-hander, and this is on leg stump. It does leap a little bit, but he plays it well, does Saud. He's a small man, so he knows he has to get his hands high, and he did so. Are you getting the same vibe as me, Will, on this, that England have come out flat?
I wouldn't say I think they're as flat as possibly you think.
Big appeal, big appeal! It was an attempted sweep. He was well down the wicket, was Saud, and they're all together here having a look. It's certainly pitched in line, and they've gone for it. At best, I think this is umpire's call on height. But they've gone for it, so maybe this is the lift they need here. Jez, what's your prognosis?
I think it might have pitched outside leg myself.
Right. Will, what's yours?
I think at best umpire's call, but maybe. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where it pitched. It could have been outside leg.
Well, we're about to see. I think it's pitched in line for sure. And there's a big swipe across the line, and it's hit the shin about 3/4 of the way up. But the question is whether it'll be going over the top. I think it's certainly going on the line of middle stump.
Shout, actually.
It's looking a better shout all the time. These are the decisions, Jez, when we were growing up that would simply never be given by an umpire.
Yeah. It's not going over. It's not got any height in it at all.
Well, if it's not going over, it's hitting. Let's see. This could be what
and
England
he's a really
need.
short bloke as well.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to see it now. The ball is about to pitch. It pitches on leg and middle. It hits the pad, and it's going on. You're absolutely right, Jez. It's hitting middle and leg. A superb review by England. Just when they needed a lift, they got it. Because what England need are more and more of these. So Saud Shakil out for a well-constructed 31, which may yet prove to be a good innings, depending on what England do in their fourth innings. It's certainly added to the cause. But you're never really in on this pitch. Just a glance down some of the scores that Pakistan have put together, 20s, 30s. Indeed, in both innings, same for England, is you're never really in. So, Will, where do we go from here?
Well, I think, Ben Stokes has had what he wanted to have happen. So I would say that he's probably thinking he's on track, because bowling Jack Leach is sort of in terms of gritty bowlers, I would say Jack Leach is the grittiest. I've never known anyone sort of with more determination just in their day-to-day life than Jack.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's
freakishly.
He's overcome illness. He's overcome problems with his action. He's overcome being dropped.
He also, I think, is the most Bazball person other than Stokes.
You think so?
I know. Yeah, I think he's the person that's bought into it the absolute most. If you talk to him about what Stokes he's done for him as a player and just as a bloke and all of that sort of thing, I think there's so much kind of going on with that.
Yeah, I mean, I always call Zach Crawley the high priest of Bazball, but maybe right. He certainly is a different player. Stokes, we'll just wait to jingle a new man. Because here's Leach into him, and he just defends that into the offside.
I'm a coming. I'm a coming for you. I'm a coming for you, Jamal.
There was no real excitement from England in taking the review, and yet it was absolutely hitting middle stump halfway up, or middle and leg halfway up. He lets that go, does Jamal, and there's hands on the heads there, just trying to unsettle the new batsman. It remains to be seen how incapacitated he is by the injury he was carrying on day one. They may have had the soigneurs at him to get rid of it.
That was so odd. It was actually a very poor umpiring decision.
It was. This ball is pushed into the offside, and there is now run. Yeah, it was, but as I say, maybe it's just a hangover from the days when if you got your front pad right the way down the track to a spinner, it was just never given out. We'll have your socials.
Okay, so Lockie says, sorry, we've had that one. Leah says, yes, YouTube is having quite some problems at the moment, both in the app and in the browser. I'm sort of relieved to hear that. I thought it was me. Lockie 6 says, possums love iced Fovos. I used to hand feed the little cuties in Brisbane all those years ago. I don't need to hand feed these little buggers. There's plenty of food in the garden.
Don't they bring like don't they bring like a million fleas and ticks and all this kind of stuff in with them? Or are they there anyway in Australia? They're the least of your worries.
Yeah. It's the fact that they're in the ceiling pissing that's the worst thing.
Oh, yes.
When they fight, they make a hell of a deal.
I bet they do, and I bet when they do one or two other things, they can be quite loud as well.
Yes, it is, but they're lovely in their own environment, which is outside.
Yes, as this ball is pushed into the leg side, and Stokes is just being milked here. They go through for a single. Pakistan now 147 for 6, much depending on Salman and Jamal. But we said that in the first innings, and Tail played particularly well. So the Stokes experiment is continuing. He's gone from being half fit to about a third fit. I think by the end of the over he'll be a quarter fit, but let's see. It's willpower rather than will from Stokes, but we'll come to you, Will, for some more thoughts after this ball. England are taking time out of the game, even though they've got a wicket. I mean, just play the game quickly, lads. It's win or bust here. There's no draw. Although England don't play for draws, we know. 2 slips in place for Ben Stokes, who barely reaches the crease. I'd like to say running in, but he's barely jogging in. This goes into the leg side, and there is no run. Will?
I think I'm trying to sort of work it out. I don't know. I see. Leach makes perfect sense to me. I think that's who I'd have started with. The only thing that I can think of is that Stokes trying to sort of just have a look, and he's also a bit shy at taking himself off.
Here he is. This is pushed into the offside. He is. He doesn't make. Go on.
I was just going to say, if you look at, I mean, the person that you kind of compare him to in terms of captaincy, just because he's a bowler as well, is Cummins, and I think Cummins is much better at bowling himself.
Yeah,
Flint. You know what I mean? Like, I think he knows when to bowl himself a bit more, and because Stokes has been in and out with the bowling, he's probably out of the rhythm of knowing when he wants to bowl himself.
Well, he's in again now, barely reaching the crease, and this is defended into the leg side, and there is no run. 130 kmh, which is about 81 or 82 miles an hour. You get the feeling Ben Stokes could bowl that speed left-handed, but yeah, I think you're right. Flintoff, when he was captain, he wasn't quite as bad a captain as is made out, because he lost an Ashes series badly in Australia, and if that's the criterion for being a bad captain, then England have had an awful lot of bad captains.
Yeah,
but he was reluctant to bowl himself.
Captained England is a bad captain by that standard.
Strauss won there, Jardine won there. This ball just takes the edge, and the man at deep gully saves 1. But again, there's absolutely no pace. He's down to 128 now. Railingworth won down there, but they are rare occurrences, and the trouble is, especially in the English press, you're a villain if you lose.
In 100 years.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
That's not. I totally take your point, but
Gatting won.
Not really.
Gatting won down there. Yeah, 86-87.
Yeah.
So Flintoff wasn't as bad, but one of the things he was bad at was bowling himself. He would he would be a bit reluctant. He was always a bit of a reluctant bowler anyway. This is down leg side, taken well by Jamie Smith, and this is just rubbish really. It's the end of the over. Pakistan 147 for 6. We'll come to your socials.
Martley also says, I've been having issues for at least a week of YouTube crashing. So it sounds like lots of people. It may be related to the fact that there seems to be a lot more ads on it as well. He also says, 1 million fleas? That sounds like some sort of curse.
Well, I've seen the late Steve Irwin. 1 million mice in a barn is certainly possible in Australia, because I've seen it.
Yeah. Oh, that's scary stuff. Stephen Kelk says, yes, both Firefox and Chrome have been bombing on my computer after YouTube has been on for a while. Yeah, it's clearly doing something to resources, and they need to fix it.
Yeah, well, there'll be all kinds of dodgy stuff going on in the run up to the US elections. You can be sure of that. The tech giants will suddenly become less reliable. I'm sure that's the case. I mean, it may be happening now, because we all talk about the run up to the USA elections, but voting is underway in a lot of states now. The crazy system of not really having a general election but a whole series of plebiscites with different rules to get the president is an example of that. This ball is defended, no run. Pakistan lead now 2-2-2. Leach is in, just the one slip, no short leg, no leg slip. He comes down the track, does Salman, and he mistimes it to the man at cow corner, who is Joe Root, who might be better employed there than in the slips these days. Say the eyes aren't so great. At least that's my prognosis. But England slightly on the defensive here. But you get the feeling they should be attacking with Leach and defending with Stokes, and instead it's a bit the other way round. 2 slips in for the new bat, and Jamal. Always something that's important to me. You shouldn't need to look at the graphic to see if the new batsman's on strike. You should be able to do it just from looking at the field. And the 2 slips are in. There's Leach again round the wicket, and it's just a beautiful delivery. That's the ball on a string, pulls the batsman forward, then pitches, turns and beats the outside edge. Turned it too much actually. He would have missed that with 2 bats in his hand. Lovely ball. It's the complete slow left armour to right hand bat delivery, and leading edge, and the man in at short cover, I think it's Zach Crawley. He dived. It would have been a good catch because it went quite fast off the leading edge. It is Zach Crawley, but that's what he's there for. It's another chance, not the kind of 90% chances that we've seen dropped, maybe 98% chances from Smith, but that is about a 40% chance, because he was launched in the air. It wasn't travelling that fast, and he couldn't get a hand on it. We'll see it again in a moment, as this ball again skews off the outer edge, and they're through for a single. How difficult was that catch, Will? Do you think it was an impossible one, or one he should have caught, or in between?
It's a kind of, I would say, 60-40 tricky one. So
the other way round to me, I think he should be catching it. No, I think it's the same. We both think 40% of the time he should be catching it, so we're of one mind with that. What about in the weather cave down with the possums?
Well, we've got Leah says Beefy was probably one of the worst captains England ever had.
Again, not true. He's bowled him. He's bowled him. He goes back when he should be going forwards. He did not learn from the English tail, who kept getting out like that, trying to play French cricket in front of their stumps. And he hit the off stump to Jack Leach. And Leach is pulling England back into this game off his own bat, if that's not mixing the metaphors, because it's his bowling that's doing it.
Can I wax lyrical about how much I love Jack Leach?
After I've played the jingle.
Fair enough.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Quite. Will, over to you.
I love watching Jack Leach bowl. He's got such a beautiful action. You can really see his plans and where he's going with it, and I love that, because even though you can kind of, there is that element of kind of like, I've bowled with him, sort of like, so I've sort of seen him grow up and all of that sort of thing, because we're roughly the same age and we're at the academy at the same time.
Oh, excellent! Boy, tell us some more stories about that in a minute. But I do want to challenge you a little bit, because if you saw under Joe Root, everything was fired into the pads with no flight, no drift, no dip, and it was all about bowling dry. Where under Stokes, he is much more of an attacking bowler, bowls a much more attacking line and gets some revs on the ball. But he was pretty poor under Root, and he doesn't hold full responsibility or full culpability for that. But he wasn't very good.
See, that's not Jack bowling that's not him being him. Do you know what I mean? I think that's the thing with Stokes, has brought this kind of whole philosophy where you express yourself and sport becomes art kind of thing and all of that, and basically he's given Jack the kind of license to go and just do what he wants.
He has, and what he wants to do is get
himself.
Another go at the new batsman, and we should jingle the new batsman. It's this man.
Some time has passed since Edward confessed, and now Nauman Ali is feeling repressed. It's the time of...
Well, that's as long as a Pink Floyd track, so we'll cut it there. As Salman takes up the offer of an easy single to long on. Stories from bowling with Jack Leach, please.
We're not due a change at the end of that over.
Oh, we might be. I'm just waiting for someone to kick me out of here because it's Hendo, Bear, and Ajit next. Well, maybe you'll leave the stories on Jack Leach until next time.
Are you able to
definitely want to hear them.
Gary?
What's that?
Are you able to let Ajit?
No, but the Bear's here, so he's going to do it. So I'm just going to commentate on this ball, and England are taking a minute over each delivery at the moment, so I'll be able to hand over to the Bear in just a second. As camera's picking out Jack Leach, and no man is probably taking guard. And here is Stokes, and this ball's down the leg side. It really is rubbish from Stokes, and on that point I'm going to leave you.
Thank you. We got a super chat to celebrate that. Camilla Kotja sends us €2 saying, day off work today, celebratory morning beer. Of course, why not?
Absolutely.
Go for it, Camilla.
I too am enjoying a celebratory morning beer. I was only trying to drink one bottle, but I've got the big bottle because the Bear's drunk all my little bottles.
Well, you've got plenty of time to get sober.
See you later.
See you in a bit. Down the leg side and flicked away to long leg for a single, 152 for 7. Salman 25, he's been dropped twice in 3 balls off poor old Bryden Carse. So he should have gone. Possibly Pakistan should be out by now on that basis.
Well, it should be. England could still get away with 250 runs to chase. So it could be quite tantalising. Well, I imagine we'll fall well short, but
yeah, I someone said earlier on YouTube 250, and I said I think they were about 190 ahead at that point, and I said they'd rip your hand off at 250 now, I think. Anyway, here comes Stokes. He's got 2 slips. He bowls a short one that ends up looping through to someone who has a bit of a grin about that. He says, "You're not going to fool me into trying to smash that." And the Bear's waving at somebody. Who?
I was waving at Ajit. For a minute I thought he was in the back of a chauffeur-driven car, but no, I realised that's actually a blind behind him.
Yes, it's just the kitchen. I will mute myself.
Well, you know, you can imagine you're in a chauffeur-driven car with a kitchen in it.
It is still morning here, so good morning. Although it may not be morning in where you are. Is it now?
I'm in Germany. I'm not at home. I'm in Germany.
You're in Germany, so you're still an hour ahead of us, aren't you?
Yeah, so it's after lunch.
So it's after lunch where you are.
Yes.
And just before lunch where we are.
So, but yes, all right.
Stokes in again, bowling. He comes down the wicket, does Salman, and then as the ball rather fades away from him, he has a little dab at it and could easily have got a little thin edge through. Now, I take to a certain extent Gary's point about maybe we should have spin at both ends at the moment, but I don't actually think Stokes is bowling too badly, and it may well be. He's only gone for 13 runs. He's almost completed his 5th over. I don't think he has looked dangerous in this spell, but I thought he did look dangerous in his spell in the first innings where he only bowled 5 overs, and of course he's got to get back. Yes. Well, that said, he's bowled an awful ball down the leg side, and then it's got a horrible bounce for poor old Jamie Smith, and has escaped him and has run away for 4 byes.
The ball went through the 1, 2, 3, 4. Somehow let it through, straight through.
Double jingles to tell you what happened there, and oh dear, it spun after gripping.
Yeah.
It gripped and spun, but he didn't keep his legs together.
Well, hang on. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that, talking of limbs, that Jamie Smith needs to learn to keep his legs together, because he was bowled this morning between his legs, wasn't he?
Yes. And later now, in this case, he could be forgiven, but the ball really bounced awkwardly and turned and went right between his legs. Nonetheless, what do we make of this lead? 231, I think Pakistan would already feel a bit comfortable. No?
Yeah, I think it's Pakistan's game to lose now, isn't it? Really, or you could say England's game to win if they go at it hard.
They will. They will go T20.
You imagine they will do? Yeah, absolutely. But Sajid bowled really well, didn't he?
He's the man. He'll be opening the bowling. Probably Noman will be the holding bowler, while Sajid will attack.
Was it that they kind of once they slowed their pace down a little bit yesterday through the air, that they began to get more turn, or did the pitch just suddenly start to turn regularly? I'm not quite sure.
I think that's it. The pitch has given up its final legs of whatever stability.
Well, I was
subcontinental space.
I was posing the idea that maybe because we've never played on a pitch on the 9th or 10th day, that it will actually suddenly get better. Edged and caught. Well bowled by Bashir, who's back into the attack.
Oh, he's got nearly a 5 for
and with his first ball, he finds the outside edge of no man's bat, taken comfortably at slip, and we're just 2 wickets away from England chasing. 156 for 8.
Well, interesting. On the 8th day of this test, essentially we've had 10 wickets so far today. Is that the 7th, 8th?
We've taken 8, and they took 4, so
12 wickets, and we still got 2 hours to go.
There's going to be some more wickets.
I think it definitely. I still think it could be over today, or as good as over today.
No.
No. All right. Well, we'll see. Pakistan lead by 231, and if England can just, if they can get 2 more wickets without really any significant addition of runs, then it's even better for them.
The way he's striding to the crease, Sajid, I gave up the ghost there. I told which is the new batter, who's the new batter, but he looks some intent in that stride there.
Well, he averages 9 in test matches, a best of 21.
He'll take that.
Well, yeah, a 21 here, and he'd be very happy, I'm sure.
Indeed, we have a jingle for him. It goes like this.
Sajid Khan, the very best model of a modern magic cricketer. Sajid Khan.
I can see Sajid Khan becoming a bit of a cult hero. He's he's a little bit Shaka Dhawanish, in my opinion. Do you see?
He even does a similar celebration, the one where he touches the thigh and points up.
See,
to the
that's it. I thought that was Jadeja.
No, it was Dhawan.
Dhawan, okay, Shaka Dhawan. So is that a cultural thing from a particular part of the country that crosses the border, pre 48 and
Could
whatever?
No, I mean, it's a cultural thing on both
partition sides. You're talking
about. Pre-partition, they were part of the same sort of tribal area.
I thought they were. That was more of wrestler celebration. Maybe on both sides wrestlers have such a celebration, or a kabaddi celebration. There's a game called kabaddi, which involves a lot of muscularity as well. It looked like one such. It's of course played on both sides.
So it's off spinner to off spinner, 3 men round the back. He brings out the reverse sweep, and there's a huge appeal for LBW.
Outside the line.
Just outside the line.
Well, Chris Gaffney says no. The last review that England decided upon was a good one. This time it looks like they're not going to.
Close
It's one of those. I mean, the pad is outside the line, or the main part of the pad is outside the line, but it turns in and hits the inside of the pad, which can still be in line. He's down the wicket. He's gone for a big hoik. He's not going to muck around, and I think that's probably the best approach. He's probably going to get 2 runs there. He does.
Yes.
Out to deep mid wicket.
Oh, I might get a run out in.
Oh, you're going to get a run out.
If Salman has anything to say to him. He's looking like he wants to get them past 250 in this over.
Just looking at that previous wicket, it was a nice snatch at slip by Stokes. Maybe he's taken Root out of there because Root's been shelling 1 or 2.
The other thing, such a rapid turn is sometimes also against you when you're going for LBWs.
Sweep from Sajid Khan. Now, the man at deep backward square, who is Jack Leach, is well in off the boundary edge, because I guess they're anticipating that he might top edge it, mightn't he? They only get the 1.
Exactly for that, the top edge, and to prevent such a hard hit going for a run.
Yeah.
He's 3/4 of the way. That's a good field placement there, very imaginative.
Yeah, between the two, isn't it, really? And that's probably as good as anything. You don't feel that Sajid is going to connect so well with it that he needs to be right on the boundary, of course. But
well, if he's going to hit over his head, it's a 4 for sure. But that's the bait you have with the ball turning into your bows.
Bashir in again. Down the wicket comes Salman, and he goes for a big booming drive on the offside. He doesn't get enough elevation, and it's not that far away from the man diving at mid-off, but it has got past him, and it has gone to the boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And I suppose the danger for England here is that
they get away quick.
They could get some quick runs here, and some valuable runs. Now that's not a great ball from Shabir. He pulled that down. Sorry, Bashir. It was tucked away onto the 45.
Got away with it, actually. It just went off the pad. If he had got any bat on that, he would have beaten that fine leg as well. But anyway.
Joe Root was the man who did the fielding. 163 for 8. Bashir has figures of 4 for 53. Salman 29, Sajid 3.
Anything on socials?
Yeah, Stokes is the only charisma player that painlessly transitioned from England hero to England captain, says Pokey. What else we got? Stephen Kelk says, I have to repeat my recent experience when I had a beer at 3 p.m. and I was called a degenerate. Who called you that, Mr. Kelk? That's outrageous. You're a lord. Well, you could be a lord who just give you some more money and we call you Lord Kelk, and that would be an absolute outrage. Muttley says, keep his legs together. No slut shaming, please, Hendo.
Yeah, I knew that would get someone going.
Yes, of course you did. Andy Lally. Morning to everyone watching and listening, and enjoy your day. Why, thank you very much, Mr. Lally.
We do remind you, if you want to be called Lord something, or Mr, or Mrs, or Dame...
Well, you have to go up through the ranks. You can get Mr for...
Mr first is...
Mr, and then another Super Chat you can become a Lord, but
right.
The Super Chats have to be worth...
I think we're going to make a $5 minimum, maybe.
What, to be a Lord?
No, to be a Mr or a Mr.
Okay.
Yeah, I think rather than just your sort of YouTube
Hang on to your hats here.
2 slips, well, a slip and a gully, really. Leach is back in. A very clever reverse sweep by Sajid. He played that very well indeed. Carse is at deep backward point, so it's just a single.
We may have missed a very important point there. One follically challenged bowler to another there on that ball. Now, unfortunately,
yes, indeed.
Salman is
Well,
back
in fact, you could argue that Sajid is the Pakistani Jack Leach in terms of they're not and they're not dissimilar, are they? I mean, they're both balding and they both got beards. That said, Sajid's beard is more impressive.
That and he's a tad more aggressive. He's like a fast bowler almost.
Leach in bowls. He's given himself room, but that's gone up in the air. I think it's going to fall safely. Yes, it is, just behind backward point. And Carse runs in. They've got back for 2. Brilliant running from Salman.
They won't let me have a run out.
Well, they're not.
Not yet. Hang on.
No, well they don't. When it gets down to the last two batsmen, they kind of get rid of dismissal six method. You can only have caught or not, or not
Apparently,
caught.
it's obvious. Run out is highest likelihood.
I don't understand.
Well, you just reduce the odds then, don't you? I mean, if it's
Yeah.
not obvious for openers and it comes obvious for the later batsmen, then you just go down to sort of 5, 6s, 7s to 1. But they don't offer that. I went under the full of the next wicket, which was 174 and a half. I got, I think.
That's a reasonable number, I think.
Leach in a very
Wow.
decent sweep by Salman. Oh dear, Salman was the wicket, wasn't he? How many has he
Yes.
added since he was dropped twice? He's on to 33 now. I
He
think
was
he was on
dropped on
about
one.
10.
Yeah, was he
About
that?
10,
I
I
thought he was
think.
in single figures.
It may have been 9. It may have been 9.
Wow.
So
That's
20,
costly then.
Yeah, 24 runs in this kind of
Dropped him twice
situation.
in 1 over as well.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, after that brain fade that India had collectively, New Zealand are 126 for 1. They're comfortable. I mean, the two batters, I mean, Conway has looked very ugly, but he's made good runs. He's 70 odd not out. And Young, he's often a fair weather performer. It's probably unfair. He's 31 not out. So, well, India are already under the pump, and after 1 day of play, if not even 1 day of play, they are already thinking how much weather assistance they can get.
I can still see India getting out of that one. Leach in bowls, good sweep. Although it could be in the air, someone there, no one there. Well, if there is in fact Potts, but he's not square enough. And these runs are coming too rapidly, and we're just talking 231 as a lead.
No, I think it's gone to 250. It's gone very fast.
No. What I was going to say was, when the last wicket went down, England needed to get those 2 wickets very quickly, and 231 they'd have said, maybe if they were looking at 250, 231 would have been very good, but we're now up to 247.
Yes.
So they might even go past 250 now.
He's actually chancing his arm. Probably he trusts his partner a bit. Maybe they've played together at a lower level where he knows what Sajid can do.
Now that's a quicker ball from Leach.
Going for 2.
Just lost his confidence a little bit there, and they are going back for the second. And England are a little bit in disarray here, I would say. They've got their... I don't know, have they got their field set correctly? It's very difficult when... I know Salman's not a tail ender, but Sajid is. But when they're playing in this manner, the ball can just drop if it's not your
he's
day.
manipulating the fields well. He had a couple of miscues, must be said, but he's manipulating the fields very well here. Knowing that, they are keeping sort of an inside-out field where they're looking for catches at the wicket, but at the same time protecting the boundaries. This is very clever cricket by Salman. And in any case, England will need at least 250 to win this game now.
Well, they
Pakistan's lead is 249.
They haven't protected the boundaries. There've been two at least in the last 5 or 6 balls, and also, as you say, the in-out field. There probably were catches that would have gone to backward point if he'd been in an orthodox position, but he isn't. He is now, and that's smashed by Salman. And no, that is very good. I have to say that is good manipulation of the field, because he had a man back there in front of square, and he hit it behind square for 2 or 3 balls ago, and now he's moved the fielder and he's hit it in front of square 4 more.
They had catches now.
Very good from Salman. He's moved to 43, 178 for 8. Worrying for England. Would you bring a paceman back on at this stage?
No, I'd let them.
No.
I'd have got the other end. I'll try and get the other end. Camilo Kocha says, how much the peerage in this chat? Well, I'm going to give you down because we have one of these.
Use your bribe, super chat.
Commander Arnold, who used to be Mark Arnold, but he's now Commander Arnold because he's given us 10 quid, and you may now call me Commander. So you are Commander Arnold. Thank you very much. Mr. Kelk says, looks like I got my title at the right time before inflation grew.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Indeed. This is Handjob says, you'll call me Mr. for free and you'll damn well enjoy it. All right, Mr. Handjob.
I knew that was Mr. Handjob when you read that out. Bashir
course.
starts a new over, turns it into Salman. To Sajid, who just drops it into the onside where there is a short leg, but it's well short of him.
Mr. Kelk, Lord Kelk says, all hail, Commander.
Absolutely. What is the highest honour? Commander, is that the highest?
I don't know. No. Admiral of the Fleet. If you're
Admiral of the Fleet, how much would we charge for that?
At least 20
bucks.
Yeah, 20 quid to be admirable.
It's like handing out the back of a van, isn't it, for 20 quid, for crying out loud?
That turns, and he's tucked it away again. He that a back short leg would be useful in this situation, but there isn't one. They take a single to root on the 45.
England are left with this dilemma. They can't go all out on the attack because even miscues are going to cost England from this point in time. A 250 lead has already been achieved.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and the current partnership is 23 off 13 balls. That is damaging in the context. Salman down to face, and Bashir is in. He drags that one down a little bit. He plays across in front of his pad out towards mid-wicket. There is no run.
Sajid is taking a running start every ball as well. He's ready. He's playing T20s.
Well, I guess he's taken a lot of confidence from his bowling. If you've got this is defended. It is the pad. A ridiculous appeal from Stokes.
Outside the line.
He was way outside the line. Way outside the line.
Fifth stump outside the off. Well done him.
That was very much in hope rather than an expectation, one feels.
He's bowled well enough. He deserves a 5 here, Bashir. Let's see if he can get to it. And Salman.
Be his third 5-er, wouldn't it, in Test cricket? Oh, out comes the reverse again. That is very well played. Certainly going to get one down to Potts. Are they going to run back for the second? They are. This is very, very damaging. Salman moves on to 45.
Sensible batting. He's looking that the line of the ball is tight and just outside off and turning in, so he's chosen to get outside the line of the ball and sweep against it. That's good.
Well, he kind of looks a better batsman playing this way, doesn't he?
Well, this is why England
on this very clever limited overs cricketer as well.
Certainly on this pitch and the way it's playing. So he's 5 runs short of a half century.
Been a top score so far in the second innings.
Yeah, it will. And suddenly Pakistan are looking at a score of 200. 181 for 8. The man who was on the fence at deep backward square has come in about 20 yards for the potential.
There's a
top
45,
edge.
Very fine 45.
He's very fine. He's
trying to trap him on a sweep.
He's not so much a 45 as about 37.
Fair enough.
He's got a very strange slip. I can't work that one out. This is swept to the man on the 37, and there is
37.
No run. Well, instead of the 45, he's finer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
finer, you see.
Man, yeah. Come on, sorry. You're a maths man.
Oh, I like that. Lady Mabatti says, "Wow, the class and calibre of people in guerrilla cricket is increasing." Lady Mabatti, no courtesy required. Mr. Kelk says, "Prize of Emperor." Well, I don't know. Lockie the Six says, "King is probably tops." Well, I don't know. Emperor, King, they're around about the same. Mr. Kelk says, "The going rate for Sith Lord is also of interest to me. I would say the highest is obviously Universe Boss."
Well, I suppose so. I'm going to say God. Or your
God
alternative would possibly be.
They have that in June.
Wow.
They have a God Emperor in June.
Yeah.
Lucky the Six says on Earth. No. Universe Boss, I guess.
I like the idea of calling God Handjob.
Yeah,
that would be quite good, Mr. Handjob. If you'd like to,
if you'd like to be God,
if you'd like to be God. I mean, of course you are. You are the Jingle God. That's for sure. Leach will continue. Can England get a wicket here? They need one. It's too flat. It's too horrible. It's too slow. And it's just dabbed backward a square. They're running for almost everything here, Pakistan.
They are being very enterprising.
That's why I want a fucking run out.
It's hit and run, isn't it? It's kind of old style in the park cricket as you played as a kid. Well, I did. Don't know about other people.
They know the damage it's causing to England's morale as well as their hopes.
I don't think England's morale will be particularly down. They'll just come out and play baseball and see where it goes. If they lose, they'll go, well, you know.
Yeah, they don't care. I mean, I was kind of that bothers me a little bit. The way Ducket spoke yesterday after the game. I'm pleased with the way he batted. And of course, he did bat very, very well. But no sort of, sense of being annoyed that he then got out. Oh my goodness, what is going on down here? Now the bowler saw the batsman coming. He pinged it down the leg side. It turned back towards the stumps. I have no idea what Jamie Smith was doing there, because he just
let it go through.
I mean, he just tried to stick his pads at it. It rolled off his pads and went away for a couple of byes.
Stokes doesn't look too impressed. What was happening is they opened the inside field of the off, allowing Salman Ali an easy single if he wants it, and sort of he now knows the ball will be on his leg, and he's now gotten the single to deep square leg.
And he's definitely upset the England bowlers. I mean, Leach is bowling with, I feel like, with quite a bit of anxiety at the moment. As he said, that's swept down to deep backward square for another single, but he's bowling quicker. He's trying to bowl quicker through the air. His line has gone a little bit. It's going far too much down the leg side. Let's see what he can do here. He's in to Salmon. Oh, he's turned that beautifully.
There you go.
Not only did it turn, but it bounced as well. It was too good a ball. Too good a ball. Sajid is the man now, of course, facing, but I think that would have beaten most batsmen, to be honest.
Not a whole lot you can do to that. Hope it will not.
Leach again though. This is too flat, and it's carved to backward point by Sajid.
They don't a little bit of air, don't you?
Didn't get it.
Point is well in, trying to stop that reverse swept single or that guided single, knowing that the ball is going to go away from the bat, from the right hander the whole time.
We've seen this before with England, an inability to finish off a team. Leach, too flat, certain straightening, but it just is easily defended by Sajid. It's the end of the over, 50 overs bowled, Pakistan 185 for 8. They now lead by 260.
Chris Acquire says, I expect degrees on the internet are about the same as a peerage here. Probably. Whereas peerages in the real world are more like £5 million, allegedly. Sponsor the Tory party, you can get a peerage. And be a racist at the same time, apparently. Lucky the Six says, how much for Baldrick the gutter sleeper? Which Ben McCormick replies, no, he doesn't reply. Commander Arnold replies that Baldrick the gutter sleeper, they'd have to pay you, I think.
Well, we're not going to get into that.
No.
Absolutely not. No.
Ben McCormick says this partnership has effectively killed off England's hope. I don't think you can ever kill off England's hopes because they've always got hope in their hearts until they lose the last wicket. Does God have a title? Asked Camillo.
Mr. God? Mrs. God? Well, I suppose he wouldn't be. He, she would be.
They.
Well, they'd be a they, wouldn't they?
It's God.
It's just God, yeah.
No, it's God.
Doesn't have gender.
Not one thing or the other. Bashir in bowls, reverse sweep, spins.
Oh dear.
Salman tumbles over in the effort. It's taken by Smith down the leg side. Bashir is now coming round the wicket just to alter the angle.
It was Salman diving back into the crease as he missed a reverse sweep and he was outside the crease.
Do you think he was diving? I thought he was falling. Onto the back foot, that's a flat, horrible piece of filth. And there's plenty of room on the offside. There's nobody on the offside apart from a deep backward point who's had to run 30 yards, 40 yards to get that. They've got back for 2 very easy runs.
They've kept that open, allowing him to sort of, if he requires, play against the line, trying to give a catch. There's a very deep extra cover and a long off in place as well.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too big a gap. I know what they're trying to do. Round the wicket, defended back to the bowler by Salman, who's now 2 runs short of a 50. And he's made absolutely the most of his good fortune, hasn't he?
Absolutely. But not only that, he's shown his value throughout this ongoing Pakistan cricket season, actually.
Absolutely. Bashir in again, turns onto his legs, but again he can't get it past mid-wicket. Crawley Fields. There is no run. Bright sunshine. Is it bright or is it somewhere between bright and hazy?
We are heading to about 4 p.m, which is when the sun starts on its way
starts
down.
to dip. He's in again. Out comes the reverse sweep. He gets on it. Going to get a run because good old Sajid is backing up very well indeed. And although
he was going to run no matter what, I think. If he had refused to run, that would have been a run out. Sajid was running. He was not taking no for an answer.
He wasn't. He was going to get down there.
It was the 5th ball of the over, so it's good cricket overall.
So Sajid has 1 ball to face from Bashir.
He'll go after it. Knowing him.
Oh, I would imagine so. Or
knowing what he can do. In this case, not knowing him.
Backward short leg and a slip. This one is given air, and he just pushes into the offside. There's nobody there. Bashir has to go and do the fielding. He's confident enough to take the strike. He moves to 7. Pakistan are taking this away from England in the last 20 minutes, I would say. 189 for 8.
Easy Ollie says anything's possible with Crawley and Duckster. It's true. Leah says, let me introduce you to a little concept called the multiverse bear. I know about the multiverse. Mr. Kelk says multiverse boss. Is that bigger than universe boss? Well, I presume so. There's more universes. Talziva Ahmad says 325 Pakistan target is good for a win. I think you could be right. England will not shirk going for it. They're certainly not going to try and block out 2 days. Chris the Quiet says the eternal champion. That's one for Leah. And Richard Peel says, I thought GC was more of an anarcho-syndicalist collective instead of propping up the upper-class bourgeoisie system of inherited titles on the backs of working classes. We're selling titles for cheap. Like, we're knocking them out of the back of a lorry, essentially.
Leach bowls to Sajid, who defends unusually into the offside. There are people on the offside now because, of course, he's taking the ball away from the right-hander. Leach in again. He goes for a big swing. It's hit him on the pad. Well, I said the pad. I think it's hit him on the hip. He's got that far around.
I think that's worth a review.
I think it's probly height.
They think he's
I don't think it's
outside
maybe,
the line of off.
I don't think it's
That's
outside
weird.
the line of off. I think it might have been turning past off, but not a bad shout.
That should have been reviewed.
Well, they've got 3 reviews. It might have been
three
worth
reviews.
it.
Only 2 wickets left for crying out now.
Leach in again. Straightens that one nicely. Sajid just pops it out into the offside. There is no run.
Leach regaining a bit of control in this over.
Yeah, he lost it, didn't
he?
He lost it in that last over a little bit until he bowled that really good ball. Here he is again, bowls, and this is forced into the offside by Sajid, but he can't get it past cover, and he hit that a single
We
was
see a
never
more
in the offing.
traditional field. We see a slip, a backward point, a catching extra cover, and a deep cover, or a deepish cover. So that's good. They're looking to just let him boil here at the crease a little, Sajid.
Well, he's gone, 4 balls without a run now, hasn't he? So maybe, as you say, the frustration is growing a little bit. Leach is in again, and he sweeps that. He's got hold of that one, all right. He's put it in front of square, well in front of square. In fact, Potts has to do the fielding at deep mid wicket. I think they've settled for just the one. Sajid has gone to 8, 190 for Pakistan, 190 for 8. Pakistan lead by 265 now.
Well, it's not a very bad move. With 1 ball left, probably Salman will look for a single and then retain strike and get a 50 at the same time. Let's see if he can. More funky fields. There's a on Hayden, a little bit wider. Off Hayden.
Off Hayden, yeah. Crawley. I mean, he takes up a lot of space there, doesn't he? So he's definitely in your eye line.
Big, tall lad.
Yeah. I never really. I mean, you didn't see that position very often in club cricket. But I never liked having someone in my eye line like that.
There's also your favourite 37 and backward square leg.
Yeah, 37 and a half
Would you
degrees.
change it in this over?
Who's on next?
Tony Messers and 40.
Okay.
Need to let 40 in.
At least Tony hasn't jumped in with 18 balls of my special still to go.
Well, it was 3. It was 3. But all right. You get the point.
Well, never allow the truth to get in the way of an exaggeration, as we see throughout the world these days. Leach in, down the wicket he comes. He's not going to bother with a single. He's going to instead smash that straight for 6. What a way to bring up your 50. Fantastic shot from Salman. Goes to 55. Pakistan 196 for 8. The lead is 271.
50-50.
Nice hat.
Pretty nifty.
Thank you.
On a bowler's pitch.
9th Test 50 for Salman Ali Agar to go with 300.
Should have been out twice in 1 over.
Should have been out twice, went on 9. But he is making England pay. England will have to look at themselves in the same way as England's women did the other day. Anyway, that's it. It's time for a change. Messi
Bye.
can do some tweets. Ajit is taking leave of his position, if not his senses.
Probably not senses.
Probably not senses. And Tony is going to come in to do ball by ball, I believe.
Good climax there, Hendo. Finishing with a 6, I think that's impressive. Bog says, would a God get almighty? I think that's appropriate. Lockie 6 says, bear there as many Labourites feasting in the House of Lords. They're all as bad as each other. It just says, vote one guerrillas. Yes, I think we should have our own hierarchy. You know, the head guerrilla, I suppose, is well, we've got a triumvirate, haven't we? We've got Bear, Hendo, and Bishop. What do we call them?
Here I am, right, carving my way through the various debris I was of beer bottles and computers and Lord knows what else, ashtrays. It's all been going on. Right, 196 for 8. Every run here, Forthy, a dagger to England's heart. Bashir is back into the attack. He's dropped this short. He's hauled it out to deep mid-wicket. It will be fielded by Jack Leach in his floppy hat, and they will take 2. But the lead, crucially now, is edging its way towards 300, 273.
I think hope has left the station a little while ago. Here, Tony. We've already got into the territory which is bigger than any chase.
Bashir, oh, he's tossed that wide. I know what he was aiming for, but he tossed it so wide. It wasn't quite a wide, but it was just within the tram lines. Poor old Sajid with his bright eyes shining from underneath his helmet. He's already got himself, what, a 7 for? What did he get himself today? Bowled magnificently. Over the wicket comes Bashir, down comes Sajid, who shows he can handle himself with the bat, that's for sure. He's worked that out again to Jack Leach and taken a single. 199 for 8 Pakistan, a very thoughtful looking. It was the hope that kills, Forthy.
Well, it's the hope that kills, which is we don't have to worry too much because not feeling particularly hopeful now. 274 is far too many. You know,
that's
so
the
don't
answer.
have to worry about.
If you don't want to be disappointed by the hope that kills, don't hope at all.
England will almost, I'd say, 90 to 95% certainty going to lose this one.
Right, around the track, reverse swept. Oh dear, a reverse swept, and it has beaten Smith. It has beaten Root. It's not Root, it's beaten Pope. It's going to roll its way into the sponge. Pope flings himself. Can he get up? Has he done his shoulder? Don't do that as well, Popey. No, he's all right. Joe Root is checking, and I think the first thing he said was, "Is your shoulder all right?" But it is nonetheless 4 more, and there's no point in me sitting here like a lemon because I'm the one playing the jingles. Here you go.
No, it's not 4.
Oh, it's not 4. Oh, beg your pardon. I'll have to take that back. Isn't that how Pope's twice done his shoulder, doing exactly what he just did there? And but
speaking
full
of doing
credit
his
to him.
shoulder, I bring you disturbing news from Bengaluru. Rishabh Pant just missed the stumping and did his knee. He's had to go off.
Oh no!
Be replaced as keeper.
Well, that's
So
not
I hope
good.
That's not too serious.
Right, a slip and a very short leg gully, I think you'd call that, wouldn't you? As that one is down leg, but taken by Smith, who's just got a tad ragged, I think.
Well,
in the last
if
few
Smith
overs, hasn't he?
And then the spinners when Bashir is he's clearly rattled. He's not dealing with the pressure particularly well.
He
here.
wants his 5 for. Jack Leach seems to have lost his line. This one's thrown up pretty well. Nice footwork though to guide it out to extra cover. They'll take a single. 202 for 8 Pakistan. Yeah, I'm liking the cut of his jib, the Victorian melodramatic actor that is Sajid Khan.
Great fun. At the end of the over, Messi, anything happening?
Lady McBatty says we can all be the god group of dukes and duchesses. Mr. Kelp says we don't want bread, we want the whole bakery and cheap titles from the back of the GC white van. Nick Cook says the best emperors are penguins. Lockie 6, I want chicken and salad roll from the white van, presumably. Chris Acquire says Supreme Wibblers. Is that the title that is lusted after by gorillas? Hattie the Batty says GOD equals Gorillas of Destiny. Yes, I like that.
Gorillas of Destiny. Right, 47 off 41 balls. This very frustrating England. Round the track, reverse swept was poor old Jack Leach there. There is a man, well, what would have been backward point. It's Bryden Carse. We were a bit worried about him earlier when he bowled a no ball and then had to looked a bit ginger when he and I don't mean he turned into Ben Stokes, but he did look a bit ginger before he had to bowl the extra ball of an over, but he seems to be alright.
Gorillas of Destiny sounds like a hybrid supergroup between Gorillas and Spear of Destiny.
It sounds a bit of a disaster to me.
204 for 8. Who was it who now is a commander on
Commander
social
is,
media? Because I think
Mark
that's
Arnold.
Mark, well, that's a
Commander
fabulous title. I like that. Commander of all he surveys, providing it's us.
Who's the lead singer of Spear of Destiny, which I could have answered, but I couldn't answer.
Who's the lead singer of Spear of Destiny, Forthy?
Good question. Kirk Brandon.
Kirk Brandon, okay. Not Brandon Flowers.
No.
Leach. Over the wicket. Pulled away. Down to backward square. Bashir fields. It's all Somerset in the action at the moment.
The Spear of Destiny,
and they take
the
another
original,
single.
was the one that the Roman soldier plunged into the Messiah's side on the cross. That's why it's called the Spear of Destiny.
Oh, was it now?
Right.
Lord, okay. Oh, that's good ecclesiastical or biblical knowledge. Round the wicket now to the right-handed Sajid comes Leach. Defended into the offside. Crawley comes in. They put in a throw. It's all happening.
I would have thought,
no
Tony,
wickets.
you'd be in the business of selling bishoprics at the moment.
Oh, you have to be careful how you say that. I've only got the one to sell. But yes, I know what you mean. That's the ultimate title. We don't give those away cheaply, that's for sure. Right, Jack Leach again, slip in place, reverse swept by Sajid. I nearly called him Sadiq again. I mustn't do that. And down towards. I always get point and square leg confused if when someone reverse sweeps.
Yeah, so
a point that became leg. Became square leg, I think, would be the answer.
What's the point?
50 partnership, though. 50 partnership of 45 balls.
This is effectively taking the game away from England, I would say, in no undue sense of confidence. I mean, they're not going to get this.
Leach throws it up wide of, where is that? His leg stump, I think, wasn't it? He's a right-hander. And there is, of course, no run. 281. Well, you can adjust your targets to a certain extent. I'd now say 300. 300's gettable, but I don't think it is. It's not on a day 9 wicket. Day 8 straight 9
exactly.
going into tomorrow wicket.
It would have been gettable in the previous test, not in this one.
Oh, with
Lucky Six is trying to introduce the slither of hope by saying, remember that this is the pitch upon which England scored 800 just days ago.
That's right, but the point being, days and days and days ago, the pitches deteriorate.
Yeah. Well, we keep looking at Shah Massoud up on the balcony. I'm not suggesting that one pitched well outside a leg. It was tried to be hauled away by the excellent Salman Ali Agha with a fine 50 to his name. I think he rather feels he's missed out. It wasn't a great ball. It's the end of the 54th over. It's 206 for 8. And we can go back to our various lords, ladies, misters, commanders, and anyone else who we've awarded titles to today, messers.
Adam Newman points out the score in Bengaluru, India all out for 46, New Zealand 2 for 154.
Well, it's not bad, is it?
Got a 108 run lead already.
Wow.
Chris Acquire, rather dismissively, suggests that GOD stands for Generators of Drivel. I think that's
harsh. Lordy me, that's very harsh.
Bog says Spear of Destiny, aka Spear of Longinus.
Longinus.
Bashir in. That one's up in the air. Is there going to be anyone underneath it? It's going to beat them. Oh, hang on. Well, it was the Duckster who was running back, but he gets a huge round of applause from every England fielder, not just a polite ripple, but hands are above heads. I think the Duckster kind of enjoyed it, but he'll be annoyed. Well, let me talk you through it. Down the track came Sajid, launched it high in the general direction of Cow. The Duckster got there, right in front of the sponge, would have gone over with his momentum. He threw the ball up, but in throwing the ball up, I think he threw it too far away from himself, and he couldn't turn and get back.
Too horizontal and not vertical enough. He was already coming down as he caught it, and I think he puts his foot already on the Tobler round.
Well,
so I think
this is the view that will tell us that, Forthy. He takes it, up he goes into the air, his momentum has carried him. No, he's released the ball before one of those giant legs of his comes down, unless his toe was on the sponge. That's the other
I think he's got his ball in the hands there, and I think the foot comes down before he...
Okay, well, he's released it
I think
mid-air.
Right. Mind you, if Gary had his way, that'd be 6.
Well, it is 6. Isn't it?
Well,
it is 6.
Sorry, that'd be out. If Gary had his way, that'd be out.
I'm not sure what they have signalled. I've got to be honest.
Well, it's 6, isn't it? Pretty obviously.
But I don't think it was. I think it was 4. Where was the score before this?
No, well, if it wasn't 6, it wasn't 4. It would have been 3.
The one thing it can't be is 4.
Okay, Bashir in. I'm hopelessly confused. I'm going to have to figure that out as that one's defended. Back to Bashir. Let's have a little look.
It was a 1.
It was a 1?
It was a 1.
They only took a single? What? That can't be right.
Imagine
that's even more nonsensical.
Cricket has it as a 1.
Well, in that case, no jingling needed. I'm surprised though. Round the wicket comes Bashir. That's defended. Smith is quickly to run out in front of his stumps. Again, a round of applause for the ball. Round of applause for the fielding from Captain Stokes, who must be frustrated. So frustrated with the drop catches. Frustrated with this partnership. Oh, that's a horrible drag. That might be LBW, you know. It was a horrible ball. Gaffers is not interested. It was a complete drag down that grubbed. The question is, did it pitch outside of leg? So let us wait and have a look.
But it's a
poor.
Well, come on about that, because he switches his stance. So it's that old, you know.
Well, there we go. There's that conundrum.
No, definitely outside leg.
Well, yes, outside leg. He'd switched himself round. So is it therefore?
I think the impact may have been just outside as well.
No, the leg stump is the stump.
Yes.
The leg stump stays the leg stump.
Ball being released.
Yes.
I know the leg stump's the leg stump, but he's batting left-handed as the ball arrives. It seems unfair.
Well, it's yeah.
Oh God, we had this yesterday.
But life is unfair, Forthy.
Yeah,
life can be unfair. The bottom line.
I don't want to go all super Gary about it, but he's definitely got a left-handed stance as the ball arrives.
Well, yeah, but as the ball leaves the bowler's hand is what counts.
Well, it shouldn't.
Super Gary. Now there is a superhero.
Well, you and Gary.
I'd go to the cinema to watch, as this one is nicely flicked around the corner towards square. Crawley lopes over from mid-wicket and they take a single. 15 for the twirly, mustachioed and bearded, but balding, or bald, not even balding, Sajid. A splendid 50 for Salman Ali Agha, 208 for 8 Pakistan. It's been entertaining again, but this is just frustration upon extra frustration for England. They bowled so well and they've just been losing it a bit, Forthy.
They have, but I think
Bashir, that's the right ball. Thrown up wide of that off stump. Jags back in to Sajid, but he played it like an accomplished batsman. He defends and there is no run. I was going to have a look at his figures. In the meantime, 208 for 8. Over to you, Messrs.
Tasif Ahmed says Pakistan playing well. 325 target is good for Pakistan. Lockie 6 says Blind Joe Root will win this test. Go Blind Joe. Chris Acquire says archbishops are very rare. There was of course an archdeacon who was a professional footballer. Leah says, I hope someone makes a highlight reel of the Indian innings set to win.
David Shepherd, I give you David Shepherd. Became a bishop, didn't he? Yeah,
he did. Weird Al's, I want a new duck. 5 of those in there after all. And will I still be Mr. Kelp tomorrow? Not unless you pay for it, Steve.
That's like, will you still love me tomorrow? Will I still be Mr. Kelp tomorrow?
All our titles conferred are for the day, I'm afraid.
Yeah, oh yeah. You don't think you get a title? It's not a lifetime award for $2.
A Patreon. I tell you what, we could add to our tiers in Patreon, couldn't we? We could say, okay, if you give us $50 a month on Patreon, you can always be Lord.
Sure. To us, I don't think. What was it? Titles for cash or whatever the scandal is. Right, we're going to see. It's potty time. It's going to be this chap back into the attack.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
2 slips for him. Full, but defended nicely into the offside, and they will get a quick single. England, apart from the slips, fairly deep set. I think Ben Stokes was calling for someone to come in a bit closer. There was some heated discussion with Jack Leach earlier.
Yeah, although Jack Leach was nodding rather than shouting back.
Well, one would expect so. I think
it's still a pretty
struggling. He was struggling with his line. I was just looking for Sajid Khan. He's got a higher score. He had a higher score. He's not there yet, is he? 21 in tests at least. Had Sajid.
Lovely romance montage between Leachy and Stokesy there.
This one down the track, swung to Ducket, who's at a shortish mid wicket now. There'll be no run. It does look like Pakistan are keen to get on with things.
Oh yeah, sure. Salman's really he's played a magnificent innings here. Actually, he's taken the game away completely from England.
Yeah, I retain that little bit of hope, but I think with 7 spinners to torment England.
You are aware that about 50 runs ago we went past the biggest score that England have ever chased in Asia.
Well, yes, indeed. Right, Potts, full toss, not a great ball. He shouts for LBW. It's given! I take that back. Well,
I'm not surprised.
It was a full toss. I thought there might be. Potts can't be height because it was a dipping ball with a full toss.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's out.
And I think that must be gone.
Yeah, I think that's middle and leg.
Sajid is coming down to have a little chat with Salman Ali Agha. I think there is a discussion on height, where surely the answer is, how can you give height off a full toss if the ball's coming down at you? That doesn't make any sense to me.
That's the one thing. That's not a problem.
Salman's got his helmet off.
2/3 of the way up middle and leg.
Yeah, here we go. We'll have a look. Unless there was an inside edge. It hits him above the knee. Well, it might. It's been given out. The only thing it might be doing, gentlemen, is just snaking its way down leg.
He's fair way back.
And it's got an inside edge as well.
There we are.
So another frustration for England, but that is a not out in just about every sense of the word, because I genuinely think Kumar Dharmasena gives the Joel Wilson sign of whoops-a-daisy, I got that one wrong. And we shall move on. The frustration for England continues. 209 for 8, and Pakistan's review is retained, and their lead is 284.
Just relax, Tony. We're going to lose. It's fine.
Hang on, Porthy. England are under contractual obligation to introduce hope at some stage.
Tails in. Steered to cover, no run. What I am interested in, though, is, I think you said it, Messers, the England's highest ever run chase in Asia. So presumably you're thinking primarily Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, India. Yeah. And what was that score?
It was about 240. I don't know. I just read it somewhere, but it's about 240.
I'm sure. Was it a credible source that you read it from, though?
Crick Info.
Oh, well, that's credible. Right. This one's launched up in the air, down towards square leg, drops short of Bashir, who I think may just have rather lost it. So was that another chance?
Maybe.
Well, I think that could have been. I think he may have lost that in the flight. Hopefully we're going to see a replay. Yeah, he's looking up as if the gathering gloom. Let's have a look. Yeah, he didn't really put in the dive, and he didn't really come running towards it with as much intent as you might have hoped. We're looking at a close-up of Carse. Who, I think of all bowlers today, Bryden Carse is the one who's got the most reason to feel the world has turned against him. 2 drops in 3 balls. In comes Potts, full driven full and meaterly through extra cover for 4 runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
It's quite full by Potts, and it was sort of really dug it out. It was a terrific shot.
I feel the same way about this as I feel about the American election. I've just decided a couple of weeks ago Trump's going to win anyway, and I'm not going to worry about it.
Okay. Wow. 209 for 1 is Australia's highest successful run chase against Bangladesh.
Australia? We don't want to know about Australia.
England in Asia. But
209?
Is that all?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
But,
Well, this is-
you know, it's a matter of what they're set, and you know they were 209 for one. Maybe they could have chased 600 that day.
Well, they might have done, but there's 289 now. It's just 80 runs more than England's highest ever
But
run.
they were
chasing
only
aces,
one
so-
wicket down. Fourthie, grab the positives, Fourthie. What's gone? I mean, I could handle England losing a Test match.
It feels more optimistic.
Sorry.
To be stoical about it.
I don't feel quite as laissez-faire about Trump.
It's mental health by not falling into that trap of being sucked in by hope, which then fucks off just as it's getting its claws into you.
I mean, you've watched Watford long enough, Tony. You must have developed some sort of a defence mechanism.
I haven't. That's the problem, Fourthie. That I don't. But I suppose I do to a certain extent. Yeah, there's other things in life.
Yeah.
I'm about to become a grandparent,
there's a lot of
hopefully.
messages I've missed. I think we're probably on some drinks now, aren't we?
are.
Richard Peel says if any side could chase a ridiculous total on a terrible track, it would be England. Chris Acquire said, I've never had to pay Guerrilla Cricket for my title as the Messiah, of course.
This is true.
Lady Maddie said, I think we should keep our titles for the remainder of the test. Well, you got to pay more. I'm sorry, Hattie. Lockie says clothing sizes are frustrating.
She's Lady Hattie for today, though, isn't she?
Yes.
You can let her have it for the full day, so she's Lady Hattie.
Yes. Conway's out in Bengaluru, says Camilla. Yes, for 91. So New Zealand 166 for 3 at the moment.
That's still a lead of best part of 120, 130 odd, isn't it?
Yeah. Illiterate aristocrat, first time for everything, because Lady Hattie was mistyping apparently. Camilla says, ever thought of selling a Guerrilla Cricket calendar? It's not a bad idea, but somebody's got to do the work.
It'd be a bit like the Chippendales. Have you got the sort of,
Oh God.
Or what was the calendar girls? We could have sort of, carefully placed plant pots and flowers, just where the dangly parts would be.
As Camilla says, some sensual photos in it. Yes.
If you pay double, we won't send it to you.
That's true. We're going to keep posting half-naked pictures of all of us on Twitter until somebody pays us £500, and then we'll stop.
Mr. Kelk says, boom, YouTube just crashed again. It was the shock of our titles being robbed by the money motives wolves of Guerrilla Cricket.
Oh, it's funny you should say that, 'cause that did that to me yesterday, and it was nothing to do with us.
It's been doing to everybody. Apparently, it's a real problem around.
It's a YouTube fault. It's not a Guerrilla fault.
Yeah, I thought it was me. Yeah. Dan De Castro says Stokes waited too long to try pace versus this pair. I think that's fair. Dave Wood says should have bowled Ducket. Of course, he said that. Yes, it's truly time for Ducket, officially a better bowler than the Bear, according to ChatGPT, says Mr.
Well, it's hard to judge because I know I can't recall. I know he has, but I can't recall having seen him. Right, Carse is going to be in to Sajid Khan, who defends very nicely.
We covered this yesterday. He's only ever bowled 149 balls in his life, and he's only ever got 2 wickets. His best bowling is 1 for 15 at Ben Ducket.
Well, that's pretty good. Who was the one? Do we know?
No, I don't know. I don't know that information.
If you Google Ducket 1 for 15, you'll probably find the match. See what you can find.
you haven't lost the account director, the GAD, in you.
No,
have you?
you're the research man.
My juniors.
Over the wicket comes Carse. That's cut beautifully by Sajid Khan. That's a terrific shot. Cut down towards third man for 4 runs. He's got no sponsor's name on his back.
I'm going to prepare you for a shock.
This
is what ChatGPT said about the Bear. He says the Bear's contributions are more about commentary and humour than actual performance on the field. Oh, that's appalling.
That's basically saying
no evidence.
Well, yeah, it's harsh. But that's what ChatGPT says. Must be right.
You can't even spell
That's
humour.
very full. Oh, it was one of those silly American spellings. Whatever is it? It is UMOR.
HUMOR. Yes.
Humor. Gotta have some humor. Right, that was defended. There was no run. 218 for 8. Have you found out that Ducket stat, Forthy?
No. I was looking at something completely different. I must apologise. I feel, sometimes planners they get that. I'm not just going to do what the GAD says. I'm going to go my own way.
Oh, at least I'm a group account director. I'm not just some lackey account exec. Over the wicket and defended by Sajid, who was back towards Carse, but he's not going to bend down and have anything to do with it. He's going to let Crawley wander round and do that. More Tapple-T conscripts are suffering at the hands of the warm and apparently tasteless liquid that doesn't get anyone excited when we see him drinking it. The cameraman has decided it's kite on top of floodlight time, which means it must be edging towards the end of the day.
I think they put the tea in some nice china teacups.
Yeah, that would be a bit classier, wouldn't it? It's harder to get the logo visible on those, of course. This one is full past the outside edge. Carse has a half-hearted appeal. Root shakes his head. Smith didn't seem interested. Potts, who's nowhere near the situation, says why not, because he's in full sympathy with his Durham buddy. And Ben Stokes goes, well, don't ask me, I'm not sure. It's a general conflab of complete lack of agreement anywhere. It didn't look like it to me, Forthy. What do you reckon?
No, I thought I saw space between bat and ball there.
Yeah, it was a good ball. The one thing we can agree, because certainly England can't agree, and we've moved on. Oh, no, we're not. That's another replay of the same thing.
I think ball by ball, Bryden Powers is booking his ticket to Australia in a year's time.
I think so, yeah, for so many reasons, including attitude. 3 slips are in now, and that one is dabbed but fielded well. No, not half stopped at gully. They'll still take a single, though. Sajid just prodded that. Got himself another single. He's moved on to his highest test score. He's going all right. He's going all right. Did I say 21 was his highest ever test score? I'll double check that. Yes, it was. Highest score 21. He got versus Australia in Lahore in 2022. And that's what he's on right now. And it's 219 for 8 after 57 overs, Messrs.
Yes, I was.
Do a change.
Ben McCormack says, rather feel that England are paying heavily for those drop check catches in the second session.
They certainly are. They dropped Haggard Salmon twice.
They did.
I feel. Mr. Kelk says, I feel the bad guy at the end of Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade who drinks from the purported Holy Grail. I feel like that. And Mog says, did I just hear Tony say he's about to become a grandfather?
I am actually, yes.
So that,
in the next, it should be in the next week, 2 weeks.
God, it hasn't dropped yet.
No,
Jesus.
no.
Wow.
Okay.
First one's off and late.
Waiting.
I've got to switch the picky over.
I will switch the picky over. Fourthie, you and I are switching roles. Are you happy with that?
Sure. I'm on
social.
You are indeed.
I'm going to do some ball by ball. And very annoyingly, they're still here. Well, it does matter how many runs Pakistan got their lead by, but we had a chance. We fucked it up. But we will be trying to chase down whatever they give us, no doubt. It'll all go horribly wrong in a heap tomorrow morning. That one is just worked round the corner by Salman, and they'll get a single. Although, I guess England, to a degree now, will hope they don't have to bat too long tonight because they've had a long time in the field. There's only an hour left possible today. How many overs have been bowled today? Do we know so far? So we bowled how many at them?
That's a good question. That'll take some. You have to give me a couple of minutes to work that out.
56 overs, I think. Yeah, 56 overs we bowled at them.
No, we've bowled. Well, this is a 57. This is a 58th for a start. That one is cut down to third man, and there is no run. It's a question of how many overs we received this morning.
I'm just going to calculate all of that for you.
The junior researcher having a look at it. Thank you.
Yes.
The planning department are getting a bit feisty. Right. Not for the first time. Where are we? Let's have a look. What am I looking for?
15 overs to go after this one.
No, we're not going to get that in an hour.
Messers doesn't muck about, does he? Already's given us the answer.
Potts is in, short, flapped at. Still well fielded by Pope, who's at mid-wicket, and there's no run. England will feel a bit hard done by here. Will they feel hard?
No, I don't think so. They've dropped their chances.
Yeah.
If you don't drop your, ask England's women.
It's the wrong.
You drop your catches, you don't win your matches.
No, it's true.
Right. But I feel a little sorrier for Root in the sense that they made him put a helmet on, or he decided to put a helmet on and stand 2 or 3 yards further forward than he would normally have done.
Do you think that made the difference?
I don't know.
Certainly would have done on the one that was flashed at past him at second slip. Maybe less so on the other one. That's short and in at the head, and Sajid drops underneath it and lets it go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
It can't be a good idea to normally wear a helmet on your head in the field. It would restrict a little bit of vision, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe your actions are a little bit slower.
And, it comes so fast in the slips, you can't afford there to be even a millisecond there.
No, that's true. But he did catch an easier one earlier, didn't he, as well, in the slips?
He caught it well, yes.
Yeah. Right. Sajid facing up Potts. Oh, edged. But drops short of Smith. He sticks out of palm and pats it into the ground, so he won't get a run.
It's going to be a 300 Libre shortly.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
And the sun
beautiful
coming down. It looks great, doesn't it?
And there's the kite, the obligatory kite on top of the floodlight pylon.
Yep. They like
it's
it.
Always
up there.
one as well. Do they have they must have sort of a kite's agreement as to which pylon they each have.
Well, maybe they possibly do. Another short ball, and again, Sajid decides not to have a go at it. End of the over.
Although for England, it's pylon the agony.
I'll do. One of them might have a nest up there, I suppose.
Possibly. Could be.
Yeah. Could be its eating spot. I think we have seen them take food up there and jump away.
40 in your own time, if you'd like to read some messages.
Oh, I forgot that was me. So, right. Okay. I am from Pakistan. Post-match analysis day 3. Coming up at the end of the match, no doubt. Dan De Castro. Odd thought. Love tests. Have any weird variables? If PAK bat to stumps, Ing chase 100 runs more than expected, but bats start with a night's sleep. 100 less. Tired openers. Get out tonight? Question mark.
Well.
That looked like a message that was sent, when you had a limit on the number of words you could put on your telegram there, Dan, if you don't mind me saying.
Would it make... England would have missed the fact that, if they'd taken that catch, Salmon was, there's 2 catches and 1 over, and Salmon was in single figures at the time, so that's 60 runs. And they may well have fancied a chance of chasing around 200. 3 fucking tricky on this wicket, but they'll just go out all guns blazing and see what happens.
It has a feeling of all out for 125 or 130 or something.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And England will go. Well, by tomorrow it'll be a 10th day pitch that Pakistan prepared exactly for these reasons, and they won the toss and they got the better of it.
They won the toss, yeah.
Which is the only way it's really going to work. That's pulled by Salmon to, I think it's Root at square leg, and there's no run. And that's the thing. If England had won the toss and had 140 overs or whatever they'd done, it would have been completely the other way round. Them's the rules. It's Test match cricket. And sometimes the luck goes with you. And Pakistan certainly needed some luck. They lost 6 tests and a bounce at home.
I saw the interesting discussion, though. I read in the Times this morning, is how sustainable, no, it was on Cricket, but how sustainable is this approach for Pakistan?
Well, I don't think it is. Well, that's going to be out. Finally, Salmon mistimes a pull off Carse this time. And Stokes, the captain, says, well, I'll do the fucking job myself since you lot are useless. Mind you, it was a dolly. And so he just snaffles it at mid-wicket. And Salmon has to go for 63.
All Durham wicket.
All Durham wicket. All Durham wicket.
Right, here we go. That's you. So, well, it's not take wicket. That would be harsh. Here, we'll go with this one.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Good choice, Tony. Yeah. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent.
Out for 63 in the end.
Swearing in rap music these days, and there's a perfect example.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. Do you want to gallop through some social messages and then we'll review the innings?
Batty the batty.
Well, there's still one person to come.
Oh, of course there is. What am I saying? Yes, I thought that was it.
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to carry
on?
Yeah,
anyway. You've got the chance.
Batty the batty. Calendar bats and balls, the mind boggles. Chris the Choir, Guerrilla Calendar featuring the return of Crack the Bear. We were talking about doing a calendar there in case you...
Well, it's been mooted.
It's been mooted. Mark Arnold, congrats to Tony of the IS about to be a grandfather. I've had that title for over 2 years now. Congratulations, Mark. Stephen Kelt, congratulations, Mr. Tony.
Mr. Tony.
Chris the Choir. I think Leonard Cohen rejected Kite on a Pylon as a song title.
That's a great song, though. Like a bird on a wire, like a drunk in a midnight choir.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
It is. I have tried in my way to be true. Right.
Is that Johnny Cash?
No, it's Leonard Cohen.
No, I don't like that.
It's Laughing Leonard.
Bastard.
Laughing Leonard.
He's a depressing bastard, though, Leonard. Zahid, never really got into him.
It's a bit much, I must say.
Zahid Mahmood is the man. And I was a man who liked my depressing music, but he was just too much.
He's Canadian, though. Slightly gloomier.
Oh, yeah, gloomy.
It's the long winter evenings.
It is, yeah.
Zahid is going to face up. Carse is in. And the first ball is defended back down the track. And there ain't no run.
Is the new man?
I mean, there's a reball.
Sorry, Poppy. There you go, let's just play this and then you can finish your thought.
I was going to say there's a reason it's Scandi Noirs because of the long evenings, but there again we have an Australian equivalent called Outback Noir now.
Outback
Noir, nice. All based on sheep and cattle stations, no doubt. A bit like the Flying Doctor.
Always got
Carse.
Eric Banner in it as well.
Down the arse, and there ain't no run.
Is it similar in style to Scandi Noir, only it's just in the Outback?
Yeah. But set in the Outback, exactly correct. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's kind of.
There was a film out a few years ago called The Dry. Does that count as Outback Noir?
The Dry is archetypal Outback Noir.
Okay, I've seen that. It's not bad actually. Eric Banner going back home.
Eric Banner, always got to have Eric Banner.
That's clipped into the leg side, and there is no run. He made his debut in the. Was it Monster?
Well, they've all been in Neighbours at some point, even though
yeah. Was Eric Banner? Was he Monster? He was a stand-up comedian, wasn't he? And he did that film Monster about that supposed gangster, wasn't it? It was his first film. I'm thinking of the right guy, aren't I?
Maybe. Is it called Monster?
I think it was called Monster.
It was called something else, though. I know it was called Romper.
Romper. No, Romper Stomper was there. Russell, wasn't it? That's short. It jags back in, and Zahid just lets it through to the keeper. And so end of the 59th over. Yeah, Romper Stomper was what's his name? Gladiator.
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe. That was his debut film, wasn't it? Playing a skinhead in Melbourne.
Eric Banner's in the Carse, which all Australians love. It's their favourite comedic Australian film, and people who aren't Australian don't find it very funny at all. It's one of those things, culturally specific. Okay, is Mark Arnold, is Sajid bald or simply shaven-headed? I get up in the morning and start every day as bald as there is no hair to remove. I think Sajid has a lifestyle choice. hand job. I much prefer Cohen songs when they are done by other artists. Well, yes, Hallelujah being the classic, the archetype. Michael Bedford, Silverback, that's what you call them. Red Eye Jedi, Monster was Charlize Theron prostitute turned serial killer. Yes, that's different film. It's called Chopper, that's right.
Chopper, that's what I'm thinking of,
thinking
yes.
of Chopper Bear.
Thinking of Chopper, that's right.
Everyone's saying Chopper Bear.
Chopper. Wasn't Chopper about years ago, wasn't it? About quite a racy novel about bike gangs, going back to is Chopper?
Well, no, this particular Chopper is about a gangster in Melbourne who always fucks things up. He's not particularly
bright. There was
bright.
a book called Chopper.
There might well be. He called bikes choppers, I suppose. That was a short ball, chopped at by Sajid. He didn't get a bat on it. It suited the keeper, and there's no run.
He looked like Merv Hughes.
Yeah, very much so. It's quite fat in that film. Oh, that one. Is that out? It is out. He's walking off. I think it's grazed the gloves. Good ball by Potts. And that is the end. England will require 297 runs to win this Test match. Oh, it's quite exciting. Plenty of time left. Not going to have to do a Saturday. Unless something
You never know, but it's unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Anyway, let's do this.
But even if we do, it'll only be about an hour.
Sajid is walking off like a man on a mission. He just wants to get back out there again, doesn't he?
He wants to get his bowling boots on. Yeah, it just glazed his gloves. He was trying to pull them out of the way, but he couldn't. It followed him, and Jamie Smith finally takes one. Bit of a blow dropping Salman Aga would have saved us 60-odd runs, and England would have only had to chase about 230, 240, which may have been possible. 290 looks a fraction too far on this track now, with the amount of movement it's offering for the spinners. But you never know with this England side. I'm sure they'll come out all guns blazing, and may well get to sort of 130 for one. Quite easily also be 50 for 5, but if they, you could see them get to 130 for 1 by just sort of sweeping and getting there very quickly, and then it all going horribly wrong anyway. But it'll be fun to watch whatever happens.
It will be fun to watch. It's better than eking there at 1.7 runs and over. We might as well just find out rapidly.
Absolutely.
So 3 wickets for Durham and all the rest of the wickets to Somerset.
Well, we've only got Somerset and Durham as options, haven't we? So.
Well, no, Yorkshire, a bit of Yorkshire.
Yeah, I guess Root had an option, yeah.
Could have had some Nottinghamshire if they released the Duckster. Unleash the Duckster. But they chose not to do it again.
Lucky 6. Last man out for 6-3. No reason England can't do this. Just say no to doom.
Absolutely.
Red-Eye Jedi Chopper was Mark Chopper Reed, also known as Why Would I Shoot a Man Then Take Him to the Hospital. Muttley agrees it was Mark Reed. Pirate Badshaw the Carse, was that the one about the house and the court case? That's exactly what it was. Red-Eye Jedi, the guy's a nutter. Jeremy Henderson. Ben Ducket dismissed Sam Northeast in 2017 and Sam Robson in 2022. That is it. Only any good against Sam's. Muttley Von Erich, this was a pretty interesting mini-series about the Milborough Massacre, which was about bikies. Corrected himself to Milborough. And David Wood, not BMX Bandits.
Oh, BMX Bandits, I remember that. That was an 80s film, wasn't it, when BMX first came around? Kids' film.
Yeah.
And of course you had E.T. where they all sort of floated off into the night sky on their BMXs.
Yeah. Anthony Henderson, so sorry for England, but you never know what can happen. Thank you, Anthony.
Another Henderson.
Yeah, I know, we're surrounded by them.
I know.
Henderson.
Someone's choosing a new ball for Pakistan.
Jordan Henderson once played for Coventry City, of course. Muttley Von Erich, Pirate Badshaw, tell him he's dreaming. Lucky 6, England well on top.
Not quite.
Not really. Mark Arnold, Tony has confirmed that he's becoming a grandfather just now. It sounds like a statement from the palace. Tony has confirmed that he is becoming a grandfather just now.
Delighted. Well, you were telling me on about day 3 of the last test that you might have to nip off to the hospital and welcome your grandchild. So.
Well, that's still the case.
Yeah,
I'm on red alert.
What was the due date?
Due date is the 21st, I think.
Oh, of October.
Yeah.
Oh, you won't be doing that for a while.
However,
first one's always
Lily feels that it could be distinctly imminent, and 26 is the outside date, I think.
She's hoping for that. They won't induce her until she's about 10 days late.
What have you got to do with it? You're the grandfather. You don't have to go around rushing around.
Exactly. No, I don't. What the fuck are you guys at hospital for when it's born? That's the last thing she'll want.
No, I mean only towards the evening.
Yeah, what I was going to say, once she may be settled, and even then she might not even want to see you.
Well, that's...
Well, no, I'm just saying. I mean,
thanks for that, Bear.
Well, it's quite hard work giving birth to a baby. Can't you just wait until they come out of hospital?
Well, I bow to your superior knowledge of childbirth, Bear.
Well, mine was later than
more recent.
More recent.
Yes,
that's the word I was going to say.
It is more recent. And you've got 3, haven't you, or 2?
I've got 3.
Yeah, I see. You're 3-2 up.
My father-in-law got so nervous waiting for news from the hospital, he polished all our silver. For the first one, which was very welcome.
I thought you polished off a bottle of whiskey or something. That's what I was expecting.
I got quite bored waiting for my first. I had to fucking purchase match TV system in the fucking hospital. It took 21 hours for the first labour. About 14 for the second. The third one was pretty quick.
Yeah, they speed up. The body gets used to the idea after a while.
Ooh, well, not my ex-missus. First one came. Tell you, I could have had a pair of wicket-keeping gloves.
Well, that was the third one for me. Yeah, Lexi.
Second one was stubborn. took forever.
Oh well.
Interestingly, almost like their personalities in life. Dare I say?
Ooh, Liverpool playing Chelsea this weekend.
Ooh. Pokey Bumfinger says at least it'll be over quickly, and Cornelius Davis says England chased down any runs. Great team. Thanks, Cornelius.
Well, they'll give it a go. Whether they'll succeed is another issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's in some ways you could say it's not the best. England having to bat tonight for what, 10 overs. By the time they come back out, best part of 25 minutes, possibly a full half hour.
Yeah,
I've got to say, it's the worst of all times to come in, isn't it?
Now, I mean, they should be back out in about 2 or 3 minutes, and they have to go through till 1:30. So
that would be interesting. Eddie Redmayne is a remake of Day of the Jackal.
I think that's a TV series, though.
It is.
Apart from sheer stamina, I would say that if they chase this down, it'll be in some ways a better achievement than scoring 840 in the previous test. Because
it would be another memorable victory if they do chase down. 297 on a absolute belt. Turning Bunsen in Pakistan. But then everyone will go, well, it's the 10th day of a fucking test match. 10th day wicket.
Well, yes, that would make it very difficult. Frank Rockefeller says game evenly poised. Not sure about that.
I think Pakistan are ahead.
Way ahead.
Way ahead. I think. Yeah. I mean, I think England will have found 200.
It depends on these things. Entirely depend on the pitch, and the pitch is doing a lot. And there's 7 spinners.
Very true. The thing will be for England to be aggressive and put the spinners off their lengths, which will then offer them more chances to score. Because there will be one with your name on it, right? You'd also think have to think that the top 7 batsmen will have to do the lion's share. I don't think you want to leave Carse, Potts, Leach and Bashir. You don't really probably want to leave more than 30 runs. So the top 7 wickets need to get 250, 260. And you might be able to squeeze that last 30 out of the tail.
Yeah. It is a very good England batting lineup. It's one of the better ones they've sent to Pakistan in the recent past. So never say never, but sometimes you can hit the spinner out of the attack. But usually that's because there's one spinner.
Yeah.
There's 7 of these buggers. So if one's not working, they just bring another
they've
one.
Got nowhere else to turn from one end either.
There are 7, but I mean only 3 frontliners. 3 and a bit, possibly frontline spinners. I have to say, the way both our friend Nauman Ali and Sajid Khan bowled, though, they did bowl really, really well.
Yes, he's not just nominally a spinner, he's an actual spinner.
Very good. Very, very good. Ali wants some compliments from you.
The unfortunate thing is that Ducket, having got a century in the first innings, is likely probably not to get any runs in the second. I always go on the theory that whoever gets runs in the first innings probably doesn't get any in the second. Not always the case, but is probable, which means that there's a fair few people who could score some runs in the second innings because they didn't get any in the first. In fact, apart from him, top score was probably about 30, wasn't it?
So I mean, does this? I mean, given that do we think it was a desperate measure by Pakistan to play the game on the same pitch and load the team with spinners?
Very much.
And how sustainable is that as a
not very
tactic or strategy going forward for?
Well, it's not. They can't keep doing it. Exactly, it has worked. I mean, how often do you play 2 tests at the same venue? That was particularly lumped on this. This should have been in Karachi, in which case it wouldn't have been the same test. It just opened the window for them. I mean, there is the possibility that Rawalpindi doesn't go ahead, and therefore they could play a 3rd test on the same wicket.
I think the ICC would have a very firm eye on that eventuality.
Funny.
It would be entertaining, I grant you. And you have to bank on winning the toss. I mean, the toss becomes so important in that situation.
I don't know. By the time you get to day 17 or something, it's becomes a bit irrelevant, doesn't it?
Day 17, and we've just.
Well,
reached
true. I
Multan.
mean, if you started the test on this wicket as it is now, it wouldn't really matter whether you won the toss or not. I mean, you want to win the toss because you want to be ahead of the game, but equally, you get all out for 150 in the first innings, and somehow in the second innings manages to get to 250. You're massively behind the game, but it would be much of a lottery in the third test on the same wicket.
There's a few more messages. Mark Arnold says Google has become a really crap research engine. Thomas the Tank Engine was really useful though. Stephen Kelkit stucks the time. Yeah, let's hope so. Locky 6, what's the target? 297. Mark Arnold, chuck them a piano, see if they can play that. It's the hand job. I guess you're not going to need me for Saturday then? Probably not.
Probably.
Down the for me, it's 65%, 35. I admire optimism, Dan. Ben McCormick, in a way, England have nothing to lose. 4 goes tits up, they can blame a day 10 pitch.
Absolutely.
And Locky 6. England has Joe Root. Write them off at your peril.
Yeah, he didn't. Well, it wasn't the best shot, and it wasn't the best footwork. I think a couple of England batsmen, didn't they? They played back to balls that just turned more than they thought they would. And
yep.
Harry Brook was definitely guilty of that, of course.
Well, he got done by one that turned an absolute fucking mile.
At the point in the game when they hadn't quite twigged it, had started to turn as much
well,
as it had.
To be fair to Harry Brook, he just creamed one through the covers and rocked back and pulled one nearly for 6 over mid-wicket. So,
Salman Aliaga.
Yeah, so he had, he felt reasonably comfortable in going back. He's good at picking length. Very good at picking length, but unfortunately that wasn't away. The one person who isn't very good at starting against spin actually is Zach Crawley.
Doesn't have to do it.
Doesn't often have to do it, but now he does on an absolute turner.
Salmon Aliagar sounds like a rather exotic dish you might order in a fusion restaurant.
It does.
Well, we should have some jingles for our.
Oh, we will do. I beg your pardon. I was looking up something else.
First ball swept by Crawley behind square. I'll get a single, and that's all.
Here's Creepy.
Oh, they think about taking a second.
Was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting.
Here's the Duckster.
Tragedy, English professional cricket side. Zach Crawley must lie to
places. He's looking good now. He's in with the aces.
You can keep going.
Yeah, no, I realise it.
You know you can use that.
He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Ducket.
Like a volume knob.
Yeah. Or you can use the fader, which is much more like being a proper disc jockey.
Yeah, I tried to get a vertical fader, but you can't get a single strip one that just plugs into a USB port. It's a bit annoying, really. Anyway, Sajid is coming around the wicket to Ducket, and the first ball turns sharply past his edge. Of course, new ball, hard ball, 93 kilometres an hour, nearly 94.
Love to see how much that turned.
A lot.
And the answer is a heck of a lot, yeah.
Hard ball, hard seam. It's not going to be easy.
It's not.
Oh, and the second ball's gone straight up in the air. Is it going to go land?
Yeah,
no, it's going to be out. Ducket, I told you wouldn't get. First wicket goes. England are fucked. 1 for 1. Ducket has tried to sweep that one. He's got a massive top edge. Gone straight up in the air. And he's been caught.
Has he got a duck? I'm afraid he has.
Yes.
Then he waddled away, waddle.
Ducket gets a duck.
A duck for the Duckster. Tell you what, I mean, he probably drink being from Pakistan, but our friend Sajid, he's not the sort of bloke you want to spill his pint of orange juice in a pub, is he?
No.
He's got that look of him. How much of it is theatre? He's probably a lovely guy, but when you look at that expression, he's scary as fuck.
Well, white line fever and all that.
Oh, 40, offer us some... Oh, you've already given up, haven't you? I was going to say offer us some hope, but there is none.
Well, I don't... we don't have to worry about hope. We're going to lose. It's fine.
Yeah. 1 to play. Won't be on this wicket.
What was it you were saying? Big score first innings, nothing in the second. Bear, what was your wisdom? You were bang on that as far as Ben Ducket was concerned.
You did right.
Yeah.
I mean, Graham Gooch in 1990 might have something to say about that. But generally,
and Joe Root when he got 2 tons this summer. But yeah, you often find
they're the exceptions.
Yeah,
they're the outliers.
Yeah, exactly.
Normally, perhaps the reverse is true. Perhaps Ollie Pope will sail to the party.
Well, that would be good. He'd certainly be happy if he did, because he's apart from his own track at the Oval, he hasn't had the best of runs, as we have often been saying.
Well, they just got back in time to see his first ball just knocked up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Here is my ecclesiastical brother, Bishop of Rome.
Well, he sweeps his second ball. He's going to get 4 runs.
It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. Take a hard look at
I've gone DJ Mixmaster
You've gone
here.
DJ Mixmaster Tone. Yeah, the square leg is up. Sahib Mahmood is up at square leg, and he's kind of in. And they're all out attack. It's fair enough. Got a leg slip, short leg, reverse swept this time. Does go to the fielder, Saud Shakil. It's a backward point, and there's no run. I think it's just going to be death by sweeping, or victory by sweeping, whichever comes first.
Yes, 6 for 1, 40.
Yes. So it's interesting because there's 2 messages which weren't related to each other, but one effectively answers the other. Kevin Shave says England need to change tactics to win the test. All is needed is to do boring when less than 300 runs is required and more than 2 days left. But then Lucky 6 comes in and says playing for survivor will end in dying in the trenches. And
Absolutely.
I tend to stick with Lucky 6 on this occasion.
Right.
Chris acquire all funds glazing sounds like another idea for the calendar. Pay the toll says OMD. Might have meant OMG. OMD is usually regarded as a orchestra manoeuvres
Yeah,
in the
we
dark.
could do a calendar. We're all in chaps with jock straps on or something.
Studied, diamond encrusted.
Yeah, exactly. Something along those lines. I can see Hendo doing a shooting stance in a pair of chaps and a diamond something or other, jockstrap.
No, don't want everyone switching off en masse here. This is only a vague thought, not a definite undertaking.
Oh, now there's an appeal for OW. It's going down leg side, probably pitched outside leg. I don't know if it was turning enough. It was an attempt to reverse sweep. I don't know why I just tried to sweep that normally. But hey, they prefer that the other way around. Right, switcheroo, 40. Is that the end of the over? We got
no, but I'm in now. I'm in position.
Okay.
I was having trouble with my glasses.
Getting his own back.
They'd slipped all the way back down on my back. Well, you know, what am I going to say about Ben Ducket? You bloody idiot. Noman in bowls, and forward comes Pope. Big innings for Pope. Not well. It is and it isn't. He needs some runs just for his own benefit as much as anything, I think. People will talk back to the Oval and to hundreds there, and he had a mixed summer, really, didn't he? But I think just for his own confidence, he needs a few here. He tries to whip this one away into the onside. Well, it goes into the onside, but he certainly didn't really get much bat on it. But, there is no run. 6 for 1 England. They need 291 to win. When it was 231 to win, you thought, well, England have got a chance here. But unfortunately, they've left themselves with an awkward half an hour tonight. This doesn't really turn. Hits him on the pad, but was spearing down the leg side. And there is no run. Now we said Gary and I, as you can imagine, there was chat in the green room, and
Chat.
apart from talking a lot about biopics and various other things, as No Man comes in, tosses it up, driven. That's a good drive from Pope, but he'll be annoyed that it didn't get past the diving Abdullah at extra cover. Because he hit that well. It's a good piece of fielding by Pakistan, who are with the results. Yes, we were talking about England having an awkward half an hour tonight, and Gary said, "Yeah, but it could be 70 for none." and I did say that they could also be 10 for 3. This is a very risky lap sweep, I would say, played by Pope, but this will bring him at least 1. And I think that's all, to be honest. He moves to 7. And of course, I was accused of being, that he knew that I would say something like that. And absolutely, I understand that. But
What's the point of being this old without being predictable, Hendo?
Well, exactly. And I did say yesterday, I saw Cricket Badger had tweeted, what do you think, can England win it from here? And I thought, probably not. But then I thought, I won't comment on this because it'll just look like my normal negativity. And 231. When 231 was the lead, when the 8th wicket went down, I thought England are still in with a good chance of this. But I think 296 was 289 as it is now is going to be tough. That said, I was going to say that's a really good sweep shot in front of square by Crawley, but good field placement. There's a man out at deep mid wicket. Did they take a run then? Yes, they did. I was going to say, why on earth wouldn't they take a run there? Didn't look for a moment as if they did. Oh, what are you doing, Pope? Oh my goodness me! He's played the most outrageously ridiculous reverse pull, and somehow he's got it high up on the bat. It's looped into cover territory where you expected any one of 2 or 3 people to catch it, and unbelievably it's fallen safely. He's got a single from it as well. England 10 for 1. The next ball is defended by Crawley. Now we're going to see some footage. It goes back to this one. Crawley rather died in the pitch and he couldn't get any power into the shot. We're looking at Ollie Pope this morning practicing his reverse sweep. Obviously you've got to practice it, but it can go wrong quite easily. Defended back down the onside of the pitch by Crawley. Crawley has 2, Pope has 8. England are 10 for 1. Sajid 7 for 114 in the first innings. It's operating. He's got the first wicket already. This is swept by Crawley. They'll get a single down to deep backward square. I suppose the good thing for Crawley is that he's got that reach, hasn't he, when he plays that shot, more so than 1 or 2 others. Certainly Ben Ducket, big difference in height and reach. That's the end of the over. 11 for 1. Messi.
Ben McCormick says game over. Lockie says ducko, oh ducko, it wasn't meant to be this way. Chris says this has the air of the cricketing equivalent of a sympathy fuck after the test. Oh dear, oh dear.
Do you want to get your mic? Is your mic a little bit far from your mouth?
Is that better?
That's better.
Pay the toll says get ready for Pope to give his wicket away. He nearly did then.
Yeah.
Muttley just says, oh my days, 40. And Stephen Kelp, Mr. Kelp, says this is what happens when you don't bowl Ducket. Oh God.
I think you're absolutely right. Noman comes in onto the front foot, goes Crawley, defends. Noman bowling left arm round the wicket. Is he coming between? He's coming between the umpire and the
old
stumps.
school is how I used to do it.
What, between the umpire?
Yeah.
It's much easier to see as a batsman, isn't it, as well? I didn't like him suddenly appearing from behind an umpire. Noman in again. Oh, he's got him stumped. He's gone by a mile. I was going to say Noman hasn't turned one yet, but that one turned enough. Crawley had come down the wicket. He's stumped by Miles. England are falling apart. And, don't say
that was
we didn't say that this was going to happen. Oh, no! Stop that jingle and play this one.
You silly little boy.
What play number 11.
Are you playing at? Oh.
I could have done, but I'm not going to. That was poor. That was really poor. He's stumped by about a yard.
So what's happened is somebody said to him, you can't play these spinners off the back foot. So his cargo ball was so short that he could only get to it by walking about 3 yards down the pitch. And it turned.
Well, hang on. The important thing you've got to realise about from England point of view is that that if they can get bowled out tonight and tomorrow morning, they've got a day and a half free for golf.
Absolutely,
that's true.
Important things in life,
absolutely.
And their favourite golf course in Pakistan is in Multan. I think it's actually attached to the hotel.
Well, I did say 10 for 3. England are 11 for 2. I mean, it's not. Yeah, I understand the way they play, but if you're going to brush off every defeat as not mattering, then
Well,
I'm going to defend that because okay, if they lose this test, they'd have played 8 tests in the last however many months. They'd have won 6 and lost 2. I think that's a pretty fucking good return, and so you can brush off we lost. And you can also say, well, look, Pakistan had to revert to fucking using the same pitch because they couldn't beat us on anything they prepared normally.
You could argue that.
Bear, but I think what happened is the catlock got let out of the bag when Harry Brook talked about
they play golf. They're allowed to play golf.
Noman bowls, and it's defended by Root. Joe Root, England's last hope, potentially. Last hope of a man who might stay out there. Now, he is a man who will play spin off the back foot. And I thought in the first innings that might be risky. That was before England batted because it was slipping through and it was keeping low a little bit. There are 2 slips, no one else close to the bat in, and Root has brought out the sweep. They love the sweep. Hasn't particularly timed it. It's gone behind square and he will get his first run. It was kind of naive from Crawley, wasn't it? I mean, it's not like he was running down the pitch to try and hit it. He was genuinely drawn out of the crease by the ball, and it was a fabulous piece of bowling, really. Here is No Man again in bowls. Onto the front foot comes Pope, defends. I just think that it's hard to get the upper hand in a game of Test cricket, and when you've got the upper hand, you need to force that home, and that's what Australia have done for years and years and years and years. In comes No Man. He gets that one to turn. It keeps a little bit low. He does play this off the back foot, waits for it to do its stuff. Pope jabs it to the offside. Yeah, but also Bear. Sorry, before you come back on that, I'm sorry to say, but we were playing at home in the summer against 2 relatively weak Test teams. I fully expected, without rain, I expected a 6-0 win. I really did. And I think actually 5-1 they've fallen short. But there you go.
But in terms of series, they won both, so you can't really complain at that. These things are measured in series, and they did win both. And let's face it, they won the first test on an absolute fucking road out here, and that was being positive. And when they have generally got ahead in the game, they've generally pushed and they've generally won. In this, got ahead.
No, but
at any point.
I was saying to Gary that yesterday. I mean, we were kind of disagreeing. I said that when England were 200 odd for 2 yesterday, I felt that England were favourites for the game. Sajid is about to bowl. He's got a backward short leg, almost a leg gully. He's got a man in front of square on the onside as well. And that Root dismissal was the critical one.
It was the critical one.
Sajid in again. Here comes the sweep from the aforementioned Root. Times this one quite nicely, but straight to the man. Saim Ayub out there at deep backward square. But I've
been watching too much T20 cricket. I keep wondering how many men they've got outside the circle.
Now, a couple of things while watching the Women's World Cup that have confused me. They only have a 25-yard circle, don't they, as opposed to a 30-yard circle? And is it only 4 outside the?
Yes, they've got a lower number. Yeah.
Now Pope goes back and he gets one that is quite short, pulls it, and that's kind of annoying and that's frustrating when you play this way, because if you don't get value for a shot like that, you're more inclined to go after the ball again, aren't you? Really probably should have put that one away. Outside the off stump, he pokes towards this one, keeps his bat and pad close together this time, and steers it out into the offside for a single. Of course, he was done by a ball that came back in between bat and pad in the first innings.
Well, as you saw with Pakistan, if you can get in, you can dull the bowling a bit. Well, once you get a few balls, I mean, the problem is they've got to come out tonight and they're going to have to do it again in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was my fear, was having an awkward period tonight, which has turned out to be. Swept again by Root, ended up being a full toss. I think he's got a single. He moves to 315 for 2. But but it was quite alarming, and I still can't quite put my finger on what happened. I mean, Root dragged one on. That can happen. This one played off the back foot by Pope, as it turns into.
I actually think it was the ball that got Brook, because that just turned so far. Because he just hit two beautiful shots and looked like he was, and the aberration in between when Root was out, Brook came out, and you thought, oh well, this is just going to carry on, and then suddenly one turned a mile.
Onto the back foot. It's quite full, and it was probably the arm ball. He defended out into the offside. It's the end of the over, 15 for 2.
And then suddenly a little bit of panic set in, and then
it did, absolutely.
And that's when it happened.
Shut up, you two.
Okay.
Put your mic next to your mouth again. You keep pushing it out.
Sorry, I burnt my throat up. I just vaped at 100 watts instead of 30 watts.
Oh.
Fun fact says, Mog, Jingle for Lindsay Smith is based on an OMD song. Lockie 6 says, Wacky Chaos at Gorilla Tars. Leah says, that reminds me, I need to get Gary on the podcast. Easiest content ever made, of course.
Well, you don't actually have to be there for that. You can just just press record and walk away.
Yeah. Commander Arnold says, Oi, Forthy, it's Commander Arnold. Just because you're on the other side of the world doesn't mean I can't send a ninja to deliver your spear.
Yeah, Forthy, get with the program, man.
Lockie 6 says, the Pope is blessed. Easy Ollie says, incoming masterclass from the Popester.
Noman bowls, and Root tries to play a little jabby cut backward as square. Plays it into the ground. It's fielded by the man at slip. Root has 3, Pope has 9. England have lost their openers in amassing 15. There's 15 minutes, 16 minutes to go today. He's got a slip and a leg slip. He's in. Bowls to Root, who works that quite nicely past mid-wicket. He'll get back for a second on this occasion.
Yeah, I mean,
timing.
And what you have to say about this game is Pakistan lucked out winning the toss. When they were out for 366, we were initially saying, and it was still true when England started batting in their first innings, that the wicket looked like it was still really flat. All of a sudden, after tea yesterday, it finally got the message to break up.
Oh, he goes back to that one, and it does straighten, and that is always the risk for Root. He does like to play back to spinners, and every now and again you feel if one of those scuttles through or just keeps going on with a little bit of extra pace, that he'll be in all sorts of trouble. But he's got bat on that one.
Yeah, we've been saying that his whole career.
Yeah, but he has got out of that as well.
Yeah, he has got out of it, to be fair. Scored a lot of runs in between.
Scored a lot of runs. Yeah.
Eventually was out to that in the first.
Noman bowls, he goes back again to what's really a full ball, and defends. Back to the bowler.
After getting 262, was it? He was out to an innocuous one that kept a little bit low and turned a bit more than he thought it would in the first.
That's right. Yeah, it was. Yeah. But that, you see, this is the thing about Mother Cricket. I'll come back to Mother Cricket.
It punishes you in weird ways.
It does. Onto the front foot comes Root, defends this one. I was kind of never confident once England, when Root got out and then Ducket went so quickly after him.
Yeah.
And even though that Brook had come out and looked $1 million again, I was never confident because it was beginning to turn quite a bit. And, cricket brings you down to earth incredibly quickly.
Yeah, it does indeed.
No man in, again, bowls to Root, Root's forward. There's a little bit of straightening, but he defends it back to the bowler. There is no run. End of the 6th. England are 17 for 2. Messi.
Nicholas Agar's with us. He says 289 is a bridge too far. Muttley is just clarifying that OMD also stands for Oh My Days. Bawaj Day is asking us to upload the scoreboard. It's automatic. I'm afraid there's a lag in it. Mr. Kelp says, do you remember the Friends episode where England implode irresponsibly? Pirate Badger's with us as well. Says loss is an inevitable part of any sport. Indeed it is. Without the loser, there's no winner.
Sajid in bowls again. It's swept, and swept well this time by Pope. It's going to beat the man running round from deep backward point, and it's going to give England a rare one of these.
Sweet shot, yeah.
Was it? He did snap the wrist, but it was in the air a little bit.
Well, it was, but clearly he knew the guy was behind square. He got it in front of square. It's got a pink handle.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I didn't see the field there. I was wondering if there was an orthodox square leg in there, which might have put him in some danger. In again, and he tries to whip this with the bottom hand. In fact, he does. Up to long off. It goes very slowly in that direction. Did I say long off? Long on.
Did say
I
long
did.
off.
I did. 22 for 2 is the score. Yeah, Mother Cricket. She is a hard task mistress. Back goes Root, defends slightly outside off stump, and a very aggressive looking Sajid has to wander down and do his own fielding. To that one.
That's good bowling by No Man. He knocked
That was
nearly
brilliant.
4 miles an hour off
It
that.
was brilliant bowling.
Hung it in the air, beat him in the flight.
Yeah, well, he didn't really come down the wicket. He just got drawn out. Root goes back. This one goes through quickly, but he does manage to run it off the face of the bat. Turns the bat to take it down to deep backward square. They take another single. Now, I don't know whether we're looking at Harry Brook. Has he got his pads on? He looks like he has. Sajid in, swept again, and there is that square leg. Whether he was there before or he's just been brought in now, I'm not 100% sure, but that does make that shot, it makes it imperative to be in full control of that shot, let's put it that way.
Either get enough elevation or get over the top of it.
He's in again. Oh, that's turned a long way, and they think that's out. There's a diving catch by the leg slip, who came a long way. I mean, it looked to me like it turned so much that it probably...
It took the outside of the pad.
Well, I'd be very surprised if that hit the inside edge. But Shan Masood is interested.
No,
he's not going to review it by the looks of things. And I think that's sensible. It's a good catch if there had been a little bit of edge, but it's turned a bloody long
miles
way.
away
It's
from
nowhere
the
near
bat.
the bat.
Or the gloves. Good catch.
It is a good catch. I think he appealed because of the catch, didn't he? Just because he was quite spectacular.
Now, would that have been out OBW? I mean, it could have been out OBW. It hit him in line, but I don't think it was going down leg side.
It was turning far too much to be LBW, I think. Who was that to do the catch? He looks very quizzical about it all. I don't know, he's gone a long way across. It's turning much too far.
Did they actually review it in the end then?
I don't know whether they did, but they're just certainly having a look at it anyway. Certainly the commentators on Sky are having a look at it. No Man will continue bowling to Root. 23 for 2. England chasing 274 in total now. Oh, he's edged that one, but he played it with very soft hands, and so it dropped short of the slip. It was almost as if Root reacted to the movement there and just deliberately softened his approach to that one. I think that was quite skillful batting, actually. But no one was excited, as a 37-year-old man suddenly getting a recall to Test cricket obviously would do. Here he is again bowling to Root. He tosses that one up. Root bends forward and defends. 2 men round the bat. A very, very square short leg and also a slip. And it's interesting, isn't it, how when you see things from side on, what a different sort of perspective you get on it in slow motion. No Man in again. He drives at that one. It's nicely placed. Is there someone out there? Probably is. Yes, there is. So it's only going to be a single. 24 for 2. I mean, Root got a big stretch in there. He got right forward to that. But you weren't aware of that from front on, how big a stride he'd got in to play that. And that's possibly helped him in the sense that he'd played it from so far in front of the wicket that it was going to drop short of slip as opposed to go to hand. Pope to face. No Man, left arm round the wicket into Pope. Pope defends on the front foot, square on the offside, and there is no run. I understand that if England came out tonight for half an hour and smashed it all over the place, that gives them the impetus, but at the same time it's almost like they've kind of given the impetus to Pakistan with those early wickets. Defended on the front foot by Pope, back down the wicket, no run.
This is all going to come down to 1 or 2 big stands that get majority of the runs. I mean, we saw Sagar Alman get a 60 and he could have been out. He rode his luck.
Yep.
We got batsmen who are capable of scoring tons, and if two of them score significant runs and a couple of others chip in, you're close to it. I mean, you don't even need 2 tons. You need some guy to get 100, 120.
It's brought a man now across from short leg to silly mid-off, but it's played defensively down into the ground by Pope, and that is the end of the over.
I mean, you got 100 and whatever it is.
Easy Ollie, Ashbear. Easy, sorry. Easy Ollie dons his Mark Knopfler headband to say these really are the Multans of spin. And Lockie Six says it's a good thing that Ducky and crew are out. Root and Pope will bring it home at canter. Pope Tunning coming, says pay the toll. Nicholas Agar says I don't think the Aussies will be worried about England. Now Leah's got this spot on. Her production notes for her idea for Gary on her thing is say, get Gary on Discord, say, tell me about what makes a good number 8. Have a beer, take a piss, have a snooze, stop the recording 2 hours later.
Nice.
All done.
First ball. Oh, it's you, sorry.
Yeah, it's me. The bear is getting carried away. The first ball was just worked to square leg. The second ball of Sajid's over is defended on the back foot by Root. He goes then for a little stroll towards square leg. England still need 273. They started needing 297, and that was well, it should have been less than that, really.
It should have been.
Sajid in again. He really tosses that one up, and Root eases that through mid-on. Take a single.
And you have to think Root is, at the top of the list of the best batsmen in the world. He's coming off of 260, and Harry Brook's coming off of 300, and both will be annoyed that they got out reasonably cheaply in the first innings, and they are very capable. Even in these conditions, against this, they are very good batsmen.
Oh, it goes back to that one. It turns a long way, but long enough for him to work it down to deep backward square. Pope takes another single. Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Mother Cricket has had her fun in the first innings with Brook and Root. I mean, that said, Root looked in absolutely no trouble. I mean, literally before he got out yesterday, I was thinking to myself, this is all a bit boring for Root, because Ducket was going along so well. Root was just milking it, yeah. But this is it, one goes and suddenly this is thrown up outside off stump a long way, and it's left alone by Root. It doesn't turn back anything like as much as Sajid would have hoped. He's now got a leg gully and a short square leg. Again, Root leaves this, so he thrusts a pad at it this time, and Sajid is saying, if that hits your pad and you're not playing a shot, and he sticks his finger up. He says, you're on your way. Anyway, I don't know that that's necessarily true, but that's the end of the over. Messi.
Mr. Kelp points out that just because you stop recording after 2 hours doesn't mean Gary will be finished. And Lockie says, just have any opinion about anything and let Gary find a multitude of irrational ways to disagree. Good luck to Ollie Pope, says Commander Arnold. Dysentery has better runs than him these days. Oh, that's not very nice. I point out that 9 overs have been bowled in 31 minutes, which is amazing.
Oh yes, and you can do it if you try. There's a silly mid-off or silly extra cover, short extra cover, very short. Back goes Pope to this first delivery of the new over from no man. He's going to get a run out to deep point. He's in fact going to get 2. A good cut shot and good running.
Well, the question to ask here, Messi, is where the hell are we with the GPL? We've crossed 3 bloody innings. It always gets difficult when you have to add all this shit up.
So it's 52 plus 291.
Well, 52
plus 221.
Which is 7-3. 1 at the moment. Pushed through the by Pope. They'll take a single. 1, isn't it?
Sorry, 221 plus 52 is what I meant to say. So that is 271. 273, sorry. Plus whatever we scored now.
29, so it's 302 now.
Yes, 302.
So 273 is the number to remember, because that's all you add on to this score. Right, okay.
What?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Oh, okay. In comes No Man. Defended on the front foot by Root. Who was making a joke about No Man is an island.
Everybody.
Oh God, we've had absolutely. No Man's Land, you name it.
My partner was having fun with the sweep shot yesterday, and I'll tell you why. Pakistan bowling onto the front foot. It's no man and Root defends. She misheard.
This isn't going to get too intimate.
No. She heard the sweep shot as sweet shop.
Right.
I don't know. We were giggling away about that for hours. Maybe that's how dull our lives are. No man in. Oh no, Rooty! What are you doing? You cannot sweep from a yard outside off stump when the ball is potentially going away from you. You may be the best cricketer batsman that England has ever produced, but that is a dim shot. It really is.
Good take by Rizwan.
It's
though.
a good take, but it's a very dim shot. In he comes again. Root more circumspectly defends that square on the offside. They will probably grab another over. 29 for 2 from 10.
Ooh,
so we'll get our full quota of overs for the day.
It's on 302. It's on 302 at the moment, isn't it, Messi? You've got a 303.
Yeah. No, it's on 302.
Hey, one run off the last over, please. Yes. Lockie says, remember this. England have this. I said it. Take it to the bank. I have total confidence. But if they fuck it up, forget everything I've said. Well, that's the pundits' law, isn't it?
That's a decent hedge, if ever I've heard one.
Yeah.
It's going to be Sajid to bowl the final ball of an absolutely fascinating day.
Final over.
Final ball, did I say? Final over. Yeah, and see, I'm tired. I've been up since 8 o'clock. That's to annoy the bear. Back goes Pope to one that's quite flat, and he forces to a man who's positioned small, but really kind of between mid-wicket and mid-on. He's in again, flatter ball again, even flatter in fact, and even quicker, and worked squarer this time by Pope. But there is a fielder there, and there is no run. And
maybe just a single, that's all we need.
Double.
Here he is again.
A single.
Pushes out. He's going to get a run there. He might get 2 though. Unfortunately for Messi.
Stop.
Yeah, they're going to get 2.
Coming back for the messages. Messages are going to go out into the back garden and I don't know, attack a possum or something because.
Well, Root is always involved when I miss out by 1 run. He is always involved.
Oh, that was Pope who got the 2 runs.
So 3 more runs there, and Ombreno gets it.
He pushes at this one, and he'll get a single, easy single into sort of a reasonably wide open space on the offside, fielded by the man running around from mid-off.
Right, so now 2 more runs, and Ombreno gets it. 2 balls, 2 runs.
Oh my goodness, this is exciting.
And he missed out by 1 yesterday.
Yeah.
I almost feel like getting up tomorrow and coming in. Played off the back foot by Root. So sorry, 1 ball to go, and what do we need for a winner?
2.
2 runs off
It's on 305 currently. 307 is Ombreno.
Well, it's very, very exciting. Not so much for the England fans out there. They look a little bit pensive, I have to say. We now got a slip, a gully, a leg slip and a short square leg. 4 men round the bat for the final ball of the over. He's brought out the reverse sweep of all things. Is he going to get it 1? Is he going to get 2?
He's going
to get 4, would you believe? So there are no winners of the
309
GPL today. 309 runs and 16 wickets in the day. You have to say, even allowing for hotels and flights, if you're an England fan, you've got your money's worth, and if you're a Pakistan fan who's just come from down the road, you've got your money's worth. It's been an absolutely fascinating. Those pensive England fans are delighted to see that 4 off the final ball. 7 wickets in the first session, 2 wickets in the second session. Should have been more England drop catches. 7 wickets again in the final session. Amazing day of cricket. And this, well, I suppose 24 hours ago, a little bit more than 24 hours ago, you felt this game very much was going to go into the 5th day, but it really isn't now, is it?
No.
It'll be done and dusted tomorrow, and whether that is on the back of an England series victory or more likely a Pakistan levelling, we wait to see.
And then if the test does go to Rawalpindi, honours even. 1 test to go. It'll be interesting.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think basically from my point of view, I'm not. I was talking to Gary about this. Was that another thing that annoyed me about England losing to that last test to Sri Lanka was that they still had an outside chance of getting the World Test Championship final. And Gary quite rightly said nobody gives a toss about the World Test Championship final. But then we got into the discussion that actually, well, you do care about it if you get into the final.
Yeah, but only if you get to the final.
Yeah, and we went off into a.
Well, I mean, until they saw, I mean, the ridiculous state of affairs as that was what happened at the end of the Ashes. It was a 2-all series, and somehow Australia had 30 more points than us. I mean, until. Yeah, look, it's fine having fines for slow over rates, but if that affects the table so much, and actually you can basically not get there because of slow over rates and things like that, when and that was quite loaded, because the only reason our slow over rates got registered is because Australia faced 120 overs, and we were often sort of there's a cut-off, isn't there, at 80 overs, and our innings.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, something like that. So our innings only lasted 60, 70, 80 overs, and so they never got fined for slow over rates. So I mean, if you have a system,
they did. Australia lost 11, and England.
Yeah, only a couple of times though, because Australia tended to bat over 80 overs into the hundreds, whereas England were always racing the game ahead and didn't. Most of their innings were done before there's a particular cut-off in the fine for over rates. Which is why the difference was about 30 points, because it's a 2-all series. So I mean, if those are the rules, then you can't buck them. The rules are the rules, fair enough. But then it becomes a little bit meaningless.
Well, it's a massively underthought experiment, isn't it? I mean, it needs a lot more thinking around what it means and what it's supposed to do.
I think maybe you should have the fines for all these things, but they shouldn't affect your points in a table. Find some other mechanism for them to be worth the penalty.
Nobody takes the fines seriously.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? So they shouldn't really take them seriously in the points either. I mean, because clearly they're not, and if you want to have them, I mean, we have this argument all the time. I'm not that fussed. I'd rather see good cricket. And how you can find people for slow over rates when a test finishes in 4 days anyway, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? At that point, they should be void, because if there's a result.
I mean, the thing is we've had 90 overs in tests for longer than we've had reviews, haven't we?
Yeah.
And reviews take up a lot of time. It can take up a lot of time, and
now every time someone gets pinged on the helmet, you have to have tests, and people have injuries, and you play in hot weather, and you have more drinks breaks.
It's not all down to the players in that respect.
It's not all down to the players, no. I mean, sometimes they can take 5-6 minutes over DRS. Well, that's nearly in international rates, it's an over every 3.5 minutes. That's nearly 2 overs there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the pace that they bowl overs is about 1.5 overs, isn't it? But in 5 minutes.
I just did a calculation. Even if England had all those 19 points, they would still be 4th on the table.
Yeah, but would they still be in with a chance? That's the point.
Yeah, they'd have a chance.
Yeah. Well, that was the point I was making, is that by losing that Sri Lanka test, they almost put themselves out of the running. When they'd, from a very difficult position, they'd put themselves in the running. And the fact of the matter is, if it ends up being Australia-India in the final, which looks likely, it's at Lords again. It's in England for the 3rd time.
It's always in Lords, apparently.
Well, no,
it's always in England.
It's so far, it's always in England.
It's never been at Lords yet.
What an opening to the summer, playing India later. That would be. I mean, you either be playing Australia or India, and
England have
what a curtain raiser that would be.
England have had the unfortunate situation that their first 2 starting series in both cycles of these World Cups has been India, Australia. Unfortunately, they haven't battered us. We drew last time, didn't we, with India? Eventually, after the 4th test was played a year later, and we drew with Australia at home. But both times we played them away, we've been battered, and that's the difference between those 3 sides. You'd have to say.
Yeah, it's massively imperfect, and if it's worth doing, it's worth getting a better system. Surely, I mean.
Well, this is it. This is why you should. I've been saying this for the entire time that we've been talking about the World Test Championship.
Broken record.
Broken record. But you should have a period, whether it be in India or whether it be in Australia or whether it be in England, where you have a 2 or 3 month cycle where you either have just the top 4 teams play out a tournament of such, where one plays 4, 2 plays 3 in a sort of semi-final. If you did it over 3 months and it was quarters and then semis and then finals, you could have 3 test series over 2 months or 2.5 months. 2-3 test series, if you like. 1 test series over a month and a few days, and another test series over a month, and one would be the semi-finals and one would be the final.
The only problem is it'll probably be stopped by the flying pigs going overhead. 3 months in any country of all test countries is never going to happen. The best you can hope for is a month, like they do for, say, the Champions Trophy.
Well, I mean, the Ashes dates were announced yesterday, weren't they? And
yes,
as I understand it, England get a 1-2 day warm-up game before the first test. Now, even back in 2006, when I was last there, 2006-07, they had 2 4-day games before the first test, if not more.
Yeah.
I mean, it may have even been more. I'd have to check. How can you expect players to go out and play in those conditions that are totally different from what you've got here, and perform well enough to beat the home side, that has presumably been playing a little bit of Shield cricket beforehand, and or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think it's you're almost producing a situation in which and we've seen it now over the last few years, that only home sides can win unless they're very much weaker than the visitors.
I think that's very true, particularly when you're starting in Perth, which has got more pace and pace than any wicket they would ever played it.
Yeah, and you know how these series can grind you down, or they can just get away from you, and once you've lost one, it becomes very difficult to come back from that if you're a visiting team.
So is there going to be an Ashes test at the Gabba, or is it not going to be prepared in time?
Yes, it's going to be the day-night one, isn't it?
Day-night test at the Gabba, then what they're going to call the Christmas test at Adelaide, then the Boxing Day test at Melbourne, New Year's test in Sydney.
Yeah, I suspect the hands of brand, PR, marketing types and all that. I mean, Adelaide has often had the test before Christmas, but it's been enough time before Christmas for it not to be actually related to Christmas. It's a little bit later, isn't it, this time? It's about the 13th to the 17th, I think, of December.
Have to do a big fundraising for the Ashes.
Well, the worrying thing about the Ashes from our perspective is that with it being Perth, followed by day-night in Brisbane, they're both going to be about 2:30 starts in the morning, aren't they?
No, Perth will be very early for you.
Oh, will it? Very early for us.
So Perth will start 10 o'clock here, so it will be
2 o'clock here.
8 hours different there.
2 o'clock. Yeah, that's what I said.
Brisbane will be much later with the day night. So it'll probably be about 4:30, 5 o'clock there. Brisbane.
It's not great, because then when you get to Adelaide, well, not so much Adelaide, but when you get to Sydney and Melbourne, it's going to be back to 11 o'clock at night, isn't it?
Anyhow, we're talking 18 months.
We are talking about it.
Well, actually,
I mean, the world may have blown up by then.
Well, it's true.
Yeah,
We've got New Zealand to deal with first.
Yeah,
that's at 10 p.m. your time.
We've got I'm working out how much of that I can do. I reckon I can do maybe till 1:30 in the morning from 10 o'clock.
There you go.
But you don't fucking sleep. Fuck off.
Well, I don't sleep, but I like to have the opportunity to try.
Well, you can do that on the sofa here.
Yeah, but we might have moved by then. You never know.
No, we might.
Well, you see, I'm
we
not
won't
going
have
to
done
do
by
the
then.
first session, but I can do the second 2 sessions because I'm not getting up.
For goodness sake, Messi.
See, none of you fuckers ever want to do the fucking hard yards.
Oh, listen, I've done the hard yards for 15 bloody years, Bear, to be honest.
No, but what I figure is you won't have any problem covering the 10 p.m. to midnight shift.
No.
Which is when I'd be asleep. But after that, I'm fully available for all of it.
See, 3 till tea will be reasonably easy. It's just the last session that's the hard one, really, for that.
Yeah.
But for someone who doesn't sleep, going from a situation where technically I should be getting up to come in for this at 6 o'clock, to then going to a test series and a one-day series in West Indies where matches are not starting until 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock at night, if you don't sleep, it really buggers with your clock. your internal clock. Not that it's a very good internal clock. Anyway, that's by the by. I suppose before we go, we could just say, well done, Pakistan.
Yeah.
They're in a really good position at 231 ahead. That little it wasn't a little partnership, it ended up being more than 50. That partnership between Salman and Sajid, who's obviously on a high from his first innings performance with the ball, might be what wins the match, basically.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I've got to give you this message. Mog says, "Can you speak up a bit, Bear? Hard to hear you from all that way up on the cross."
Oh, fuck off! Fuck off, Mog.
Actually, the one thing about the Ashes is that hopefully we'll have lots of you down under types doing the hard yards for us on Zoom. Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully.
Well, the other thing to think about, and this is an honest thing here, is we start fundraising now for the Ashes. Like our plan of 2020, whatever it was,
2017, going out there.
Go out there to do the Ashes. We only need one. We can go out to yours, Messi, can't we? We can go out to Perth and do it from Perth.
I don't think I got good enough bandwidth for you. I didn't get about 60 Mbps.
No, that's enough. As long as it's the upload that matters. If you got more than 30 megabytes of upload, we're good.
Well, I'd go for that. I'll go for that as long as my cat's still not living still. But and he's going to be 14 soon, so it's possible.
We just we can have that fixed.
No.
So how many weeks do we need? So it's accommodation. We can get you some money for that. So we need to fundraise. We take out a small team, 10, 15 grand.
Well, direct flight from Perth, from Heathrow to Perth. It's just 18 hours.
Just the 18 hours.
We'd have to hire a kit with you out there. We could bring out all the computers.
I mean, actually, when we were looking at doing that, we were planning to move around the country and do it, weren't we? We were going to do it in pubs. We had that. What happened to Jonah, a bloke who lived, English bloke who lived in Sydney? Was it Paul Jones who was trying to set that up for us in Sydney? Anyway. Of course, it never came to fruition. We were all a little bit nervous about the prospect of driving across the Nullarbor Desert with Gary.
We were going to play. There was apparently the longest golf course in the world, wasn't there? We were going to do. Yeah, we were going to do video diaries, and we were going to do one hole every day or something, driving across.
We'd have been like the Rob Brydon and Steve Coogan of cricket broadcasting, wouldn't we?
We'd have run a bit more entertaining than that, I think.
There would have been another book in it for you, Hendo, that's for sure.
That's probably true, yeah, that is probably true.
Bestseller it would have been, isn't it?
Yeah, well.
I want some fucking royalties for being about the jokes in it. Anyway, right.
You mean in a future book?
Yes.
I didn't even know you in those days. Anyway, England have a target overall of 297 at the end of the day. On day 3, they are 36 for 2. They've lost Ducket, they've lost Crawley, Pope and Root. I wouldn't say they've dug in, but they've got through England through to the end of the day. Tune in tomorrow because it's going to be a fascinating morning, isn't it? It's going to be. It may only be a morning, but we shall see.
It could be. I won't be in for the morning though.
Right.
Here you go. Here's an incentive for you. Mog says, if you bastards fly to Perth, I may even fly over there myself.
Well then, in that case.
Well, maybe someone could put us up in Melbourne. Have we got any Sydneyites? I'm sure
Sydneyites aren't in Melbourne.
I know, but then I'm just trying to think if we actually did what we did, could we get free accommodation in all the cities where the tests are?
Oh yeah, someone was going to put all of us up in Sydney as well. Maybe that was Jonah. Maybe he's going to loan out his house for us.
I think we're getting a bit ahead of us.
I think we are. But
we can dream. We can
Messi,
dream.
you've got to plan ahead for these things.
Yeah, the other thing, Messi, is it's probably going to be with global warming, it's going to be about 110 degrees for every match by then, isn't it?
Probably, but we'll sit in the air conditioning and watch it. That's all right.
Oh, good. I do like a bit of air conditioning. I must admit that's one of the most important things. Anyway, that's it from us today. It's been another fascinating day. Lots of runs, loads of wickets, loads of turn, loads of dropped catches, and lots of humour on the commentary. Thanks to Dylan, especially, I have to say, a man coming in from Bournemouth to help us with our clips on the various social media platforms. On a journey that takes him 3.5 hours, and today his train was also delayed by an hour. So he's travelling 7 hours a day at least to be here. Maybe we should. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should do a little bit crowdfunder for him to help with his expenses a little bit. I think that might be a nice thing to do. But anyway, that's for the Bears looking dubious about that. Anyway, that's it for us today. It's goodbye from everyone because they've all gone, apart from me and the bear and Messi. It's goodbye from the bear.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from Messi.
Bye-bye.
And it's goodbye from me, Gorilla Hendo. Goodbye.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than